What is it? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. Did his senior have something to ask him? Do you have another pet beast filled with the aura of light within you? Taiwei Xuanwu's eyes seemed to pierce through layers of barriers, seeing into Wang Chen's spiritual world. Yes, it is, but it's outside. Wang Chen pointed outside. Shura was still looking for someone outside. There's also the aura of an old friend, the Spirit King. You know him too, senior? Naturally, we were from roughly the same era. It was a chaotic world of magical beasts. They fought on the battlefield, while I guarded the rear. But neither of us could escape the fate of death, Taiwei Xuanwu recalled. I see. Wang Chen now has a deeper understanding of history and has also experienced the terror of monsters, so he can't help but feel a sense of crisis. Although we don't know the exact strength of Qiling King and Taiwei Xuanwu before their deaths, they were at least at the king level. If such powerful beings died on the battlefield, it's unimaginable how powerful the magical beasts were back then. We will always remember the great righteousness of our predecessors. That's nothing to worry about. What I really want to say is that although the magical beasts have been sealed away by the holy beasts, this is not a permanent solution. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that the magical beasts can break the seal? That's right. If that day comes, although it may be a bit much to ask of you, I hope you can take responsibility. Don't worry, senior. I understand. Everything comes at a price. Whether it's the Azure Dragon or Senior Qiling King, since they've entrusted their inheritance to me, I can't escape it. Wang Chen had already made up his mind. You're a promising young man. I believe in you. This secret realm holds many treasures. Release your aura, and perhaps those old beings will choose you. Lead your companions to retrieve them. Chaos is approaching, so grow as strong as possible. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Wang Chen clasped his hands and bowed slightly. The barrier dissipated, and the figure of Taiwei Xuanwu also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen found himself in the temple, where there was no one except for the giant stone tortoise statue. Here he comes. Wang Chen is out. Wow, that's impressive. You got the points in no time. As soon as they stepped out of the temple, Mu Feng and the others immediately surrounded them. Although they hadn't witnessed the details of the battle from the outside, their points had undeniably increased, so they weren't worried anymore. No problem, let's go. Shura just gave me feedback again. It seems he found 2 more teammates. I've already sent Shura to pick up one of them. Let's go find the other one together. Wang Chen looked up at the sky, wondering if there was day and night within the secret realm. Shura is still out searching for people, and you passed the test without even using your double transformation? Your strength has increased again. Mu Feng showed an envious expression. Everyone then realized that Wang Chen hadn't even used half of his strength. Don't worry, you can do it too. Then, Wang Chen did not choose to hide it. Telling everyone about it could also make them feel a sense of crisis. So now I think points might not be that important anymore. The most important thing is to make sure everyone gets the right inheritance for themselves. Wang Chen's expression was extremely serious. The crowd was also somewhat shocked by this information. They looked at each other, some of them doubting, but they believed that Wang Chen would not lie to them. Monsters are really terrifying. They have no reason, are brutal, and are incredibly powerful. Moreover, the depths of the monster realm are too unfamiliar to us. We can't venture there and have no idea how many terrifying monsters lurk inside. Lu Yi clenched her small hands, completely agreeing with Wang Chen's words. As a student of the Holy Dragon Academy, she had also entered the monster realm with Martial Rabbit in order to become stronger, and it was a truly terrifying experience. Yi Wei's face also turned ashen. If one day demonic beasts invaded, the Holy Dragon Dynasty would definitely be the first to be hit. Not only were there many entrances to demonic beast secret realms on the border, but there were even some within the territory itself. How could these royal family members possibly avoid the war and flee? I need to get stronger quickly too, Yi Wei secretly vowed. An hour later, Shura and Caesar met. Chun Mu and another contestant who had not fought before were not very strong and would have a hard time surviving in the secret realm. Facing hordes of alien beasts and magical creatures, they were unable to move normally. However, the group was quite lucky. With Wang Chen protecting them, they unabashedly released their auras along the way, hoping to attract the attention of some guardians. They were just trying their luck, but who knew they would actually succeed. Wang Chen, wait a minute. I sense something. There's an aura attracting me. Mu Feng's mind suddenly rippled as he was searching for someone. This means someone has invaded his mental world and is sending him a message. Is it a guardian? Wang Chen thought of it immediately. I'm not sure, but it's highly likely. In which direction? To the west. Mu Feng suddenly pointed in a direction. Wang Chen glanced at the direction, which was somewhat off from where they were headed. We'll split into 2 groups. Mu Feng and I will go find the guardians, while you guys continue searching for your teammates. I'll have Shura assist you. Won't it be dangerous for just the 2 of you? Yi Wuwei was very worried. If something happened to Wang Chen, it would be terrible. Nothing should happen. My connection with Shura will remain constant, and I'll let it know if anything comes up. After making a quick decision, Wang Chen and Mu Feng separated from Caesar and the others. If Mu Feng could not obtain the inheritance, he would also have to save his strength to defeat the guardian and obtain the points token. Is this an altar? Wang Chen followed Mu Feng's directions to a place. Caesar, land. Roar. The 2 landed, and the first thing they saw was a scene of broken walls and ruins. In the center was a circular, stepped structure made of some broken boulders, surrounded by even more broken cylindrical stone pillars. I have a feeling that the guardian of this place is definitely not simple. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Having read some ancient books, he knew that this was a place to worship some kind of divine beast. Junior, you've finally arrived. The ethereal voice suddenly rang out, startling the 2 of them without warning. Wang Chen looked around but didn't see anyone, and the voice seemed to be coming from nowhere. Who is it? I wonder which senior it is. Mu Feng shouted. What a reckless brat. Just open your divine eye, and you'll see me. Divine eyes? You even know I have divine eyes. He, of course. The divine eye is a divine talent of my clan. How could I not know it? What? Wang Chen and Mu Feng were both surprised, never expecting to find Mu Feng's ancestor. May I ask if you are my ancestor, senior? Mu Feng asked cautiously. More or less, came the helpless voice. All right, then let me see for myself. Mu Feng was a little excited. He knew that the inheritance of this skill was inevitable and belonged to him. Divine eye open. Mu Feng's eyes lit up, layers of light covering his pupils. Everything around him seemed to have been slowed down, and he could even detect the wind in the air. As his gaze swept across the altar, he finally saw a figure in the center. Ah! Mu Feng's pupils shrank, and he shouted, Are you not human? Humph! You rude brat. When did I ever say I was human? Wang Chen was also startled, but then he realized that this place must be a divine beast related to Mu Feng's natal pet. Summon your pet beast, let me see it. Okay. Mu Feng obeyed and released Yu Feng immediately. Night Feather Silver Wind shook its body, seemingly able to sense the presence of the one in the air, which was already 2 stories tall, with very conspicuous purple feathers, but from its head and limbs, one could see that it already had a trace of dragon characteristics. Mu Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to the image, which only he could see in the altar. He then noticed that the 2 seemed to have some similarities. The one on the altar, perhaps due to the passage of time, cannot exist permanently in spirit form. Needless to say, its size is not particularly tall or imposing. It has a similar body to Yu Feng, with a dragon's head and a jackal-like body that are perfectly combined. The golden wisp on its neck is full of a holy meaning. It has broad wings on its back, but the color of its wings is completely different, presenting a bluish-green color. Could it be that you are an ancestor of Night Feather Silverwind? That's right, my name is Ling Feng, and I am the son of a pterosaur. The son of a pterosaur? Wang Chen and Mu Feng exclaimed simultaneously. Wang Chen looked puzzled, but Mu Feng trembled and found it hard to believe. You know? Wang Chen looked at Mu Feng. Mu Feng's voice was trembling. Wang Chen looked at him and saw that Mu Feng's eyes were full of disbelief and his lips were trembling slightly. The fact that this usually carefree guy, who could laugh even if the sky were to fall, could make him lose his composure like this shows just how much weight the words son of the pterosaur carry. What did you say? Mu Feng's voice was hoarse. Son of a pterosaur? You mean, you're a descendant of pterosaurs? The ethereal voice carried a hint of amusement. What? You don't believe me? Take a closer look at this altar. Mu Feng did not answer, but slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, His pupils were covered with a layer of light blue light. Divine Eye, activate at full power. Wang Chen stood aside, only able to see Mu Feng's gaze sweeping across the ruins before finally settling on a spot in the center of the altar. Then, he saw Mu Feng's expression, a shock that defied description. "It really is a pterosaur," Mu Feng murmured, his voice so soft it was as if afraid of disturbing something. Exactly as described in the sect's ancient texts. Dragon head, jackal body, eagle wings, this suppression from the depths of its bloodline, a true pterosaur. Wang Chen frowned. He couldn't see anything, but he could sense that some ancient and powerful will was awakening in the air. Mu Feng, what happened? Mu Feng took a deep breath, trying to suppress the turmoil in his heart. He turned to Wang Chen, his voice still trembling slightly. "Do you know the origins of my Fengyu sect?" Wang Chen shook his head. Mu Feng composed himself and slowly began to speak. "The Fengyu sect has been established for 5,000 years. The founding ancestor was named Mu Tianfeng, who was my family's ancestor." He paused, then continued. "Our ancestor was exceptionally gifted, with a far deeper understanding of wind than most. His unparalleled talent caught the eye of the pterosaur, which then entrusted its offspring with signing a contract with him. That pet beast was named Silver Wind." "Silver Wind," Wang Chen mused. "The same name as your night feather Silver Wind?" "It's not just a name, it's an inheritance." Mu Feng's voice became solemn. "Yin Feng is a descendant of the pterodactyl. The pterodactyl is the son of the azure sacred dragon, inheriting the sacred dragon's wind energy. Our ancestor even broke through to become a royal-level powerhouse, passing down this bloodline. Only then can we possess wind-type talents generation after generation, and successfully form a contract with Yin Feng's descendants, thus being qualified to receive Yin Feng's bloodline inheritance." He looked toward the center of the altar, at the phantom that only he could see. Yin Feng followed his ancestor Mu Tianfeng and founded the Fengyu sect. The name Yin Feng has been passed down from generation to generation, and every sect leader inherits this power upon taking the throne. My Yeyu Yin Feng is no exception, but it's not time yet. Mu Feng paused, then looked up at the figure again and said, "Ancient records also indicate that the pterosaur had another offspring. Silver Wind, Ling Feng." Wang Chen understood. "It seems the other one is Ling Feng. Senior, what exactly happened back then?" Mu Feng was very curious. "Many things have been lost in the long river of history, and no one knows them to this day. Alas, that era was a dark one. 1,000 years after the holy dragon died, although most of the magical beasts were sealed away, large areas of land were still deeply invaded by them, and the magical beasts still lingered in various parts of the continent. My father, the one you call the pterodactyl, was also seriously injured. It was at that time that Silverwind entrusted his son to your ancestor. My father eventually died in battle. I also followed a person of extraordinary talent in the royal family, but unfortunately, we were unlucky. It was during the counterattack of the magical beasts, and the final result was predictable. We both perished while protecting the last bit of human territory." Wang Chen and Mu Feng exchanged a glance, both able to feel the despair. The pterosaur's sons, and those exceptionally talented human beast tamers. Each one died so heroically, sacrificing themselves on the battlefield to protect humanity. But after hearing what you just said, I am also gratified. I did not expect that the legacy of Silverwind is still circulating in the world, and it has not let down my pterosaur lineage. Senior, please accept my bow. Mu Feng suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. Wang Chen also bowed deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, this person had died fighting for humanity and deserved to be bowed to. "Get up," Ling Feng said, his voice gentle yet weathered. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Mu Feng stood up, still unable to hide his excitement. "Senior, weren't you dead? Why are you here? And why are you still conscious?" Ling Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ruins, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. "In that battle, I fought alongside my lord and was ambushed by a horde of demonic beasts. My lord died in battle, and I was also severely wounded and powerless to save him. After my death, only a wisp of my soul remained to wander. But I never expected that someone in the royal family would be able to collect remnant souls and bring my remnant soul and body back to this secret realm. After years of nurturing, I regained consciousness, but I still cannot exist for long. I spend most of my time in slumber. Just now, I sensed a familiar feeling and woke up. Ling Feng's gaze shifted from Mu Feng to Yi Yuan Feng, his eyes burning. I thought we would be greeted by members of the royal family. I didn't expect to be greeted by a descendant of Yin Feng. It's quite a pleasant surprise. Yi Yuan Feng, under Ling Feng's gaze, fearfully hid behind Mu Feng, timidly looking at the phantom. Mu Feng gently comforted it. This is your ancestor, don't be afraid. Night Feather Silver whined sensed the familiar, yet unfamiliar aura in the air. Although they had never met before, there was a sense of familiarity deep in its bloodline. It looked warily at the center of the altar and let out a low whimper. Gradually, the wariness in its eyes turned into curiosity. It slowly approached the altar, lowered its huge head, and looked at Ling Feng. Good child. Ling Feng looked at it with loving eyes and said softly, the bloodline is very pure, even better than I imagined. It raised its front paw and gently touched Night Feather Silver Wind's forehead. Although it had no physical form, the two were separated by time and space and intertwined at this moment. In that instant, Yi Yuan Feng shuddered, and countless images flashed through his eyes. Those are ancient memories, the majestic sight of pterosaurs soaring through the sky, the glory of following the holy dragon to conquer all directions, and the cruelty of bloody battles. Deep within my body, many things have awakened along with these memories. I see, Mu Feng murmured, seeing the same images under his divine eyes. Lingfeng retracted its front paws and looked at Mu Feng. Enough said. Monsters have never been extinct. They still threaten our lives. I summoned you here for the sake of inheritance, and you are also collecting this thing, aren't you? A token suddenly appeared, indicating that Ling Feng was also a guardian. That's right, senior. What test do I need to complete? Mu Feng asked. Child, do you know what the true power of a pterosaur is? Ling Feng asked in return. Mu Feng thought for a moment. Wind? Speed? Ling Feng smiled, a smile that carried a hint of pride, but also a hint of bitterness. Wind is merely a facade. The true power of the pterosaur lies in freedom. It raised its forepaw, and a wisp of blue energy condensed at its fingertip. The energy swirled at its fingertip, growing faster and faster, until it finally transformed into a miniature tornado. The wind is everywhere, yet it is invisible and formless. It can be as gentle as a spring breeze, or as violent as a hurricane that destroys the world. The pterosaur inherited the wind energy of the celestial dragon, but the celestial dragon controls all things, and wind is only one of them, while the pterosaur is the ultimate, bringing the wind to its fullest potential. With a gentle flick, the wisp of tornado vanished instantly. Extreme speed can tear through space. Ultimate wind blades can sever everything. Ultimate control allows one to merge with the wind, becoming omnipresent. It looked at Yi Yuan Feng with anticipation in its eyes. Your pet has touched this threshold, but it's not enough. Its spirit is not pure enough, not extreme enough. What should we do? Mu Feng and Yi Yuan asked humbly. At this moment, they were the students and Ling Feng was the teacher. The strongest winds require the strongest bodies to bear them. Otherwise, they will only destroy themselves. Do you understand? Does senior mean that to reach the ultimate level of wind, one needs to forge an ultimate physical body? Mu Feng suddenly realized. Yes, he had never thought about this problem. He had only focused on increasing his speed. As his strength improved, this became increasingly difficult. He had not yet found his way forward, but now it seemed that he was starting to see some progress. That's right, and only the pterosaur bloodline is the most suitable for this. The flesh and blood of dragons are naturally powerful, which is unmatched by other pets. With your current strength, you may be able to touch that level in your lifetime, but that will be too late. Mu Feng nodded. He knew Ling Feng was right. Senior, I am willing to accept your teachings. What do I need to do? Kid, are you so sure I'll pass on my legacy to you? Ling Feng's tone was strange. Senior, I'm the only one here who meets the criteria, and I'm the perfect successor. Do you still have a choice? Mu Feng chuckled. Ling Feng shook his head. Never mind. The reason I called you here was to bestow upon you the inheritance. hoping that you can bring the pterodactyl lineage back into the world. At this point, Ling Feng's gaze turned serious. I can help it take that step. But the prerequisite is that you must pass my test. Mu Feng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Please enlighten me, senior." Ling Feng smiled slightly, and a surge of azure light erupted from his body. The test is simple. Catch up with me. The moment the words left its mouth, its figure vanished. The next instant, a streak of azure light shot into the sky, so fast that it left no afterimage. Mu Feng's pupils contracted, and he activated his divine eye at full power, capturing the almost invisible trajectory. Silver wind, let's go. Night feather silver wind roared to the sky, its wings suddenly unfurling. Mu Feng flipped over and leaped onto its back, the two transforming into a streak of purple light, soaring into the heavens. Wang Chen stood still, looking up at the two chasing lights, his gaze deep. He knew that this trip would bring about a true transformation for Mu Feng. In the sky, two streaks of light, one after the other, weaved through the clouds. Ling Feng's speed was extreme. Though it was merely a blur, it seemed to transcend the limitations of space. Each flap of its wings instantly traversed thousands of meters, leaving behind a faint cyan trail. Mu Feng rode on Yu Feng's back, activating his divine eye at full power, his pupils gleaming with a brilliant blue light. He could track Ling Feng's trajectory, but Yu Feng's speed couldn't keep up. No, it's too fast. Mu Feng gritted his teeth. Feng, use your full strength. Nightwing Silverwind let out a low roar, its body blazing with purple light. Its speed suddenly increased, each flap of its wings creating a violent gust of air, leaving trails of purple afterimages in the sky. The distance is getting shorter, but we still can't catch up. Ling Feng's voice came from ahead, tinged with amusement. Child, the power of the wind lies not in brute force, but in following its flow. You are fighting against the wind, not merging with it. Mu Feng was startled. Integrate with the wind? He closed his eyes, his divine eye still tracking Ling Feng's trajectory, but he no longer forced Yu Feng to chase after him. Instead, he began to feel the wind around him. The wind whistled past his ears, carrying the moisture from the clouds and the vastness of the sky. He felt the direction of the wind, its breath, and its pulse. Then, he made a decision. Silver wind, relax. Leave it to me. Yu Feng was slightly taken aback, then relaxed his body. Mu Feng's spiritual power slowly spread out, completely merging with Yu Feng. In that instant, he felt as if he had transformed into the wind, into the clouds, into a part of the sky. He no longer resisted the wind, but let it carry and propel them. The speed suddenly surged. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Feng's eyes, which quickly turned into satisfaction. Good lad, you have a knack for it. It then accelerated suddenly, transforming into a streak of azure light as it soared higher into the sky. Mu Feng followed closely behind, the two chasing each other above the clouds at a speed so fast that even sound couldn't keep up. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a quarter of an hour, maybe an hour. Ling Feng's speed seemed to have slowed down. No, it was Mu Feng. It was Yu Feng whose speed was getting faster and faster. The wind elements in the air were turning into their power, propelling them to catch up with Ling Feng. The gap between the two was getting smaller and smaller, until they were only one body length apart. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Feng suddenly stopped. Mu Feng, who was behind him, was startled and braked suddenly, stopping as well. Ling Feng hovered above the sea of clouds, looking at Mu Feng, who was panting heavily, with admiration in his eyes. You passed. Mu Feng was taken aback. It's approved already? Ling Feng laughed. You think I want you to catch up with me? Silly child, I want you to understand that the power of the wind is not in chasing, but in merging. You already understand. It raised its front paw and gently touched Mu Feng's forehead. I could have run away. Ling Feng's voice echoed in Mu Feng's mind. But I am the son of a pterosaur, and my pride will not allow me to escape. I fought to the last moment, watching my lord fall, watching my comrades sacrifice themselves, until I burned out every last bit of my strength. I'm waiting for someone who can inherit my will. You've arrived. Mu Feng opened his eyes, which were already filled with tears. Ling Feng's phantom image had faded to almost invisible, but it was still smiling. My child, I have given you everything I have. Use it well, protect those you want to protect, and never let the pterosaur lineage end. Slay monsters and protect humanity. Mu Feng knelt on one knee, his voice choked with emotion. Senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng's illusory figure completely vanished. At that moment, a rain of azure light began to fall from the sky. Each drop of light was the pterosaur's final gift, merging into the bodies of Mu Feng and Yi Yuan Feng. Night Feather Silver Wind roared to the sky, its voice shaking the heavens. Its body shone with a brilliant purple light, and then a wisp of blue gradually spread out, becoming deeper and brighter, until it finally transformed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. When the pillar of light dissipated, Night Feather Silver Wind had completely changed its appearance. Its body was more streamlined, and its purple feathers had completely transformed into a bluish-green, each feather swirling with the rhythm of the wind. Its dragon head was more majestic, and a wisp of golden mane had grown from its neck, exactly like Ling Feng's. Its wings were wider, and spatial rifts flickered faintly at the tips of its wings. Pterosaur Bloodline, Initial Awakening. Mu Feng stood on its back, feeling the surging power within him. He was now ready to break through to the Overlord level at any moment. Silver Wind, Ling Feng. I will carry forward the Pterosaur Bloodline, Mu Feng said softly. Night Feather Silver Wind let out a low roar, its voice carrying both pride and a hint of sorrow. It inherited the complete heritage of the pterosaur, as well as the memories of Ling Feng. Mu Feng patted its neck and said softly, Let's go. Senior has returned to the sky. What we need to do is carry on its will and continue forward. Ling Feng flapped his wings and took off, transforming into a streak of azure light as he flew downwards. Wang Chen stood amidst the ruins, watching the blue light draw ever closer, a slight smile playing on his lips. It worked. Mu Feng jumped off Ling Feng's back, grinned, and his smile was as bright as the sun. I succeeded. I obtained the Ling Feng legacy. He raised his hand, and a token appeared. It was the Guardian Points token. How is your inheritance? Wang Chen was very curious, looking at Yin Feng's drastic change, and could feel that he was completely different from before. All of Senior Ling Feng's inheritance has been sealed within Yi Yu Yin Feng's body. As our strength increases, it will gradually be unlocked, otherwise it won't be able to withstand it. Mu Feng touched Yi Yu Yin Feng. Moreover, once I obtain Yin Feng's inheritance from the sect, it's not impossible that the pterosaur will reappear in the world. Wang Chen nodded, genuinely happy for him. Congratulations, I look forward to the day when we can fight side by side. Mu Feng looked at the altar that had been completely reduced to dust, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The predecessor is gone. It has waited for thousands of years for this moment. Wang Chen paused for a moment, then said, It left with a sense of relief. You have inherited its will, and it will be very happy. Mu Feng took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Let's go. The others are waiting for us. Okay. Mu Feng didn't ride the Caesar with Wang Chen, but instead chose to sit behind Yi Yuan Feng. Wang Chen, I might not be slower than you now. Really? Then let's have a competition. That's exactly what I was thinking. As soon as the words were spoken, two figures soared into the sky simultaneously. Caesar flapped its wings, the dark wings drawing a black line in the pale golden light of the sky, instantly traversing a distance of hundreds of feet. Its speed was extreme. Each flap of its wings stirred up violent air currents, leaving a black trail in the sky. But the other figure was no less impressive. Night Feather Silver Wind transformed into a streak of azure light, moving so fast that it left no afterimage, as if it had teleported instantly. It seemed to merge with the wind, each flap of its wings resonating with it, propelled and lifted by the wind, soaring forward at an incredible speed, its form extremely graceful and elegant. In just 3 breaths, it had surpassed Caesar. Mu Feng turned around, grinned at Wang Chen, and his smile was incredibly smug. Wang Chen, I'm going first. Wang Chen shook his head, but a smile played on his lips. He's fast enough. Caesar, speed up, don't let him get away with this. Caesar let out a low roar, and the dark golden light around its body surged. its speed suddenly increased. Although it did not have the same profound understanding of merging with the wind as Ling Feng, its realm was higher than Ling Feng's, and it also had extremely strong explosive power relying on pure physical strength. Two streaks of light chased each other across the sky, one black and one blue, moving so fast that the scenery below became blurry afterimages. Finally, after flying dozens of miles, the two arrived at the fork in the road where they had parted ways almost simultaneously. Haha, that was great. Mu Feng jumped off Ling Feng's back, his face still flushed with excitement. Wang Chen, I'm not slower than you anymore. Wang Chen nodded and said seriously. Indeed, to have speed comparable to the Overlord level at the peak of the Domain Lord level, I have no doubt about your ability to escape. Once you break through, no one in the same realm will be able to catch up with you. Mu Feng scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. It's all the legacy of Senior Ling Feng. I can't fully unleash its power yet, but I will definitely not let it fall into disrepair once I break through. By the way, where are Shura and the others? They've arrived and brought 2 more people back with them. As the two were talking, the sound of something cutting through the air could be heard in the distance. Shura arrived first, its pure white wings crackling with eerie blue lightning. Several people stood on its broad back. Besides Yi Wuwei and his group, there were 2 more. These 2 were both Domain Lord-level contenders from the 10th Prince's faction, who hadn't had many opportunities to demonstrate their abilities before. Li Yun is slender with sharp eyes, making him an agile beast tamer. Zhou Yan, on the other hand, is sturdy and steady, with a faint earthy yellow light flowing around him, clearly indicating that he is a defensive type. Brother Wang Chen, Brother Mu Feng. As Shura landed, Yi Wuwei hurriedly went to greet him. Great! Shura has found 2 more teammates, and we have more people now. Wang Chen nodded, and Li Yun and Zhou Yan expressed their gratitude. After all, their situation was not good. Strange beasts were everywhere, and they dared not run around recklessly. Wow, Mu Feng, what's this pet beast of yours? Fu Qian immediately noticed Yi Yinfeng's drastically changed appearance. I've also received the inheritance. Hee, aren't you envious? Mu Feng laughed heartily, quite pleased with himself. What kind of inheritance? I won't tell you. Anyway, my strength has greatly increased now. Mu Feng pulled out a token from his pocket. A points token, see it? The 2 of them playfully bickered, which made the others quite envious. Now they also realized the benefits of being a guardian. Points were a minor matter. Improving their strength was the key. Stop fooling around. I have some questions for you all, Wang Chen interrupted. Record the location where everyone entered the secret realm, compile a list, and make a map. Maybe we'll discover something. Wang Chen, did you discover something? Lu Yi asked as she stepped forward. I have some guesses about your positions. I've observed each of you. Actually, we're not that far apart. So if we draw a map, we should be able to deduce the positions of the others. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. Under Wang Chen's direction, a rough map was quickly produced. Brother Wang Chen, I think your speculation makes a lot of sense. Yi Wuwei looked at the markings on the map. Everyone gathered around to look and indeed discovered some patterns. The positions of the 10 people roughly formed a fan shape, but it was obvious that one corner was missing. If that corner were pieced together, it would form a circle. So next, we'll focus on this area. Wang Chen pointed to the empty area. If I'm not mistaken, they shouldn't have gone very far, and we should be able to find them soon. Very good. Without further ado, we will split into 3 teams. Caesar and I will be in one team. Mu Feng's speed has increased considerably. You will split into 2 teams, one following Mu Feng and the other following Shura. Good. After several more hours of searching, the sky began to darken. Wang Chen looked up and discovered that the time difference between this secret realm and the outside world was similar, with both day and night. Moreover, there were clearly more powerful beasts emerging at night. Fortunately, Wang Chen's guess was completely correct. The remaining teammates were indeed scattered in that area, and Wang Chen happened to run into 2 people who had already met, so he grabbed them and took them away with a simple grab. After scanning the area he was responsible for, Wang Chen returned the way he came. If he didn't sense anyone using his mental perception, then it was highly unlikely that anyone was there. Finally, before nightfall, a beam of white light flew in from 2 different directions, and Shura and Mufeng returned at the same time. After landing, Wang Chen counted the number of people. There were a total of 17 people. Apart from himself, Wu Bo and Zhou Hao were not found. But that was normal. Given their speed, they were probably already heading towards the core area by now, and they might have encountered some opportunities. Mufeng walked to Wang Chen's side and whispered, "A few people don't seem to be in a good state." Following his gaze, Wang Chen indeed spotted 3 people in the crowd whose faces were noticeably pale and whose breathing was somewhat weak. They were clearly injured in battle, and it was very likely that their pets had suffered serious injuries, affecting the spirit of the beast tamers themselves. Wang Chen frowned and walked over. "What happened?" One of them looked up and gave a wry smile. "I was unlucky when I landed, and I fell straight into a den of strange beasts. There were about 7 or 8 of them. I managed to kill a few, but my pet beast Yu was injured, so I had no choice but to run away. Later, I hid, and luckily I met Brother Mufeng." The remaining 2 were in similar situations, both encountering hordes of mutated beasts while acting alone. Although they managed to escape using their strength, they both sustained injuries of varying degrees. I've already had Zhao Linger heal their pets, but since we don't have any elixirs, it will take some time for them to fully recover. However, their combat strength has been greatly reduced. Spirit wood, come out. A green light appeared, and the spirit wood materialized, its massive branches and trunk enveloping everyone. "Release all the pets you have." "Oh right, I completely forgot you have a healing pet." Mufeng slapped his forehead, having completely forgotten about it. The 3 were overjoyed. The summoning array behind them lit up, revealing that about 10 pets were injured. Among them, the most seriously injured were weak and unable to stand up. Without healing pills, they would indeed have difficulty healing themselves. Spiritual realm, open. A green light rippled outwards, then enveloped all the injured pets, and their external wounds began to heal at a visible speed. "Give me 3 spirit essence fruits." Wang Chen tapped the spirit essence wood. 3 fruits, each the size of an apple, fell to the ground and were caught in Wang Chen's hand. "You 3, here you go. This is..." The spirit essence fruit can increase your mental strength. For you in your current state, it can restore your mental strength. So even if your pet is seriously injured, it will not affect your real-time combat power. "This is good stuff." "Great. With this, I can fight now." "Thank you." The 3 thanked him and accepted the food without hesitation. "Wow, my head doesn't hurt anymore. Seriously, I feel better than ever before." "Wang Chen, this fruit is incredible. Can it be stored for a long time?" Mufeng watched from the side, feeling that this fruit was very important to them. "I know what you're thinking, but unfortunately, this fruit can't be stored. Once the spirit wood is taken back, it will disappear very quickly." Wang Chen shook his head. "That's such a pity." Under the healing power of the spiritual essence domain, the injuries of the 10 pet beasts were quickly healed, except for 2 that were severely injured. "I can't fully heal their injuries yet, but there's no danger to their lives or any hidden dangers. As long as they don't continue fighting, wait for the secret realm to end, and go back to receive proper treatment, they will fully recover. We are already very grateful. We are satisfied with what you have done." The 3 of them were very pleased and dared not have any more selfish thoughts. Seeing that everyone had been gathered and the wounded had been treated, Wang Chen stood up and looked at the crowd. As everyone has seen, the secret realm is far more complex than we imagined. There are quite a few strange beasts on the outer perimeter, and most of them live in groups. Going alone is too risky. Everyone nodded in agreement. Some of them were lucky enough to escape danger, but seeing the injuries of the 3 men, they understood the peril of acting alone. "All right, what about Zhou Hao and Uncle Wu? Shouldn't we look for them?" someone asked. "They are strong and fast, and they have likely already headed towards the core area. We can ignore them." Wang Chen paused, then continued. "Me, Zhou Hao, and Uncle Wu, the 3 of us are overlords. According to the original plan, we should go deeper into the core area to compete for more points and inheritances. However, our team is relatively weak, and we entered the secret realm separately, so it would be safer to gather our teammates together first. Fortunately, we managed to gather everyone in just one day, and none of us were lost. This secret realm is very dangerous, so we must ensure our safety. He looked at the newcomers and repeated their plan once again. First, try not to act alone. Advance in teams of 3 to 4 people to ensure that the team has both offense and defense. Secondly, hunting exotic beasts and earning points is also a good opportunity for our team to cooperate. Third, this is the Ascending Dragon Secret Realm, one of the most important secret realms of the royal family. It contains countless inheritances, which are the guardians. We have discovered 2 guardians in just one day. Passing their tests will allow us to obtain the inheritances. These are all ancient inheritances, and each of them was at least at the king level in their lifetime. If you encounter a suitable inheritance, stop and try it. The opportunity is rare and cannot be missed. Like the Taiwei Xuanwu that Mengqi and Li Yin encountered before, we can go back and try it slowly. Wang Chen looked up and asked, "What do you guys think?" Mu Feng nodded. "It's feasible. I think it's very reliable." Yi Wuwei nodded in agreement, and no one else objected, since Wang Chen had already shown consideration for them in what he had just said. His gaze swept over the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. While points are important for this trip to the secret realm, improving our strength is even more crucial. With so many exotic beasts and guardians on the outer perimeter, it's the perfect training ground. As long as we progress steadily, everyone can become stronger. If you encounter a guardian location, you can use it as a temporary base and expand your search outwards. Currently, the area around the guardians seems relatively safe, and the monsters dare not enter easily. The group exchanged glances, a sense of relief flashing in their eyes. After listening to Wang Chen's plan, they all nodded in agreement. They had indeed been very worried about safety, and Wang Chen was right. Becoming stronger was the key. Then it settled. Wang Chen clapped his hands. "We'll rest here tonight and set off early tomorrow morning." Night fell. The sky above the secret realm was starless. Only a soft, pale golden light continued to fall. In an area in front of the temple, people sat together, the light of the campfire illuminating each of their faces. They huddled together in 2s and 3s, chatting amongst themselves. Sun Mingqi, unusually, didn't linger with Lu Yi, but instead exchanged words with Li Yin face to face. Judging from their earnest conversation, it was probably about their experiences in chain repair. Although she was young, her talent and earth-type skills was truly outstanding. Li Yin listened attentively, which soon attracted the attention of 2 other beast tamers who had earth-type pets. Meanwhile, Mu Feng was bragging to Fu Qian, Chen Mu, and a few others about his experience of obtaining the pterosaur's inheritance. Fu Qian's eyes lit up as he listened, repeatedly asking for details, while Chen Mu looked on with great longing. Zhao Linger stayed beside Yi Wuwei, and the 2 chatted like siblings. Yi Wuwei listened with a smile, occasionally chiming in, and his childishness seemed to have faded a bit. Lu Yi sat quietly to the side, watching everyone with a faint smile on her lips. Wang Chen walked up to her and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lu Yi said softly, "It's nothing. It's just that time flies so fast. It feels like just yesterday we were entering school, and everyone had only recently become beast tamers. But now we all have our own life goals and are working hard to become stronger." She looked at everyone with a gentle gaze. In the distance, Mu Feng's voice came. "Wang Chen, come quick. We're discussing tomorrow's arrangements. Can you give us some suggestions?" Wang Chen stood up, nodded to Lu Yi, and said, "Let's go and discuss this together." "Okay." Around the campfire, a dozen or so people sat together, discussing tomorrow's route and assigning tasks. Some suggested that Sun Mingqi and Li Yin should focus on repairing the chain in the temple, allowing them to continue their attempts at inheritance. Others recommended hunting exotic beasts to accumulate points, which could be exchanged for supplies after the secret realm ended. Still others were eager to find the guardian. Wang Chen listened quietly, occasionally saying a few words, while Mu Feng was much more lively, chatting about this and that, making the atmosphere lively and bustling. As night deepened, the campfire gradually died down. Wang Chen sat at the edge of the camp, gazing at the dark golden sky in the distance, when he heard footsteps behind him. Mu Feng walked over and sat down beside him. "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" Wang Chen shook his head. "I'm thinking about tomorrow's arrangements." Mu Feng followed his gaze into the distance. "Are you really determined to go alone?" "Okay." Wang Chen nodded. "You lead the team and advance slowly. I'll go deeper in to take a look." The beasts on the outer perimeter don't pose much of a threat to you. I'm at ease with you here. Mu Feng was silent for a moment, then laughed. All right, then be careful. If you encounter something you can't beat, just run. Anyway, you're not slow now. Wang Chen's lips curled up slightly. Don't worry. The two sat side by side without saying another word. In the distance, the faint roars of strange beasts could be heard, but they were quickly swallowed by the night. The night in the secret realm was not peaceful, but with Wang Chen's group in large numbers. Even if the strange beasts had low intelligence, they dared not approach easily. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, pale golden light once again bathed the earth. Wang Chen stood up and stretched his limbs. The others in the camp also woke up one after another and began packing their belongings. Wu Wei Mufeng, here you go. Wang Chen took out a paper map and handed it to the two of them. This is the area we explored yesterday. Shura personally surveyed every place. I marked a few places that might have guardians. These places have spiritual fluctuations. You can refer to them on your way, but be careful. Mu Feng took the map, glanced at it, and put it in his pocket. There was no need for further thanks. Brother Wang Chen, you must be careful when you're traveling alone. Yi Wu Wei said with a hint of worry on his face. If it's not going to work, we won't bother competing for those points in Dragon Balls. Wang Chen shook his head. Do you remember what I said? This time, I just want to challenge myself in the martial arts competition and the secret realm. Besides, there are so many treasures in the Holy Dragon secret realm, and I must try to compete for them. Mu Feng patted Yi Wu Wei on the shoulder. Wang Chen is right. I have a feeling that things might not be peaceful from now on. He then looked at Mu Feng and instructed him. If you encounter a tyrant-level pet, take them and run away. Safety is the priority. I have a feeling that the beasts in this place are very unusual. I understand. I'll be careful. Mu Feng nodded. Wang Chen didn't say anything more. He summoned Caesar, turned around, and jumped onto his back. Caesar flapped his wings and took off, transforming into a streak of black light as he flew towards the depths of the secret realm. Behind them, everyone saw Wang Chen's departing figure. For some reason, a sense of desolation rose in their hearts, as if the backbone of the team had been taken away. Caesar was incredibly fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had left the camp far behind. The landscape below began to change. The original grassland and gravel gradually disappeared, replaced by undulating hills and sparse woodlands. Occasionally, strange beasts could be seen moving about below, mostly at the domain lord level, which would flee in panic upon sensing Caesar's presence. Caesar, wipe them out. Wang Chen focused his mind on the panicked beasts fleeing below. Roar! Caesar flew straight ahead without looking to the side, but as he flapped his wings, dark energy clumps flew downwards, and soon within Wang Chen's perception range, several lives were extinguished. After advancing to the overlord level, his mental perception range had reached an astonishing 100 miles. Any abnormal energy fluctuations or life force below could not escape his detection. About half an hour later, he frowned. Caesar, descend. Caesar swooped down and landed at the entrance of a valley. The valley wasn't large, but it was steep, with precipitous rock walls on both sides. Deep inside the valley, a patch of green caught Wang Chen's attention. It was a plant that was entirely green, about 3 feet tall, with a fist-sized fruit at the top. The fruit was pale gold, with a faint halo around its surface. It was clearly no ordinary plant, and stood out conspicuously in the valley. Wang Chen's gaze quickly shifted from the fruit to a figure standing next to it. It was a strange beast that looked like a lizard, with a dark red body. Looking behind it, its thick, long tail was covered with alternating hexagonal scales. It lay beside the fruit, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. But the faint, ethereal aura emanating from it made Wang Chen's gaze sharpen. It's a dragon. Wang Chen realized immediately. It seems this fire lizard has been mutated by some kind of influence. These mythical beasts that guard rare and precious materials are often stronger than those of the same level, and have a chance to mutate due to the influence of the fruit. It's related to dragons. Since I've run into it, I won't be polite. Wang Chen glanced at Caesar, took a step forward, and made no attempt to conceal his aura. Inside the valley, the mutated lizard, which had been sleeping peacefully, suddenly stood up. Its thick tail throbbed uneasily, and it let out a low growl. Its scarlet eyes stared intently at Wang Chen, filled with vigilance and hostility. "Caesar, go? Take him down," Wang Chen shouted, pointing forward from his spot. Caesar let out a low growl, and its massive body charged out instantly. It didn't use any skills, but relied solely on its physical strength to swat at the lizard's head with a single claw. The mutated lizard was no weakling either. Instead of using its claws to collide with the lizard, it suddenly twisted its body and swung out its thick, dark red tail to collide with Caesar's claws. Boom! With a loud bang, the lizard was thrown back, spinning several times in the air before regaining its balance. Caesar remained motionless, but there were soot marks on his claws, indicating that he had been burned. Caesar gave it no chance to catch its breath, and with a flash, he pounced again. Every attack from the dragon claw was incredibly powerful, punch after punch, forcing the lizard to retreat repeatedly. Roar! The mutated lizard roared and fought back. Its raised tail suddenly burst into flames, transforming into a long, flaming whip that lashed out at Caesar time and time again. Unfortunately, Caesar's strength was still higher. After 10 rounds, the lizard was covered in wounds and finally realized the power of the black behemoth in front of it. It turned around and tried to run away, but it was too late. Caesar stood still, choosing not to pursue. He gently raised his hand, secretly exerting force, and bent slightly to gather his strength, dark golden light condensing in his palm. With a single punch, the black dragon phantom roared out, traversing space at incredible speed and striking the mutated lizard squarely in the back. The lizard let out a miserable cry. Its massive body crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then died. Caesar withdrew his fist, his expression unchanged. Defeating the lizard was entirely within his expectations. Wang Chen walked gently to the silvery white plant and observed it carefully. The pale golden fruit emitted an enticing fragrance, and he felt his mental energy fluctuate slightly upon smelling it. It's dragon's blood. Wang Chen pinched the soil on the ground, brought it to his nose, and smelled it. It seems to have mutated due to being soaked in dragon's blood for a long time. Although I don't know what kind of fruit it is, it's definitely not ordinary. It's a pity it's not mature yet. No wonder that lizard didn't eat it. If it had, it could have at least broken through to the overlord level, and might even have had a chance to successfully transform into a dragon. That's right, Wang Chen discovered it when he saw the dead mutated lizard. It was probably because it had lived in this place for a long time, and its body had begun to transform into a dragon. Its strength far exceeded that of a peak domain lord-level beast, which is why it drove away the beasts in this area. However, it was really unlucky and was caught by Wang Chen just when it succeeded. "Caesar, drop a drop of blood." Wang Chen quickly came up with a solution. Since this fruit was born from dragon blood and is still a little short of being fully ripe, let's ripen it faster. Caesar approached the fruit, which was smaller than his fingertip. He gently pricked his skin and squeezed out a drop of dark golden blood. The blood underwent a dramatic change the moment it dripped onto the fruit's skin. A dragon shadow condensed on the fruit and quickly merged into it. The fruit, which had originally emitted a pale golden light, now emitted a dazzling golden light. But can people eat this fruit? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. Forget it, let's not try it. What if it explodes and dies, or turns into a little dragon? Wang Chen picked the fruit and handed it to Caesar, indicating that it should eat it. Caesar swallowed it without hesitation, chewing it a few times as if savoring the taste. How was it? Wang Chen asked curiously. Roar. Caesar did not respond, but its aura suddenly expanded. Its original level of the initial stage of the overlord level actually rose again. Its aura became stronger and stronger, and its body emitted a faint golden light. Each flash was absorbed into Caesar's body. The effects of the golden fruit continued to permeate Caesar's body. Since Caesar's physical body had long been forged by the essence of the azure dragon, he naturally had no problem dealing with this dragon fruit. After only a few breaths, everything quieted down. Roar! Caesar roared excitedly. Wang Chen could sense its surprise, and then through the mental link, he understood that Caesar was in an exceptionally good state. Its physical body had been strengthened once again, and the concentration of dragon blood in its body was even higher. Wang Chen even suspected that Caesar's bloodline was purer than that of many dragon-type pets. Not only his physical strength, but also his cultivation level has reached the peak of the initial stage of the Overlord level, and he is just one step away from breaking through to the middle stage of the Overlord level. However, this is not due to the fruit itself, but rather the combined effect of the fruit and the essence blood of the Azure Dragon. After reaching the Overlord level, leveling up becomes very slow. Not only does it require increasing energy, but the pet also needs to have a deeper understanding of its own power in order to break through. However, Caesar and Shura seem to be born without this problem. Every breakthrough they make is so natural and effortless, which is enough to prove their specialness. They may really be different. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities or signs of guardians in the vicinity, Wang Chen left the valley and flew for another hour. Wang Chen then sensed abnormal energy fluctuations again. This time, the disturbance came from a hill. The hill was not high, but there was a stone gate half hidden behind vines on its slopes, which did not look like the lair of a strange beast. Is it a guardian? Wang Chen's heart stirred, and he had Caesar land. Pushing open the stone door, one enters a deep passage. On the stone walls on both sides of the passage, there are no mysterious patterns, only traces of the passage of time. Soil and stones lie scattered on the ground, as if no one has been here for a long time. Wang Chen walked along the passage for about 100 steps, and suddenly the view opened up before him. It was an underground space several tens of feet in diameter, with a huge statue standing in the center. The statue resembled a giant lion, and although it was made of stone, it radiated a metallic sheen and was incredibly lifelike. The most striking feature was its 4 sharp claws, each gleaming with a metallic luster, as if capable of tearing anything apart. As if sensing someone's arrival, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of the statue. It was a giant golden lion, smaller than the statue, but with an even stronger, sharp aura. The golden lion opened its eyes, looked at Wang Chen, and said in a deep, majestic voice, "Human, do you wish to challenge me?" Clearly, this is a guardian, and they obviously know about the points tokens. Wang Chen clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Senior, I'm here to challenge you and obtain the token." The giant lion phantom was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, my test is simple. Take 3 claw strikes from me. If you can still stand after those 3 strikes, the token is yours." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. "It's that simple?" The phantom lion laughed, a smile tinged with pride. "Easy? Young man, you're too arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, its figure vanished, and the next moment, a golden claw shadow appeared in front of Wang Chen. Extremely fast. Wang Chen's pupils contracted, and he instantly transformed. Caesar merged into his body, completing his transformed state, and raised his arms to block. Boom! The golden claw shadow slashed at the arm, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound. Wang Chen took 3 steps back, and the dragon scales on his right arm cracked, revealing 3 bloody marks. Such sharp claws. Wang Chen was startled. It should be noted that although Caesar is not known for his defense, his flesh and blood combined with his dragon scales are extremely tough, and he also has the effect of elemental damage reduction, making it difficult for someone of the same level to break through his defense. However, he was now broken through by a single claw from the golden lion. But the phantom lion gave him no chance to catch his breath, and its second claw followed immediately. This claw strike was faster and more ruthless than the first one. Wang Chen didn't take the blow head-on. Instead, he dodged with a swift movement, using the dragon step technique to narrowly avoid it. The claw shadow grazed past his side and struck the stone wall behind him, leaving 3 deep grooves. Dodging should count too, right? All right, my bad for not being clear, but you won't be so lucky next time. The giant lion's phantom voice came from all directions. 3rd claw. This time, the golden claw shadows were no longer a single entity, but an overwhelming barrage. Countless claw shadows slashed in from all directions, sealing off all space for evasion. Wang Chen took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. He also threw out both fists at the same time, and the phantom of the dark golden dragon had gathered in his palms. Then he suddenly blasted them out, and countless dark golden fist shadows met the sky full of golden claw shadows. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the shadows of fists and claws vanished. When the smoke cleared, Wang Chen stood still, his breath fluctuating slightly, but he remained standing. The phantom of the giant lion hovered in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. Good lad. You're quite skilled. You actually withstood it all. Impressive. It raised its front paw, and a golden token appeared, floating towards Wang Chen. Take the token. Wang Chen took the token and saw a dragon shadow engraved on the front and the number 60 on the back, which was higher than the score of Taiyueshuanwu. Thank you, senior. Wang Chen clasped his hands in thanks. The giant lion phantom nodded, its gaze falling on him, as if it wanted to say something, but in the end it just waved its paw. Let's go. My legacy is not suitable for you, but I acknowledge your strength. Wang Chen clasped his hands in a fist salute again, then turned and left. He stepped out of the passage and saw the sunlight again. He looked down at the token in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. The second token is in hand. Continue deeper, heading towards the core area. After flying for a while, Wang Chen sensed abnormal energy fluctuations again, but this time, the fluctuations felt completely different to him. It was an extremely familiar, bone-chilling aura. Ice type. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he had Caesar fly along the wave. If it really is ice type, that would be great. Soon, he felt the weather change. The originally comfortable and warm temperature dropped sharply. The ice element energy increased dramatically. The wind became fierce, and snowflakes and ice crystals began to appear in the air, hitting Wang Chen's cheeks with the wind. This place is unusual. It can even change the environment. It seems the guardian here is quite powerful, Wang Chen guessed to himself, as he began to descend and look down through the clouds. It was a palace made entirely of ice crystals, like a castle in a fairy tale, which stood out in this desolate place, where there was no life for kilometers around. When Wang Chen landed, the temperature had already dropped below zero. He walked to the palace entrance, where the gate, made of ice crystals, was tightly shut. Wang Chen's mental world was shaken. He sensed that the ice princess was excited. He raised his hand and summoned the ice princess. As soon as she appeared, her eyes widened, staring intently at the ice crystal palace. She gently flew up, circled the palace gate once, and then returned to Wang Chen's side, tugging at his clothes, her eyes filled with longing. Want to go in? Wang Chen asked. Princess Ice nodded vigorously. There's something good. Since there's something good here, let's go in. Wang Chen smiled, stepped forward, walked to the front door, and gently pushed it, but it wouldn't budge. He didn't know if there was some force blocking the door from behind, or if the door was too heavy. Caesar, open it. Caesar stepped forward, bracing his claws against the sides of the gate, and with a roar, he exerted all his strength, causing the palace gate to creak and groan. Let's go in and take a look. Under Caesar's cover, Wang Chen entered the gate. The palace was not as magnificent as he had imagined. Instead, it was quite empty, like a palace shell made of ice crystals, with only a magnificent exterior but no exquisite interior. Princess Ice seemed to have entered her own territory, excitedly flying back and forth, happily spinning around in the hall. Be careful, don't wander off, Wang Chen reminded him. Just as Wang Chen finished reminding Princess Hanbing and took a step forward, a cold and ethereal voice entered his ears. The aura of Yangcheng. Wang Chen was startled and turned around to look, but he didn't see anyone. The voice spoke again, its tone as cold as ice. Why do you possess the aura of Yangcheng? Princess Ice seemed to be able to see something, her gaze fixed on a corner of the hall. Wang Chen was shocked. Snow Princess? Isn't that the royal-level beast tamer from the history of the Snow Abyss dynasty? Princess Hanbing was able to evolve because she received Shui Ji's inheritance. Does the senior know Shui Ji? Wang Chen asked. As Wang Chen asked his question, the owner of the female voice slowly appeared. It was a woman, at least in appearance, but upon closer inspection, she was not human. 2 furry ears on her head proved that she was a pet beast. She wore a long, ice-blue dress. Her hair was as white as snow. Her face was stunningly beautiful but expressionless, and she held a gorgeous and exquisite ice crystal umbrella. She stood there as if she had become one with the entire ice crystal palace. The woman in ice blue watched them approach, her gaze falling on the ice princess. She stared at the ice princess for a long time, a strange light flashing in her eyes. I know Yukaheim, of course. I didn't expect that someone could obtain her inheritance. However, you have not fully mastered her inheritance. The woman's words made Wang Chen fall into deep thought. The snow elf had indeed evolved after obtaining the snow princess's inheritance. The ice princess was a pet beast that had never appeared before. He was already surprised that she could break through the racial restrictions and break through to the domain lord level. But for a royal level beast tamer, wasn't that too weak? It seems that Princess Ice has not yet fully received the inherited power. Senior, we have indeed passed on the legacy of Senior Xueji. Please forgive our ignorance, and we beg you to teach us. Wang Chen's attitude was sincere. It was better to adopt a humble attitude when facing these guardians. Come in with me. She turned and walked into the depths of the Ice Crystal Palace. Wang Chen and Princess Hanbing looked at each other and smiled, then followed closely behind. Following her footsteps, Wang Chen passed through layers of corridors and rooms, like a maze, and he even wondered if this place was a maze. My name is Sherry, the woman walking in front suddenly said. Sherry? Wang Chen was puzzled. Her name sounded similar to Xueji's, and he wondered what their relationship was. Born in a dark age, when monsters ravaged the land, our people were trampled by them, and almost all of them perished. At the most critical moment, Yuki appeared and killed all the monsters. I admired her greatly and vowed to follow her to the death. Sherry's voice was still cold, but her words were full of sorrow. Pets also have rich emotions and social order, and are no different from humans. One can imagine the despair Shirley faced at that time. Xueji was an ice-type beast tamer with extremely high talent. At that time, she was already a famous king-level beast tamer. I was just an ordinary pet with weak strength. I knew that I was not qualified to become her pet. Shirley paused, as if recalling something, but she was really kind. She didn't despise me. Instead, she took me in and personally taught me, searched for treasures for me, improved my strength step by step, and helped me break through racial limitations until I reached the king level. Until one day, she and I had to part ways. We left our homeland and came to the Holy Dragon Kingdom to help them resist the monsters. Then one day, the news of Xueji's death reached my ears. I was heartbroken and perished with the monsters. After my death, my remnant soul was temporarily stored in this secret realm. Sherry summed up her entire life in just a few simple words. But Wang Chen knew that as a king-level pet beast, her life must have been absolutely magnificent. Senior Xueji is a beast tamer from the Shuyun dynasty. Why did you come to the Holy Dragon dynasty? Wang Chen asked curiously. Have you ever seen a monster? Sherry suddenly asked. Yes, I have been to the monster realm before. The magical beasts you've seen are probably low-level ones. They have no intelligence, no attributes, only powerful bodies and highly polluting demonic energy. They are the main force behind the magical beast invasion. Although they are numerous, they are not unstoppable. The real trouble comes from those demon god subordinates. Demon god subordinate? Wang Chen was shocked. This was the first time he had ever heard of this term. Shirley glanced at him. You don't seem to know. It seems that the monster has been silent for too long. The demon god subordinates, as the name suggests, are the real status among Warcraft. They are powerful and can compete with king-level or even emperor-level beast masters. Not only do they possess wisdom, but they also control a certain elemental power. Coupled with the devil's energy, their strength has surpassed that of the same level of beast masters. Wang Chen's heart began to beat uncontrollably. This information was too explosive for him. The senior officials and the royal family should have recorded this matter. Why did they choose to conceal it? The demon god, his subordinate, is intelligent and can even use elemental power. What exactly is a Warcraft? Shirley did not give Wang Chen a chance to digest the information and continued to talk about that period of history. Each dynasty has its own expert beast masters. For example, Xueyuan can easily cultivate water and ice-based beasts, which have a strong suppressive effect on those monsters with fire elements. Therefore, various dynasties have rarely formed a situation of mutual assistance and cooperation. The Holy Dragon dynasty once helped Xueji and her country to resist the monsters. In return, it is natural to give back. But Xueji had already broken through to the imperial level at that time. so it was naturally impossible to leave. So I sent me to the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Wang Chen bowed deeply. It doesn't have to be like this. It's just that I didn't expect you to go to the Shuyuan to obtain Xue Ji's inheritance. Maybe it was fate. I couldn't see her before death, but I did after death. Shirley smiled bitterly. Senior is righteous, but I want to know what the test is, Senior. I am willing to accept the test and challenge. That's right. Isn't it just to pass on the inheritance after waiting here for so long? Shirley looked at Wang Chen and Ice Princess. I never thought that the most suitable heir would appear. My assessment is very simple, to understand the power of extreme ice. Shirley looked past Wang Chen and stared at the Ice Princess dancing in the air. In those ice-blue eyes, a complex look flashed, including memories, relief, and also a hint of indescribable expectations. Wang Chen and Ice Princess looked at each other, not knowing why. Wang Chen couldn't help but think of Mu Feng's test, which also tested the beast's understanding of elemental power. It seemed that in order to achieve a breakthrough in strength, one must have a strong understanding of one's own elemental power. Come on, you can definitely do it. As a beast master, all Wang Chen can do is encourage. Yes. The Ice Princess nodded vigorously. The power of extreme ice. Shirley repeated softly. Do you know what extreme ice is? The Ice Princess slowly moved forward and stopped in front of Shirley, looking at her with curiosity in her eyes. Shirley raised her hand. An array of ice-blue light appeared in her palm. The light was not dazzling, but as soft as moonlight, but the chill contained in it caused the temperature of the entire hall to drop a few points. She gave it a gentle squeeze, and the light dissipated instantly. The Ice Princess nodded in understanding. Shirley looked at Wang Chen. You can't participate in the next test. Only she and I are here. Wang Chen nodded. I understand. Shirley raised her hand, and an icy blue light spread from her palm, instantly covering the entire hall. Wherever the light passed, the space began to distort. When Wang Chen came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing outside the hall, and the figures of the Ice Princess and Shirley disappeared into a layer of ice-blue barrier. He stood quietly, waiting. He knew that the next time could only be left to the Ice Princess herself. Within the barrier, there is a completely different world. There is no palace here, no land, just an endless ice field. The sky is a deep icy blue, and under your feet is ice that has never melted for thousands of years. In the distance, you can vaguely see continuous icebergs, looming under the blue light. The Ice Princess was suspended in midair, looking curiously at this strange world. Shirley stood in front of her. At this moment, she was no longer an illusory projection, but as solid as a real person. She looked at the Ice Princess. This is my world. The ice barrier I built with my last remnant soul. Here, you can use it to your heart's content without worrying about hurting anyone. The Ice Princess nodded, but was a little confused. Senior, what should I do? Shirley smiled. Let me see your understanding of ice first. First level, hit me. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared. The Ice Princess was stunned for a moment, then turned around suddenly, only to see Shirley already appearing 100 feet away, looking at her quietly. Come on, Shirley said softly. Hit me with your attack. The Ice Princess's fingertips lit up with blue light, and ice blades condensed and then shot towards Shirley. Shirley turned around slightly to avoid it. The Ice Princess stopped. Thoughtfully, she closed her eyes and began to feel everything around her. The cold wind on the ice sheet, the ice beneath my feet, and the ice crystals floating in the air. These are all ice, all her power. She doesn't need to condense them. What she has to do is control. She opened her eyes and mobilized the power of ice and snow again. But this time, it was no longer limited to a few ice blades, but a storm of ice blades, spreading from her surroundings to all around Shirley. Shirley waved her hand, and several ice crystal mirrors were formed, and all the ice blades were blocked and fell. Knowing how to use the control of ice can make it easier for you to hit the enemy. Shirley taught as she spoke. A few dozen meters away, an ice cage enveloped the Ice Princess. The Ice Princess was stunned and reacted quickly. She immediately used the ice seal to freeze Shirley in place. Not bad. Shirley smiled slightly. Next, the two engaged in a back-and-forth confrontation. Shirley's control of ice power far exceeded the Ice Princess's imagination, and she was extremely skillful in using her skills. After dozens of rounds, the Ice Princess's battle finally became somewhat decent. Because she had been following Wang Chen before, all she had to do was release skill support, and Caesar and Shuro were responsible for the battle, but now she could only rely on herself. Frost protection. Not bad, but this move still has room for improvement. Extremely fast ice bullet. The speed is too slow, the attack should be sharper. Icefall Frost. What is your purpose? Is it to kill the enemy, or to control the enemy? There is no priority in releasing skills, just relying on feeling. This is not good. Shirley kept revising the Ice Princess's skills and fighting methods. Unknowingly, time passed quickly. There was no timer, and the two of them didn't know how long it had passed. The first test also evolved from hitting Shirley to teaching the Ice Princess. After countless rounds of fighting, the Ice Princess finally touched Shirley's clothes for the first time. At that moment, she froze. Shirley turned around and looked at her, her eyes full of relief. You passed the first level. The Ice Princess panted, but a bright smile broke out on her face. But Shirley didn't give her a chance to breathe. Don't relax. There is still a second level. Take my 3 moves. Shirley put away her smile for a moment, and her face became extremely serious. As soon as she finished speaking, Shirley's figure appeared in front of the Ice Princess and slapped her with a palm. That palm seemed light and airy, but wherever the wind of the palm passed, the air was frozen and turned into countless fine ice crystals. The Ice Princess's pupils shrank, her hair stood up, and she instinctively raised her hand to summon an ice shield to block. Boom! Boom! The Ice Princess's entire body was shaken back dozens of feet. The ice shield exploded, splattering blood on her skin. A thick layer of frost formed on her arms. With this palm strike, a chill penetrated deep into her bones. This is just the first move. I won't hold back anymore. Shirley's voice came. The second move. This time, she no longer got close, but raised her hand to press softly. In an instant, the temperature around the Ice Princess dropped sharply. Countless ice picks pierced out from the ground, sealing off all her dodge space from all directions. The Ice Princess quickly turned her head and glanced around. Facing this dense attack, a sense of crisis filled her entire body. Will die? Frost protection. The Ice Princess gritted her teeth, spread her wings suddenly, and the ice blue light around her body skyrocketed. An ice shield quickly condensed in front of her, and then began to spread until it formed a ball to wrap itself around. Not bad. You know how to expand the defense area, otherwise you will be eliminated. Shirley nodded, expressing satisfaction with the performance of the Ice Princess. The Ice Princess spread her hands and continued to output ice energy, trying to strengthen the ice shield to resist the ice cones coming from the air. But Shirley's strength was there after all. The number of ice picks was not only large, but also extremely sharp, causing high damage. The ice shield was quickly covered with cracks. The two fell into a competition of strength. One was attacking and the other was defending. It was up to them to see who could not hold on first. Click, click, click. The ice shield kept making cracking sounds. Click. The Ice Princess' eyes narrowed, and a honeycomb-like crack suddenly formed at one point of the ice shield, which was a sign of complete rupture. Bang! The ice shield cracked, and countless ice crystal fragments were scattered in the air. The most important thing is that these ice picks have no intention of stopping at all, and are still stabbing towards the Ice Princess. The seal of weak ice. The Ice Princess reacted quickly. A ray of ice blue light flew out from her fingertips and landed on the ice picks. In an instant, the attack of the ice picks suddenly slowed down, and its power was greatly reduced. The Ice Princess summoned an ice blade and knocked it away. At this point, Shirley's second wave of attacks ended. A trace of surprise flashed in Shirley's eyes. Very good. This move is indeed powerful and has great potential. Then take my last move. Shirley raised her right hand, and a ball of icy blue light condensed in her palm. The light became brighter and brighter, and became more and more powerful. Finally, it turned into a huge icicle and crashed down on the Ice Princess. Pillar of extreme ice. Shirley shouted. This blow was far more powerful than before. The Ice Princess' expression changed greatly. She could feel that she couldn't catch the blow, but she didn't retreat. She closed her eyes and tried her best to mobilize the ice energy in her body, condensing ice shields one after another in front of her. The ice shields broke and regenerated, and then broke again after being formed. They tried their best to block Shirley's attack, but in front of the icicles, those ice shields were as fragile as paper and broke at the touch. Soon they were in front of the Ice Princess, and there was no way to retreat. Boom! The icicles fell, and the Ice Princess flew backwards and fell heavily on the ice field. She struggled to stand up, but found that her body could no longer move. The pain penetrated deep into the bone marrow, and the extreme coldness made her entire body completely unconscious except for her brain. Shirley walked up to her and looked at her condescendingly. "You passed the first 2 levels, but you failed the 3rd level." Her voice was calm, but with a hint of disappointment. "You haven't truly understood the power of extreme ice." The Ice Princess lay on the ground, her eyes full of unwillingness. She doesn't want to fail. She finally got here, met her seniors, and got the chance to become stronger. The master is constantly getting stronger, Caesar and Shura are getting stronger, and his role in the team is minimal. He cannot defeat powerful enemies, and he cannot even summon himself to assist, and it will distract the master's attention to protect himself. She cannot fail. She must become stronger. She closed her eyes and began to recall everything in Xue Ji's inheritance in her mind. Those pictures, those memories, those skills. She was too lazy and never really understood what those inheritances meant. What exactly is Xue Ji's inheritance? She began to recall the inherited images left by Xue Ji. In those scenes, every skill used by Xue Ji is not just an ice skill. It was a natural feeling, as if she herself was ice, and ice was her. Take control. Shirley talks about control. The Ice Princess suddenly opened her eyes. She got it. She always thought that the power of ice was attack, defense, and control. But she was wrong. The real power of extreme ice is to maximize everything you understand. Instead of making ice a weapon, make ice a part of yourself. Just like Shirley, every move and every attack she makes is perfectly integrated with the ice. It is not a skill, but an instinct. The Ice Princess slowly stood up. She no longer mobilized the ice energy in her body, but began to feel the ice around her. The ice on the ice sheet, the ice crystals in the air, even the frost on her body, all of them are ice and a part of her. She reached out her hand and touched the ground lightly. At that moment, she felt it. The entire ice sheet is responding to her. Every inch of ice, every ice crystal, conveyed some kind of message to her. It was the language of ice, a language she had never heard before. She closed her eyes and allowed the feeling to spread. Then she raised her hand. A crystal-clear ice mirror slowly condensed in her palm. The mirror was not condensed by the energy in her body, but by the natural gathering of surrounding ice crystals. The mirror was as smooth as a mirror, with a faint icy blue light flowing around the edge, exuding a heart-stopping chill. Shirley was stunned. Is this the Ice King's mirror? The Ice Princess opened her eyes, looked at the ice mirror in her palm, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Yes. This is Senior Xue Ji's skill, the Ice Emperor's Mirror. I want to protect everything I want to protect. The Ice Princess held the mirror lightly with a serious expression. Senior, please give me a chance. Shirley's eyes moved from the mirror to the Ice Princess's face. Okay, I see your determination. Pillar of Extreme Ice, go. This time, the Ice Princess did not release the ice shield. With a gentle push of her hands, the ice mirror flew out and slowly rotated in the air. When the ice mirror stopped, it was suspended in the air, and the entire ice field was reflected in the mirror. Naturally, this also includes the rapid-shooting pillar of ice. The Ice Princess looked at the mirror and whispered, "It can resist all attacks, reflect all attacks, and seal all enemies." Shirley didn't speak. She just looked at the mirror quietly, her eyes full of memories. The result is no longer important, because she knows that once the Ice King's mirror comes out, the Ice Princess has already exceeded the task. In the air, the scene in the Ice King's mirror suddenly became reality. An identical pillar of extreme ice shot out from the mirror, and the two collided with each other. Mirror of the Ice Emperor, refraction. Ice Princess shouted, turning the mirror of the Ice Emperor in her hand. More pillars of extreme ice shot out from different directions in the mirror, directly crushing Shirley's attack. The third level pass. The test has passed. It's time for me to give this to you. An ice blue ice bead suddenly appeared in Shirley's hand, crystal clear and filled with cold air. This is it. This is my ice bead. You can think of it as the crystal core of an alien beast or the energy core of a beast master. My life's energy is condensed in it. I can only exist thanks to it. Shirley raised her hand gently, and the ice beads floated towards the Ice Princess. The Ice Princess was immediately at a loss, not knowing whether to refuse or accept. Don't resist. This is my inheritance. Accept its power. The dead can provide strength to the living. Be content. The ice beads finally slowly blended into her forehead and became one with her. The ice beads and the Ice Princess merged into one, and an extremely pure ice energy poured into the Ice Princess's body. The ice beads continued to enhance the Ice Princess aura. As time went by, the ice beads became smaller and smaller, but the Ice Princess aura became more and more powerful. The pinnacle of Domain Lord level. Domain Lord level peak limit. A barrier stood in front of the Ice Princess, and the Overlord level was right in front of her. Break it for me. Boom. In an instant, the Ice Princess aura broke through the bottleneck and climbed crazily. The icy blue light pillar soared from her body and penetrated into the sky. The light was so powerful that even the barrier could not stop it. Overlord level breakthrough. This aura lasted for a long time, and finally stabilized at the primary level of Overlord level. Wang Chen, who was standing outside the palace, suddenly turned his head and looked into the depths. With a faint smile on his face, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's great to break through to the Overlord level. In the beam of light, the figure of the Ice Princess began to change. The Ice Princess has grown a bit taller, like an 18-year-old girl, and has an extremely beautiful face. Except for her pointed ears, she is no different from a human being. The ice blue long hair hangs down to her waist, with fine ice crystals condensed at the ends of her hair. The transparent wings behind her are even more solid, taking on the shape of ice crystals. An ice crystal crown appeared on her forehead and slowly fell on her head, like a queen in the snow. It was the symbol of Xue Ji's inheritance. The Ice Princess opened her eyes, and her eyes were like the deepest cold pools, but they were shining like stars. She looked down at her hands, feeling the powerful power. I broke through, Overlord level. Shirley lost her mind when she saw this figure. Crown of the Ice Emperor. Then after reacting, he showed a smile. Congratulations. I hope you can inherit the name of Xue Ji. The Ice Princess nodded vigorously and formed seals with her hands. The surrounding temperature began to drop sharply. Snowflakes began to fall in the sky, but they were not ordinary snowflakes. Each snowflake contained the ultimate chill. The snowflakes became more and more dense, and finally turned into an overwhelming blizzard. In the center of the blizzard, there was a horrifying sight. The flying ice and snow began to become sluggish, forming a clear difference with the snowflakes outside, as if time was frozen. Ice Abyss Snow. Ice Princess said softly. Another skill of Senior Xue Ji. Shirley looked at her, her eyes full of relief and pride. The Ice Abyss, wind and snow, freezes everything. Okay, I didn't expect that I could see Xue Ji's famous stun again. I have no regrets. The Ice Princess put away her skills and turned to look at Shirley. There was excitement, gratitude, and reluctance in her eyes. Senior I. Shirley shook her head and interrupted. Needless to say, you did a great job, better than I expected. She raised her hand, and an ice crystal umbrella appeared in her palm. The umbrella was crystal clear, its surface was engraved with complex runes, and every time it turned, it brought up fine snowflakes. The Ice Princess was stunned. Senior, this. Take it. Shirley handed the ice crystal umbrella to her hand. It can assist you in using ice skills, amplify your skills, save your energy consumption, and can save lives at critical moments. The Ice Princess took the ice crystal umbrella and felt the majestic power contained in it. Holding it in her hand, she seemed to be able to feel the sadness of the ice crystal umbrella. She looked up at Shirley, whose body had begun to dissipate, with red eyes. Although the two had only met for a few moments, she could feel that Shirley really regarded her as her own daughter. Shirley smiled, with a hint of relief in her smile. What I'm waiting for is someone who can inherit Xueji's legacy. When you come, my mission will be completed. Her figure began to fade, became lighter and lighter, and finally became almost transparent. Princess Hanbing opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything. Shirley looked at her and whispered one last word. Protect this world for me. As soon as the words fell, her figure completely disappeared. The ice crystal umbrella shook slightly and made a clear sound, as if to say goodbye to its old owner. The ice princess held the ice crystal umbrella and remained silent for a long time. After a long time, she raised her head, and the tears in her eyes finally fell. Senior, I will. Outside the barrier, Wang Chen waited quietly. When the icy blue light dissipated and the figure of the ice princess reappeared in front of him, he was stunned. The familiar little one, the ice princess, had returned to her original appearance. From Wang Chen's perspective, she was a little taller than when she entered, but her aura was completely different. Successful, he asked. The ice princess nodded vigorously and threw herself into his arms. Master, I succeeded. Wang Chen smiled and gently rubbed her hair. Congratulations. And I can also transform. The ice princess smiled playfully. Crown of the Ice King. Then the ice princess became more beautiful, and the ice king's crown on her head looked even more noble. The ice crystal umbrella in her hand opened, but there was a hint of the princess's liveliness and cuteness. So strong. Wang Chen was surprised by the changes in the ice princess. Both the ice crown and the ice umbrella contained extremely strong energy. She had completely surpassed the ordinary overlord-level pet beasts. Great. Our strength has become stronger again. It's just that, Senior. She disappeared. The ice princess's voice trembled and her expression was very depressed. Don't be sad, Senior. She will definitely be proud of you. Yeah. During the conversation, the ice crystal palace behind him began to tremble, and the icicles cracked. The palace instantly turned into ice crystal fragments and scattered in the wind. The ice princess stared intently as she bid farewell to Shirley in the wind. It's time for me to move on. Wang Chen looked to the other side. Time waited for no one, and he was about to continue setting off. This secret realm is too big. Maybe I can find some opportunities for my own Lingyuan wood. After all, the evolution of Lingyuan wood is too difficult. The spiritual body's Lingyuan wood naturally requires huge mental support. Even if Wang Chen's mental power is already very strong, it is only enough for him to participate in the battle normally. Once the battle enters a fierce stage, the Lingyuan wood will become a burden. In addition, wood energy support is needed, and wood treasures are very precious, because not only would beasts need them, but all pet beasts can use them. After all, who would dislike having too many healing treasures? Holy Dragon Secret Realm, the edge area of the core area. At this moment, a group of people have arrived here. The boundary is clear, and a transparent wall separates the outer domain and the inner domain. It is to remind everyone that the front has entered the core area and proceed with caution. Your Highness, if you go further, you have already entered the core area. Su Genie reminded. Well, stop and rest. Yi Xiaoming raised his hand to signal. The 9 Overlord-level subordinates plus Yi Xiaoming himself. The entire team of 10 people immediately stopped to look at each other and rest on the spot. The core area is extremely dangerous. We cannot be too reckless and must be cautious. Yi Xiaoming looked into the depths of the secret realm. Has your Highness been here? Lu Qingfeng could also feel the pressure and asked curiously. Haha, you are asking this. His Highness is the second prince. How could it be possible that he has never been to the depths of the Holy Dragon's secret realm? Cui Jingming laughed. Indeed, as Cui Jingming said, the Holy Dragon's secret realm belongs to the Yi family. If anyone here is familiar with it, it is naturally Yi Xiaoming. When everyone heard this, they all felt disbelief and chilling. Even the Yi family would die if they entered the secret realm. This is like dying in your own home. Is this secret place so dangerous? What's in there? Is it more powerful and dangerous than the Guardian? Wei Fenghua murmured. That's right. Inside is the true foundation of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, which is dangerous and powerful. The Guardians of the outer domain were all king level in strength during their lifetime, but the inner domain is at the Emperor's level. Yi Xiaoming's words were like a boulder smashing into a dead pool, causing a huge wave that shocked the sky. leaving the 9 people speechless. Emperor level. Chui Qingyu stood up suddenly and stared at the area. Worry and fear were no longer in his eyes, which deeply attracted his heart. The king level is not as beautiful as you think. Yi Xiaoming interrupted everyone's expectations. What do you think of the king level guardians we met along the way? Very strong, but not invincible. Many of us can defeat them at the same level. Su Jini commented objectively. Hearing this, some nodded and some were ashamed. Although these words are a bit arrogant, whether it is Su Jini, Cui Jingming, or Wei Fenghua, they are no worse than those king-level guardians. Given time, they can reach their realm. This is their confidence. But the emperor level is a completely different concept. Every beast master who wants to break through the emperor level must have the belief that he must die. The emperor level inheritance contains the danger of death. Yi Xiaoming seemed to recall some horrific experience. He looked at the faces of several people and asked, I wonder if you have ever known the Star King. Star King. This is an unfamiliar name. Whether he is a beast master or a pet beast, an emperor-level expert will definitely lead an era. As long as he is an emperor-level person, he will definitely leave a mark in history. But the name Star King really doesn't exist in everyone's minds, even if most of them are familiar with history. Senior Star King is indeed not very famous. That's because he was not born in an era of turmoil and warcraft. Instead, he was born in a relatively peaceful era. In addition, Senior has always been low-key and aloof from the world. He did not leave his inheritance until his death and handed it over to our Yi family, hoping that it can be used one day in the future. Everyone looked at each other and swallowed. At that time, I had just broken through to the high level of Overlord level, and my self-confidence was extremely high, but I could only pass the first test set by Senior Star King. If you pass, you will live. If you fail, you will die. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Isn't this too dangerous? If you fail, you will die? If you fail, you will die? This is too cruel. Why did those seniors set up such a test? Someone asked in a low voice. Everyone was silent. Okay, I have said all this, not to undermine your confidence, but to remind you of the dangers and not to blindly contact unfamiliar things. To be on the safe side, Zhou Yuanlang, be quick. Go ahead and explore the terrain. Record any strange places you encounter. Don't be too eager to fight when you encounter strange beasts. Yes. Zhou Yuanlang stood up. Although Zhou Yuanlang's performance in the martial arts performance was average, he had to admit that his pet beast, the golden-winged Dapeng, was extremely fast. If he exploded with all his strength, except for Yi Xiaoming, who could catch up, the others would be a little behind. Zhou Yuanlang took the order and left. The golden-winged rock merged with him instantly, and a pair of huge golden wings spread out from his back. His whole body turned into a golden stream of light and swept deep into the core area. The speed was astonishingly fast, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiaoming sat quietly, his eyes deep. He always felt that something was wrong with this secret realm, and he encountered many strange monsters along the way. Although they were not strong, they still attracted everyone's attention. However, I haven't been in for several years, so there will inevitably be some changes. In addition, because of the throne, it is normal for the Holy Dragon's secret realm to make some changes specifically for them, which is suitable for them to compete for points. It can't really be invaded by monsters and cults. Forget it, there shouldn't be any problem. This is the Holy Dragon's secret realm. Yi Xiaoming shook his head and quickly put an end to this idea. Your Highness, will Zhou Yuanlang be in danger during his trip? Wei Fenghua asked softly. Yi Xiaoming was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. There is definitely danger, but with his speed, as long as he doesn't encounter someone at the peak of the Overlord level, escaping is not a problem. Everyone nodded. The golden-winged rock is famous for its speed, and almost no one at the same level can catch up with it. Although Zhou Yuanlang's combat power is not top-notch, his ability to escape is truly outstanding. Time passes minute by minute. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. Half an hour. Why haven't you come back yet? Cui Jingming frowned, unable to sit still. According to Zhou Yuanlang's speed, half an hour is enough for him to penetrate 100 miles into the core area and then return the same way. But now, there is no movement at all. Yi Xiaoming's brows also wrinkled slightly. Wait a little longer. Another half-quarter of an hour passed. Just when everyone couldn't hold it any longer and was about to send people to search for it, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw a golden stream of light rushing towards them. The speed was faster than before, but the flight trajectory was extremely messy, and it was obviously in poor condition. It's Zhou Yuanling. Cui Jingming's expression changed, and his figure disappeared instantly. He's hurt. The next moment, Cui Jingming appeared in front of the golden stream of light and supported the shaky Zhou Yuanling. Zhou Yuanlang's face was frighteningly pale, blood was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and his clothes were torn in many places, revealing the shocking wounds underneath. The strangest thing is that there is a faint gray-black aura lingering in those wounds, which is constantly eroding his flesh and blood. Devil energy. Su Jini's pupils shrank, and he appeared next to Zhou Yuanlang in an instant. He raised his hand, and purple thunder power poured into Zhou Yuanlang's body. Ah! Zhou Yuanlang screamed, sweat dripping from his head. Hold on. The demonic energy will continue to damage your organs and even threaten your spiritual world if it doesn't dissipate. Su Jini forcibly held down the trembling Zhou Yuanlang. The thunder collided with the demonic energy, making a hissing sound, but the demonic energy was extremely stubborn and still resisted despite being dispersed by the thunder. What a strong demonic energy! Su Jini's face was solemn, and he activated the power of thunder with all his strength. What exactly happened to you? This demonic energy is much more powerful than those we encountered in the outer realm. It took 10 breaths for the demonic energy to be completely dispelled. Zhou Yuanlang breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was still terrifyingly pale. What's in there? What danger did you encounter? Seeing Zhou Yuanlang calm down, Cui Jingming asked quickly. Zhou Yuanlang gasped, looked around, and finally looked at Yi Zhaoming, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Your Highness, something is very wrong in the core area. Yi Zhaoming frowned. Tell me slowly what's going on. Zhou Yuanlang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Warcraft. Everyone frowned. Did you encounter a high-level overlord-level monster? Yi Zhaoming asked. Zhou Yuanlang shook his head. No. If it were a high-level one, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. All I encountered were 3 overlord-level and mid-level monsters. Su Jini frowned. With your speed, you should be able to escape from an intermediate overlord-level monster. If it were an ordinary overlord-level mid-level monster, I could indeed escape. Zhou Yuanlang smiled bitterly. But they are different. What's the difference? Yi Zhaoming asked. Zhou Yuanlang was silent for a moment, seeming to formulate his words. Their speed is much faster than ordinary overlord-level mid-level monsters, and they will cooperate. I was flying in the air and took a look from a distance, but the other party's perception was extremely sharp. Just one glance revealed a trace of mental power, and they were instantly captured. At that time, I realized something was wrong and immediately escaped from there. But just when I turned around and prepared to return, the 3 monsters were already less than 10 meters behind me. They were so fast that I couldn't react in time and was hit by a burst of demonic energy. Then I burst out with all my strength and started running away, trying to get rid of their pursuit, but the 3 of them formed a triangle formation in the air and surrounded me. For a while, I couldn't break out at all. Everyone looked at each other and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. This is very strange. Warcraft is already known for its low IQ and lack of reason. But now, according to Zhou Yuanlang's description, what is the difference between this and those beast masters who cooperate with each other tacitly? What happened next? Yi Zhaoming asked. Zhou Yuanlang said, You must know that I am a beast master, so I naturally summon other pet beasts to compete with them. However, only 2 of my other pet beasts have broken through to the overlord level. They also tried their best to block me for a moment before I rushed out from their siege. But they still chased me for a full 30 miles, and they did not stop until I approached the edge of the core area. Stop! Cui Jingming was stunned. They're not chasing. Yes, no more pursuit. Zhou Yuanlang nodded and pointed in front. It's like there is a barrier there, preventing them from moving forward. It's possible. Maybe it's the dividing line between the core area and the outer realm that stops them. This is also a good thing for us. At least they won't wreak havoc in the outer realm, and we have a safe zone. Zhou Yuanlang looked at everyone, the corners of his mouth twitching, as if he wanted to say something. Yuan Long, what else have you discovered? Yi Xiaoming discovered this detail. I don't know whether I should say it or not. I feel something is wrong with those monsters. I feel a sense of dragon power in them. I know this is outrageous, but I really feel that way. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoming's expression became extremely serious. This was no small matter. How is that possible? Su Genie shook his head, his face full of disbelief. Dragon power, demonic energy? How can these two things be together? Yeah, are you feeling wrong? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, all a little overwhelmed, and finally looked at Yi Xiaoming. He was the one who knew the secret realm of the Holy Dragon best. The Holy Dragon's secret realm has existed for thousands of years, and this has never happened before. Those monsters have never appeared before. So I have two guesses. First, this secret realm has been transformed by my father or others, and these monsters were naturally put in to test us. Second, some unimaginable changes happened in the Holy Dragon's secret realm, which caused the breeding of these monsters. Of course, I personally prefer the first one. After all, the Holy Dragon's secret realm is controlled by my father personally, who has the ability to do small things quietly. It makes sense. Su Genie nodded in agreement. Cui Jingming said solemnly, but the second possibility is also possible. There is something wrong with the secret realm itself, or it has been invaded. After all, the secret realm is also another dimensional space, and it is not impossible to be invaded by monsters. Of course, I am just guessing. Yi Xiaoming was silent for a moment, then nodded. It's possible. The power of Warcraft is very powerful. After all, the largest secret realm is the secret realm of Warcraft. They haven't moved for many years. It's normal for them to make some small movements secretly. He turned around and looked at the 9 people behind him. But, now that we are here, no matter what is in the depths of the secret realm, it is a test for us. I want to enter. It is the conspiracy of the Warcraft, so we must enter even more. Nip the conspiracy of the Warcraft in the cradle. At this moment, Yi Xiaoming showed his imperial aura, waving his finger and pointing to the depths of the secret realm. Everyone should be alert and prepare to enter the core area. Haha, good. Su Genie was the first to agree. I thought we would win this trip to the secret realm with overwhelming force, but now it seems we have a new challenge. The atmosphere that was originally a little tense suddenly became a little fun when Su Genie said it. Zhou Yuanlang nodded. Yes. Yi Xiaoming turned around and looked deep into the core area. Under the pale golden skylight, that area looked particularly deep, as if it contained some ulterior secret. Everyone, let's go, he said softly, his voice calm but unmistakable. The other side of the Holy Dragon's secret realm. Different from the caution of the second prince's camp, the third prince Yi Xuance's acting style only had 2 words from beginning to end. Simply, hurry, hurry, hurry. He stood on the back of the Miracle Flame King, his red dragon scales shining brightly in the light golden sky, and every time he flapped his wings, he brought out scorching waves of air. Behind him, Qin Fenglei, Tai Gang, Hui Yinchong, Pei Qing, Meng Hu, and Shi Wuguang followed closely. There are 8 Overlord-level experts, but only a few at the Domain Lord level. I don't know if there is no convergence, or if they are deliberately dispersed to gain points. Yi Xuance's rules are simple. When you find a suitable inheritance, you can stay if you want, don't force it, and don't wait. Your Highness, there are guardians ahead. Qin Fenglei's voice came from the side. What attributes? Fire element. Qin Fenglei paused. According to the fluctuation of life, he should be a king-level guardian. Yi Xuance grinned, with a hint of disdain in his smile. Fire element? That's easier. I'll get it. He raised his hand, and the Miracle Flame King roared, and a red-gold fire pillar spurted out from its mouth and shot straight into the sky. The temperature of the fire pillar was so high that even the air was burned and distorted. Senior, I want to challenge you. Humph. Junior, you are so rude. Below, a huge beast burning with flames appeared, and slapped its pillar of fire away with one palm. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became anxious. Senior, I just want to obtain points tokens. As for inheritance, I have no intention of doing so. Yi Xuance's tone was fierce. The aura of the Flame King, the pinnacle of the Overlord level. No wonder you look down on my heritage. The flame beast also recognized the flame dragon that Yi Xuanzi was riding. Senior has great eyesight. In that case, then take my move. The giant beast was not polite and directly sprayed out a tornado of flames, heading straight for Yi Xuanzi. Yi Xuanzi stood with his feet behind the Miracle Flame King, smiled resolutely on his face, pointed downwards with his fingers, and shouted loudly, "Brilliant flame!" The Miracle Flame King opened his mouth and breathed out, and an orange-yellow flame slanted down like a waterfall. The power was even more powerful than the flame tornado sent by the Guardian. Boom! Flames collided with flames, erupting with a deafening loud noise. But the flames of Miracle Flame King were very unusual. The flames were wrapped with the power of light, which was obviously better. The Flame Beast's tornado flames were like paper in front of the orange-colored fire cloud, and collapsed at the first touch. After 3 breaths, the Flame Beast turned into golden light and dissipated, and a token fell. Qin Fenglei caught the token and threw it to Yi Xuanzi. Yan Jin, Wu Lai, you two stay as cultivators and strive to obtain the inheritance of your predecessors. Yi Xuanzi put away the token, glanced at the two of them, and then turned around. The rest of you, keep going. Yes. Yan Jin and Wu Lai were immediately overjoyed. The Guardian's power of fire was the most suitable for them. If they could get the inheritance from their predecessors, they would be able to break through to the king level. The two stayed behind, and the team continued to move forward. This was the style of the third prince's camp. A road goes straight through the core area, and the troops will not be scattered to find the Guardian. His goal is the core area. There is no need to send people to investigate. A dozen people can directly crush them. If they encounter a strange beast, they will kill it with one blow. When you encounter a Guardian, crush them directly to get a point token. If you have a suitable inheritance, you will leave your subordinates behind, and the rest will continue to move forward. Their point growth may not be the fastest, but their advancement speed is unmatched. Not long after, we encountered another situation. Your Highness, there is a strong energy fluctuation in front of you. It should be the inheritance of a king-level Guardian. Pei Qing's voice came from the front. Yi Xuanzi took a look and shook his head. We are close to the core area. Everyone except the Overlord level will stay. The core area is not accessible to you. Just kill the alien beasts in the outer areas and get the inheritance. Using the dividing line between the core area and the outer domain, you guys spread out to the surroundings. Just pay attention to safety. Yes. The few remaining domain lord-level players nodded vigorously. They had been following Yi Xuanzi before and had not made any move. Now is the time for them to play their role. Yi Xuanzi continued to move forward with the 6 dominant players. He knew that the core area was the real leader, and the points in it far exceeded those in the outer areas. But the core area is shared by everyone, and the number of points is constant. If someone gets it, then someone is destined to not get it. So only by entering the core area as quickly as possible can we hope to recover the points. After another half an hour, they finally reached the edge of the core area. There seemed to be a transparent barrier in front of everyone, and the trembling aura clearly separated the outer domain from the core area. Outside the barrier, there is the familiar pale golden skylight. Within the barrier, the light was obviously a bit darker, a bit more solemn. The air became much quieter, and the sounds of insects and birds disappeared. Yi Xuanzi stood in front of the barrier, his eyes falling deep in the core area, which seemed a little familiar, yet a little strange. Is this the core area? Taigang frowned. Why does it feel like something is wrong? What's wrong? Yi Xuanzi asked. Taigang shook his head. I can't explain it. I just feel it's very depressing, much more depressing than the outer realm. Yi Xuanzi was silent for a moment, and then smiled. Just suppress it. The core area is not a place for weak people to enter. He paused and glanced at the 6 people behind him. Are you ready? Ready. 6 people responded in unison. Yi Xuanzi nodded. He did not send anyone to investigate like Yi Xiaoming did, but still bore the brunt of entering the core area. Core area moved forward. At that moment, everyone felt an invisible pressure rushing towards them. It's not physical pressure, but some kind of deeper pressure that reaches straight to the soul. Yi Xuanzi frowned, but did not stop. Be careful. The danger in the core area is far greater than you think, so brace yourself. Everyone, release your mental power for detection. It is strictly forbidden to expose your breath. This will cause danger. Once the breath of life is detected, report it immediately. Qin Fenglei, Tai Gang, and the other 6 people all had serious faces, and they all showed their military qualities. There were no weaknesses in their stance, pace, and mental detection, and they tried their best to explore a larger area. The team advanced quietly, not as loud as in the outer realm. Even Yishuansa put away his arrogant character and became cautious. Because this area also brought great psychological shadow to Yishuansa. The topography of the core area is completely different from that of the outer areas. The energy here is extremely chaotic, but extremely rich, causing the creatures here to grow extremely strong. The grass can be no more than half a person's height, and the trees are blocking out the sky and the sun, reaching a height of 100 meters, with branches as thick as buildings. Huge gravels are scattered on the ground, and 1 or 2 dead plants can occasionally be seen in the cracks of the stones, which have long since lost their vitality. Looking from a distance, the gray mist floating in the air and the extremely low visibility made the entire core area look particularly dark, and every step seemed like heading towards an abyss. This damn place is really uncomfortable, Meng Hu muttered in a low voice. Talk less and observe more, Qin Fenglei reminded. Yishuansa was walking in the middle of the team. The flames of the miracle flame were flowing around him, dispersing the surrounding fog. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, scanning every corner around him to control the overall situation. Yangcheng walked at the front of the team. He was the most perceptive among the crowd. His experience of fighting monsters for many years, coupled with his gift of super perception and tremendous mental power, gave him an almost instinctive intuition of danger. Your Highness, there are energy fluctuations ahead. Yangcheng stopped and whispered. Yishuansa also stopped. What level? Yangcheng closed his eyes and felt carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Not sure, it feels far away, the breath is very weak, but something is not right. Is it a guardian? Or some kind of strange beast? Before he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. A black figure suddenly jumped out from the black fog in front. The speed is so fast that it doesn't even leave an afterimage. Yangcheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instinctively raised his hands to block. But he had no time to complete the transformation. The figure's sharp claws were already close at hand. Be careful, Yishuansa roared, and the flames of the miracle flame king burst out instantly, turning into a red-gold wall of fire to block Yangcheng. But the speed of that figure was too fast. The moment it condensed into the wall of fire, it had already rushed in front of Yangcheng. Boom! The sharp claws tore through the air, carrying a strong demonic energy, and struck hard on Yangcheng's crossed arms. Puff! Blood splatters. Yangcheng groaned, and flew backwards like a kite with its string broken, and hit a huge rock hard. The boulders shattered and smoke filled the air. Yangcheng! Tai Gang roared, completing his transformation instantly. The Red Soul King ape merged with him and turned into a giant ape burning with golden flames, punching the black figure with one punch. But the figure succeeded in one blow and immediately retreated at an alarming speed. Tiegong's fist only hit the afterimage left by it, creating a huge, deep hole in the ground. Damn it, Tai Gang yelled angrily. Yishuansa's face was ashen, and the flames of the miracle flame king surged crazily around him. He stared at the black figure with murderous intent in his eyes. It was a huge black wolf with a very large body. What was strange was that its body was not made of black hair like ordinary demon wolves. Instead, it was covered with scales. Its limbs were long and powerful. Yangcheng's blood was still on its sharp claws. The strangest thing was its eyes, which were a pair of dark red vertical pupils. They did not have the madness and bloodthirsty of ordinary demonic beasts, but instead had a cold, scrutinizing light. At this moment, it was standing dozens of feet away, looking down at everyone, its mouth slightly grinning, revealing its white fangs. That expression looked very much like a smile. High-level, overlord level. Qin Fenglei's voice was low and solemn, and there is more than one. After he finished speaking, 3 more similarly dark figures slowly walked out of the shadows around him. The 3 giant wolves spread out in a fan shape, surrounding Yishuansa and others. Their steps were consistent and their breathing was synchronized, as if they were one body. Pei Qing's expression changed. For Overlord-level high-level monsters? Meng, who gritted his teeth. Is this a monster? Isn't it a strange beast? Idiot. Didn't you feel the strong demonic energy? Meng, whose pupils narrowed. He felt it carefully, and then he was shocked and said, "It is really a monster. The devil's aura is extremely strong, and it is not exposed at all. It is not like the irrational monsters in the secret realm of monsters. They seem to be attacking in an organized manner." Yi Xuanzi did not answer. He just stared at the demonic wolf that struck first, with anger and murderous intent intertwined in his eyes. However, he did not act impulsively, and instead observed these demonic beasts. He is the pinnacle of the Overlord level, and the others are just the beginning of the Overlord level. The 4 demon wolves neither retreated nor chose to attack, but just surrounded everyone, seemingly with ulterior motives. He must not be impulsive. Otherwise, if he cannot kill 4 magic wolves with one blow, everyone else except himself may be killed instantly. "How is Hua Yinchong?" he asked in a low voice. Taigang had already dragged Hua Yinchong to his side. Hua Yinchong had a bone-deep wound on each of his arms. Blood was pouring out. A strong gray-black demonic energy lingered in the wound, which was constantly eroding his flesh and blood. Yi Xuanzi took a deep breath. "Listen now, don't think of them as monsters. Their IQ is not inferior to ours at all. They don't move easily. They have been delaying us just to bring down Hua Yinchong. I am the only one here who can kill them, so they will avoid me intentionally or unintentionally." The 5 people all felt unbelievable, but after careful observation, it was indeed as Yi Xuanzi said. The position of the 4 demon wolves was very strange, like a well-trained gang, and they also understood human beings very well, and seemed to know that they would not abandon their companions easily. Deliberately avoiding the most powerful Yi Xuanzi in the team, and facing the injured Hua Yinchong, he had no impulsiveness, only patience, like an extremely experienced hunter. As long as they made any big move, they would be greeted by the demon wolf's faster counterattack. What should we do? Although Qin Fenglei has been in the army for many years, this is the first time he has encountered such a difficult situation. We have no choice but to fight. If I face them alone, I can kill them easily, but I guess that once I take action, they will attack you desperately, so it will be time to test you later. I will attack the demon wolf directly later. Qin Fenglei, you and Taigang are responsible for intercepting the attacking demon wolf. The rest are responsible for protecting Hua Yinchong and assisting Qin Fenglei and Taigang. Focus on defense and escape. Don't fight back easily. Yes. Everyone responded in a low voice. Yi Xuanzi stepped forward, and the flames of the Miracle Flame King burned crazily around him. The red-gold light became brighter and brighter, becoming more and more powerful, and finally turned into a pillar of fire that shot into the sky and penetrated the sky. In an instant, Yi Xuanzi completed the transformation. His whole body was burning with raging fire, like a body made of flames. His orange-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his limbs turned into golden dragon claws. The pair of huge flame-burning dragon wings spread out behind him, showing his peak Overlord-level momentum. The 4 giant wolves took half a step back at the same time, with a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. But they didn't run away, but instead let out a low roar, as if they were communicating something. The next moment, the flesh and blood on the backs of the 4 giant wolves burst, and a pair of blood wings sprouted out in an instant. And then the shock wings flew out at the same time, at extremely fast speeds. Yi Xuanzi's pupils shrank, and the others were also shocked, but it was too late for them to be too surprised, because the demon wolf is already close at hand. However, only 2 of them pounced on Yi Xuanzi, while the other 2 bypassed Yi Xuanzi and went straight behind him, targeting Qin Fenglei and the others. Seeking death, Yi Xuanzi roared angrily, punching out with both fists. Divine Flame Explosive Fist. 2 red-gold flaming fist shadows blasted out from his fist, turning into 2 roaring fire dragons, facing 2 giant wolves head-on. Boom! Boom! The 2 giant wolves were hit by the fire dragon and flew backward screaming. The flames of the Miracle Flame King are not ordinary flames, but flames with purifying capabilities. Therefore, they are extremely restrained against the monsters. With one blow, there is a hissing sound in the air, filled with a burning smell. However, Xuanzi was not happy, and immediately turned around to intercept the other two demon wolves, but saw the scene of Qin Fenglei and Taigang fighting two demon wolves. Qin Fenglei and Taigang had already completed their transformations. Warlord Quanglei and Red Soul King Ape collided with the demon wolf one after another. In just one round, both of them left several black scars on their bodies, exuding residual demonic energy. Brilliant flame. Xuanzi took action quickly, and two flame clouds were about to wrap him up, but the demon wolf was also very fast and avoided the attack. Your Highness, their speed is too fast, and we can't keep up with their movements. Qin Fenglei said with a heavy expression. It can actually grow wings. What kind of monster is this? Taigang was equally shocked. Those are dragon wings. Xuanzi's words shocked the two of them and froze them in place. What? Taigang stared at the back of the demon wolf on the side. Longyi, how is this possible? I have already felt a trace of dragon energy. Maybe I took some dragon blood treasures, and they also have some elemental resistance and dragon scales. Although Xuanzi was shocked, he quickly calmed down. There are not many other things in the secret realm, but there are many dragons. It is normal for some strange beasts to mutate. As long as the purity is not high, there is no need to worry about it. You did a good job just now. Yangcheng and the others have already retreated. You should also retreat. Leave this place to me. I can handle the four little wolves by myself. Qin Fenglei and Taigang looked at each other and said, Your Highness, leave one for us to try. We can't rely on you for everything, so let's do nothing. Okay, be careful. Qin Fenglei and Taigang looked at each other and already had a strategy in mind. They took action at the same time to attack one of the demon wolves. The demon wolf roared angrily and was instantly attracted to the two of them. It was about to attack, but Qin Fenglei and Taigang turned around and ran to another area. The demon wolf followed closely, but Xuanzi stopped three of them. The goal of the two was to lure away one of the demonic wolves and divide the battlefield into two places. Xuanzi stood in the center of the battlefield, red gold flames surging around him like a tide, facing three demon wolves alone. I would like to see how powerful the demonic wolf that mutated deep in the secret realm is so powerful. Xuanzi was wrapped in flames, like a flaming war god. The three demon wolves moved slowly, surrounding him in a triangular formation, their dark red vertical pupils flashing with cold, murderous intent. Three beasts, take the attack. Xuanzi sneered at the corner of his mouth, shook his arms, and the flames all around him exploded. The flame was not an ordinary red, but an almost liquid red gold, like molten magma flowing on his body. Every ray of flame contains pure power of light. It is the unique flame of Miracle Flame King, which has natural restraint on monsters. The three demon wolves took half a step back at the same time, a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. But they didn't run away, but instead let out a low roar, as if they were communicating something. The next moment, the three demon wolves moved at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast. The blood wings behind them suddenly flapped, and three dark afterimages rushed towards Xuanzi from three directions at the same time. The sharp claws tore through the air, carrying a strong demonic energy and making a harsh scream. Well done. Xuanzi did not dodge or dodge, clenching his fists suddenly. Divine Flame Explosive Fist. He punched out with his right fist, and a red gold flaming fist turned into a roaring fire dragon, facing the demonic wolf rushing towards him from the left. At the same time, his left fist swept across, and another fire dragon roared out, crashing into the one on the right. Boom, boom. Two loud noises exploded almost at the same time. The two demonic wolves were hit head-on by the fire dragon and flew backwards screaming. Their scales were burned black and curled up, and the demonic energy made a hissing sound under the burning flames, like ice and snow meeting the sun. But the third demon wolf had already rushed in front of Xuanzi. Its sharp claws went straight to Xuanzi's throat, and the tips of the claws were condensed with rich gray-black demonic energy. The demonic energy was condensed into substance, exuding a disgusting rotten smell. Xuanzi did not retreat but advanced. His legs dug into the ground, and a huge flaming dragon tail suddenly ignited behind him, and then he turned around and swept away in a very twisted posture. Fire dragon wags its tail. The dragon's tail was wrapped in red-gold flames, like a burning battle axe, and it swept hard on the demon wolf's waist and abdomen. This blow was so powerful that the demon wolf's scales instantly shattered, and its entire body flew straight out, rolling several times in the air before hitting the ground heavily, plowing a deep ravine. 3 demon wolves faced each other and were all repelled. Yi Xuanzi stood there, not even breathing. He moved his wrist and glanced at the 3 demon wolves struggling to get up. The vigilance in his eyes did not relax at all. His intuition told him that these demon wolves were not that simple. If you have any real skills, use them quickly, Yi Xuanzi said to them, regardless of whether they could understand or not. The largest demon wolf in the middle let out a low roar, and the other 2 demon wolves roared in response. The 3 demon wolves arched their bodies at the same time. The blood wings on their backs suddenly spread out, and thick gray-black mist seeped out from the gaps in their scales. The mist became thicker and thicker, and finally completely enveloped the 3 demon wolves. Yi Xuanzi frowned slightly. He could feel that the aura of those demon wolves was rising. I knew it. He snorted coldly. How can a demon wolf that can survive in the core of the Holy Dragon's secret realm be so fragile? As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-black mist suddenly shrank and completely submerged into the body of the largest demonic wolf in the middle. The breath of the remaining 2 demon wolves began to weaken, and they could not even stand firmly. They quickly fell to the ground, losing their breath of life, and their flesh and blood seemed to have been drained of essence and blood and turned into mummies. Yi Xuanzi frowned. He felt a hint of fear. Is this still a World of Warcraft? Facing an enemy stronger than himself, he sacrificed himself decisively and chose to let stronger teammates break through again. In a moment, the appearance of the only remaining demon wolf had changed drastically. The black scales that originally covered part of the limbs had wrapped around the whole body and became thicker. The edges of each scale glowed with a dark red light. The muscles on the limbs bulged and sprouted barbs. The claws more than doubled in length, and the tips of the claws were lingering with a lingering demonic aura. The blood wings on the back expanded again, and strange lines appeared, and every time they flapped, they brought out a fishy wind. What's even more terrifying is their eyes. In those dark red vertical pupils, madness and reason are intertwined, flashing with a disturbing light. The smell of blood is so strong, and the dragon's power is incredible. Yi Xuanzi licked his lips, and his eyes ignited with more fighting spirit. This is interesting. I haven't given it my all for a long time. The mutated demonic wolf pounces again. This time, their speed was more than twice as fast. Only an afterimage was left on the spot, and a black line was drawn in the sky. A demonic wolf was so fast that it transformed into 3 clones and attacked from 3 directions at the same time. Every part of it, its claws, fangs, and blood wings, turned into a deadly weapon. Yi Xuanzi used both fists to fight with 3 demonic wolf figures. His punches were as fast as lightning, and each punch was wrapped in red gold flames. When it hit the demon wolf, it was a scorched black fist mark. The sharp claws of the demon wolf kept falling on him, leaving claw marks on the dragon's scales. But as soon as the claw marks appeared, they were repaired by the flowing flames. Brilliant flame, serial cannon. He blasted out his fists like a torrential rain, and the shadows of flaming fists were continuous, forming a fan-shaped flame attack, making the mutant demon wolf retreat step by step. Each punch contained the purifying power of the flames. The demonic energy on the demon wolf continued to evaporate in the shadow of the fist, making a harsh hissing sound. However, the mutant demon wolf roared again, as if it didn't know the pain, and rushed forward with the fist shadow at all costs. Even if the scales on its body flew off and the flesh and blood were scorched, it just bit Yi Xuanzi's neck despite the damage. Yi Xuanzi sneered. You are still a bit tough, you beast. Then he ducked sideways and slammed his right elbow down. Brilliant flame, elbow strike. The tip of the elbow quickly condensed a ball of flame that was compressed to the extreme and hit the devil wolf's lower handle hard. With a click, the sharp teeth of the demon wolf flew away, blood mist sprayed, and the jaw was directly broken. With a scream, he was smashed to the ground and could not stand up. That's it. A sarcastic smile appeared on Yi Xuanzi's lips, and he trampled the demon wolf's head under his feet. I thought you could give me a surprise. The mutated demon wolf that was stepped on struggled wildly, its claws digging deep grooves on the ground, but Yi Xuance's feet were as if they were made of iron and remained motionless. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated demon wolf let out a shrill scream, forcibly twisted its neck, and used its front paws to grab Yi Xuance's legs. Then its body began to expand. The muscles under its scales writhed crazily, and the demonic energy gushed out like a tide. Explode. It will die together. Yi Xuance's pupils shrank, and he suddenly exerted force with his right foot, trying to kick the demon wolf away from his feet, but the demon wolf's claws were extremely sharp and had already embedded themselves in Yi Xuance's leg, refusing to let go. The bodies of the mutated demon wolves expanded to the limit, and gray-black light burst out from their bodies. That light contained the power to destroy everything. "Want to blow me up?" Dreaming. A trace of madness flashed across Yi Xuance's face. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands in front of him. Red-gold flames surged out from his body crazily and condensed between his hands. They gathered bigger and brighter, and finally turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 feet. On the surface of the fireball, a dragon-shaped shadow was swimming, exuding an aura that would destroy the world. The flame dragon destroys the world. Yi Xuance flew high into the sky, dragging the demon wolf with him. He pushed forward with both hands, and the fireball turned into a roaring flame dragon. The flame dragon circulated between Yi Xuance and the demon wolf, and then resolutely rushed towards the demon wolf, blasting downwards with a devastating blast. The flame dragon flew out, everything changed, and there was an earth-shattering sound and fire. The red-gold flames soared into the sky and turned into a pillar of fire that penetrated the heaven and earth. In the pillar of fire, a giant dragon could be vaguely seen tumbling, exuding an all-burning pressure, covering the bodies of Yi Xuance and the demon wolf. Boom! The fire came and went quickly. Wherever the flame dragon passed, a huge pit with a radius of more than 50 meters was blasted out of the ground. Then it flew out to one side, plowing a deep ravine. All vegetation, life, and even the air were ignited, making a crackling explosion. The soil at the edge of the pit was burned into a glass shape, shimmering with a strange luster under the pale golden skylight. As for the demon wolf that wanted to self-destruct just now, it had already turned into smoke and dust, and its swollen body turned directly into nothingness. Not to mention exploding, there was not even a trace of flesh and blood left. Yi Xuance slowly retracted his hands, and the flames around him gradually subsided, and the color seemed to become darker. He stood there, his chest rising and falling, his breathing slightly rapid, but with a hearty smile on his face. "It's great." He laughed loudly and turned to look in the direction of Qin Fenglei and Tai Gang. "You too. Are you done?" The battle between Qin Fenglei and Tai Gang was equally fierce. This wolf was different from the previous 3. It was more cunning and cautious. Instead of charging head-on, it circled the 2 at high speed, searching for an opening. "This guy is much smarter than those 3. Tai Gang spat, and the golden flames of the Crimson Soul King ape burned around him, dispelling the surrounding mist. Qin Fenglei remained silent. His Thunder Warrior transformed into a lightning armor covering his entire body, with purple arcs of electricity crackling and leaping across its surface. His gaze was fixed intently on the rapidly moving black figure, not daring to relax for a moment. "It's not attacking, it's just wearing us down," Qin Fenglei said in a low voice. "We can't let it keep dragging this out." "What should we do then?" Tai Gang frowned. "We can't catch up with him, and we can't hit him. This beast is very slippery." Qin Fenglei was silent for a moment, then said, "I'll attract it. You gather your strength." Tai Gang was taken aback, then understood what he meant. "You want to be the bait? It's smart and won't be easily fooled." Qin Fenglei nodded. "But if I show any weakness, it will definitely seize the opportunity." "No." Qin Fenglei interrupted him, his gaze firm. "I believe in you." Tai Gang looked at him, paused for a moment, and then nodded emphatically. "Okay." Qin Fenglei took a deep breath, his whole body bursting with lightning, and charged forward again. His goal was to create the illusion that he had been injured after colliding with the demonic wolf. Roar! The demon wolf roared, its hind legs slamming into the ground as it slapped Qin Fenglei with its claws. Qin Fenglei blocked with both arms, then flew backward and fell to the ground. It took him a while to get up. Qin Fenglei began to retreat slowly, his steps deliberately unsteady and somewhat unsteady. His thunder armor also revealed a flaw, with the lightning on his left arm dimming considerably, exposing his original flesh. The wandering wolf did indeed stop. Its dark red vertical pupils were fixed on Qin Fenglei's left arm. It had sensed an opportunity, but it didn't pounce immediately. It waited. After all, there was still an enemy beside it. All it had to do was wait. Wait for the opening to widen, wait for the prey to become more relaxed, and then strike to kill it. Qin Fenglei took 2 more steps back, and his breathing became rapid, as if he was running out of strength. The wolf moved. Its speed was extreme. A black shadow tore through the air, its sharp claws aimed straight for Qin Fenglei's left shoulder. The demonic energy gathered at the claw's tip was as solid as a substance. If this claw struck, it would be enough to pierce through steel and sever Qin Fenglei's entire left arm. However, Qin Fenglei appeared dejected, but his mind was highly focused. He reacted in an instant, raised his left arm, which was covered with dense lightning, and blocked the attack. Now, Qin Fenglei's body staggered backward, and he suddenly exerted force, his right fist having been poised for a long time. Thunder's finale. A massive, purple lightning bolt shot out from his fist, carrying a devastating force, and slammed head-on into the charging demonic wolf. The lightning pillar contains the ultimate power of lightning after its qualitative transformation, which has a natural restraint on magical beasts. The wolf's pupils contracted sharply. It placed its forelimbs on Qin Fenglei's arm, using it as a springboard. With a flap of its wings, it tried to force a turn and dodge the attack. Tai Gang, are you done yet? Qin Fenglei roared. This was the attack opportunity he had bought for Tai Gang. Don't worry, it's been ready for a while. Tai Gang's figure suddenly appeared, instantly igniting a dazzling crimson gold. All the stars have turned to ashes. Tai Gang's roar came from the side. A torrent of crimson gold flames, like a flood bursting its banks, crashed into the demonic wolf from the side. Within those flames lay the power of the Crimson Soul King Ape's light and fire. Each wisp of flame was like a falling star, carrying the power to incinerate everything. As expected of a high-level overlord, the demonic wolf, coupled with the physical attributes gained from its mutation, unleashed boundless demonic energy in an attempt to block the attack. You beast! What about me? Qin Fenglei deliberately slowed down his attack to cut off the wolf's escape route. Now it has no room to escape. With the iron bars colliding with it in front, its back is completely exposed. But this demonic wolf's tenacity far exceeded expectations. Facing the thunderous power coming from behind, it disregarded everything, determined to fight to the death and sacrifice itself to kill one of them, charging forward towards Tai Gang. Qin Fenglei's expression changed, and he shouted a warning. Tai Gang, be careful. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Tai Gang shouted, and the flames on his body burned even brighter. Boom! The purple lightning pillar struck the demon wolf in an instant, and the violent lightning power pierced through its back. The torrent of flames and the lightning pillar intertwined, completely engulfing the demon wolf. Lightning and fire, 2 powers that are extremely effective against magical beasts, were perfectly fused together at this moment, and now they were simultaneously striking the body of the demonic wolf. The result was predictable. Rumble. A deafening roar. A pillar of light, interwoven with purple and crimson gold, shot into the sky, its violent energy surging outwards and creating towering waves. The demonic wolf let out a shrill scream as its scales shattered inch by inch in the thunder and flames, and its wings on its back were also shattered. Its demonic energy surged and evaporated like boiling water. When everything calmed down, only a huge crater remained on the ground. The demonic wolf had already turned to ashes amidst the interplay of lightning and fire, leaving only a mangled body and black bones. Even the bones of a beast invaded by demonic energy are black. Qin Fenglei knelt on one knee, panting heavily. In those few short breaths, his mental energy had been greatly depleted. He not only had to watch out for the demonic wolf sneak attack, but also defend himself and unleash his strongest attack in the shortest amount of time. This was extremely taxing on both his body and mind. That last attack had exhausted 70% of his strength. Now his face was pale, and his thunder armor had dissipated, revealing his muscular physique. However, the flesh on his right arm had torn open, and blood was flowing continuously. Tai Gang was also in bad shape. The flames of the Crimson Soul King ape had been extinguished. He knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. There was a deep wound on his right arm, the one left when the demonic wolf made its dying counterattack. A faint demonic aura lingered around the wound. Qin Fenglei struggled to his feet, walked to his side, took out a healing pill from his pocket, crushed it, and applied it to the wound. "Don't move. I'll help you dispel the demonic energy." He raised his hand, and a faint wisp of lightning surged from his fingertips, entering Tai Gang's wound. With a hissing sound, the demonic energy was gradually dispelled, and Tai Gang grimaced in pain. Gently, gently. Are you trying to electrocute me? Bear with it." Qin Fenglei said expressionlessly. "No one will go easy on you on the battlefield." Tai Gang rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything more. In the distance, Yi Xuanzi strode over. He glanced at the ashes remaining in the pit, then at the two wounded men, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Well done." Tai Gang grinned. "That's right. Don't you know who we are?" Qin Fenglei didn't laugh. He looked up at Yi Xuanzi and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, these magical beasts are very strange." Yi Xuanzi nodded. "I know. They are intelligent, they can cooperate, and they even understand some of our subtle actions." Qin Fenglei's voice was solemn. "This is not the behavior of ordinary magical beasts." Yi Xuanzi paused for a moment, then spoke. "Notify the others to assemble. We can't advance blindly. I estimate that second brother and the others should have entered the core area by now. We need to join up with them." "This?" Qin Fenglei hesitated. "About the points." "Points?" Yi Xuanzi sneered. "We just killed 4 high-level Overlord-class magical beasts. Do you think our points have increased?" Qin Fenglei and Tai Gang were shocked upon hearing this, and immediately took out their tokens to check. No, not a single point has increased." Qin Fenglei stared at it for a long time, his face full of disbelief. "We don't know exactly what happened, but something must have changed at the core of the secret realm." Yi Xuanzi took a deep breath, looking at the two with serious expressions. "Once the secret realm closes, it will only reopen once we find the Dragon Ball and completely end this trial. So we can't get out now, but we must find out what happened inside, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Yes. The two realized that this might be a huge crisis, and the only thing they could do now was to unite. Completely different from the tense situation in the third prince's camp, the fifth prince Yi Dingyuan's team moved leisurely from the beginning. Hua Rumen covered her mouth and smiled softly. "Your Highness, are you here to choose a feng shui treasure land?" Ning Ziyuan came from behind, still holding the paintbrush in his hand. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "If your Highness likes it, I will paint one for you when you leave the secret realm and hang it in the study for you to enjoy every day." Yi Dingyuan shook his head. "Painting is painting, scenery is scenery. How can they be compared? Ziyuan, although your painting skills are excellent, you lack a bit of fireworks." Ning Ziyuan was stunned for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. Behind the team, Xie Jingchen was talking to Qin Mo in a low voice. Both of them bore traces of the battle, and their robes were damaged in several places, but they were both in good spirits. "You can handle those iron-backed wolves just now. You have to drag me along," Xie Jingchen complained. Qin Mo's face was expressionless. "The two of you are faster, and you won't lose points. You know the points as you accumulate points." Xie Jingchen rolled his eyes. "Your Highness is not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry?" Qin Mo glanced at him and said calmly, "Your Highness is not in a hurry. It's his business. It's my own business if I kill a few more strange beasts." Xie Jingchen choked and muttered, Okay, you're right." Zhou Mingguang, who was in the front, heard the conversation between the two, turned around, and said with a smile, "Jingchun, if you are too busy, there is a forest in front of you, and I can sense the scent of many strange beasts. Would you like to stretch your muscles?" Xie Jingchen's eyes lit up. Seriously? It's better than nothing. Xie Jingchen grinned and disappeared in a flash. A moment later, several screams of strange beasts came from the woods in the northeast, followed by a burst of fire that shot into the sky. Yi Dingyuan stood on the hill, looked at the fire, and shook his head. This guy Jingchun is still so impatient. Hua Rumeng smiled and said, "Didn't His Highness also take a fancy to this impatience? People like him are best suited to charge into battle." Yi Dingyuan did not comment, turned around, and continued walking forward. The team followed him and moved slowly along the stream. The sun shines through the pale golden sky and breaks into dots of golden scales on the surface of the stream. The sound of water is gurgling and the breeze is blowing on my face. If it weren't for the occasional roar of strange animals, it would really be like going on an outing. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the woods ahead gradually thinned out and were replaced by an open grassland. At the end of the grassland, a low stone building was vaguely visible, half hidden among the vines. "Guardian." Zhou Mengguang's eyes lit up. Yi Dingyuan folded his fan and stepped forward. "Go and have a look." It was an ancient temple, small in scale but quite well preserved. The stone pillars in front of the temple are carved with complex patterns, and the patterns of flying birds can be vaguely seen. Wind system. Ning Ziyuan recognized the meaning of those lines. It should be the inheritance of a certain wind system senior. Yi Dingyuan nodded and looked at the people behind him. "Who wants to give it a try?" Everyone looked at each other, a little moved, but also hesitant. Although the inheritance of wind system is good, it is not suitable for everyone. "I'll do it." A voice came from behind the team. Everyone turned around and saw a thin young man walking out. His name is Zhi Yu, and he is one of the few wind beast masters in the 5th Prince's camp. He usually doesn't talk much and doesn't have a strong sense of presence, but he has solid strength. Yi Dingyuan glanced at him and nodded. "Go ahead and do what you can." Zhi Yu responded and strode into the temple. After a while, there was a gust of wind in the temple, followed by a muffled sound. When everyone was about to go in to check, Zhi Yu had already walked out, his clothes a little messy, but with a smile on his face. "Passed?" Xie Jingchen asked. Zhi Yu shook his head, "No. But the senior said that I have a good foundation and asked me to write down the position first and come back when I am strong enough. He also gave me a token and said it was fate." He shook the golden token in his hand, which was the points token. "I got the points, and there's no need to fight." Xie Jingchen marveled. "This is a good deal." Yi Dingyuan also smiled. "That's right. Note the location, and when we enter the core area, you can slowly look back." Several people took note of the Guardian's location, and the team continued to move forward. After walking for a while, the landscape ahead began to change. The meadows gradually disappeared, replaced by rolling hills and sparse woodland. A faint smell of decay began to fill the air, which was incompatible with the pale golden skylight. "Your Highness." Lu Qingshan suddenly stopped and squatted down to check the ground. Yi Dingyuan stepped forward and followed his gaze. There were several deep claw marks on the ground, as if they were plowed out by some huge claws. There was a faint gray-black aura remaining on the edge of the claw marks, which was slowly eroding the surrounding soil. Yi Dingyuan knelt down and gently touched the claw marks with his white fan. "Your Highness, be careful, don't touch." Ning Ziyuan reminded quickly. On the fan, a faint white light flashed, then dimmed. "Light system." Ning Ziyuan noticed the flash of white light. "It's just a small magic weapon." Yi Dingyuan stood up and pointed at the ground. "These demonic energies are very pure and different from the demonic energies in the secret realm of magical beasts outside." "What do you mean?" Xie Jingchen was confused. Yi Dingyuan stood up with a deep look. "As we all know, since the demon god was sealed 5,000 years ago, many magical beast secret realms have been left on the continent, and the remaining demonic beasts remain in them. The remaining demonic energy is also chaotic and disorderly, and the demonic energy contaminated by ordinary magical beasts is also unintelligent. But although these demonic energies have evaporated a bit, when I sensed them just now, I noticed something was wrong. They were too pure as if they had been refined." He paused and looked at everyone. "Do you know under what circumstances the demonic energy will become pure?" Everyone looked at each other. Ning Ziyuan pondered for a moment, and his expression gradually changed. Your Highness is saying that someone is refining demonic energy? How is that possible? Even if someone is refining demonic energy, we are in the Holy Dragon's secret realm. Zhou Mengguang felt incredible. Could this be part of the test His Majesty the Emperor puts on us? Lu Qingshan guessed. It's possible. This guess aroused everyone's affirmation, and they all looked at the fifth prince, hoping to get the answer from him. Yi Dingyuan sighed. I don't know. The royal family has many research projects. I'm not sure whether these are the latest research results. No matter what, it's best to be careful. Our position is already close to the core area. The danger is inevitable. Don't continue to be lax and concentrate on moving forward. Yes. Yi Dingyuan looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. He just slowly unfolded his white fan and shook it gently. The team continued to deepen, and the atmosphere was a bit more solemn than before, but it was not too tense. After all, they are still in the outer realm, and they have a large number of people. With their strength, as long as they don't encounter too many overlord-level beings, they will basically not be in danger. After walking for about half an hour, the hills ahead gradually became steeper and the forest became denser. The sun shines through the canopy of trees, casting mottled light and shadow on the ground. Your Highness, there are strange beasts ahead. Hua Ruming closed her eyes for a moment and opened her eyes. 6 of them, at the peak of domain lord level, are moving this way. Yi Dingyuan nodded. Leave it to you. Okay. Xie Jingchen had already become impatient and rushed out in a flash. Qin Mo followed closely behind, his steps as steady as a mountain. After a while, several screams of strange beasts came from the front, followed by a fierce fight. But it only lasted less than half a quarter of an hour before the sound subsided. Xie Jingchen came back with the flame gun on his shoulder. There were a few drops of blood on his robes, with an unfinished expression on his face. Only 6. Not enough to kill. Qin Mo even fought against me. I could have killed 4. Qin Mo followed him expressionlessly. When the one on your left pounces, the one on your right is also moving. If I don't take action, you will have multiple cuts on your back. I can hide away. Xie Jingchen refused. Can't avoid it. Get away. Okay. Yi Dingyuan interrupted the bickering between the two and looked at Hua Ruming. Have the points increased? Hua Ruming nodded. 18 points more. 6 domain lord-level peaks, 3 points each. Not much, but a little adds up. Yi Dingyuan shook his folding fan gently. Let's go, find a place to camp before dark. The team moved on. Not long after walking, a low roar suddenly came from ahead. The sound was unlike any ordinary beast, with a harsh sound like metal friction, which made people feel terrified. Xie Jingchen and Qin Mo stopped at the same time and looked warily towards the direction from which the sound came. What the hell? Xie Jingchen frowned. Hua Ruming closed her eyes and felt. Her face changed slightly. It's a monster. This breath. It's an overlord-level monster, but there's only one. Hua Ruming opened her eyes. An overlord-level monster? Xie Jingchen's eyes lit up. Then we'll have to take a good look at it. The overlord level is not something you can deal with. Let's take a look at the situation first. Yi Dingyuan raised his hand to stop him. Lu Qingshan, Xiao Feng, Shen Qianshan, please help everyone restrain their auras and be careful not to be discovered by it. Everyone hid behind the trees and looked in the direction of the sound. In the open space ahead, a huge black beast was eating something. The alien beast looks like a giant lizard, but has 2 wings on its back. Its entire body is covered with dark red scales. Its limbs are as thick as tree trunks, and its sharp claws are deeply embedded in the ground. There is a single curved horn on its head, with a faint gray-black mist lingering at the tip. The weirdest thing is its eyes, which are a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. They don't have the madness and bloodthirsty of ordinary monsters, but instead have a cold, scrutinizing light. This is wrong. Ning Ziyuan whispered. Warcraft shouldn't have such eyes. Yi Dingyuan did not speak, but quietly observed the monster. What it was gnawing on was the body of a rock-armored bear. It used its sharp claws to cut open the chest of the rock-armored bear, took out the heart, and ate it in one bite. Then he cut open the abdomen, picked randomly, and ate only part of it. What is it doing? Xie Jingchen lowered his voice, his face full of confusion. Yi Dingyuan narrowed his eyes. So picky? Something's wrong. What? Xie Jingchen was stunned. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. But soon, the monster finished eating and then completely destroyed the body of the rock-armored bear. The scene was very bloody. Then he stood up, flicked his tail, looked around, and then walked away. Its pace is not hurried, but each step has a certain rhythm, as if it is patrolling. After it went away, Yi Dingyuan stood up. Your Highness. Ning Ziyuan hesitated. Isn't it too risky? What if it has companions? Everyone thought about it, and followed Yi Dingyuan quietly. The monster didn't move very fast, but its route was very regular. It circled along the edge of the hills, stopping at intervals to sniff the air before moving on. Occasionally, it will deviate from the route and check a tree hole or rock crevice to make sure there is no hidden prey before turning back. It's really patrolling. Qin Mo whispered. It doesn't look like a monster, but more like a sentry. Yi Dingyuan's eyes flashed with solemnity. So, someone is using them to guard this area. Guarding what? Hua Ruming asked. Yi Dingyuan did not answer, but continued to follow the monster. This walk lasted for an hour. So many people followed this monster from a distance, walking through the hills and through the woods. It stops. Everyone's footsteps also stopped, because the monster stood still. Did you find anything? Yi Dingyuan asked. No, don't you understand what it's doing? I have a little guess. Yi Dingyuan closed the fan. It is indeed patrolling, and the patrol range is the connection between the outer domain and the core area. Everyone looked at each other. Lu Qingshan said, So this monster is a test for us? We must kill the monster when we enter the core area. I think it makes sense. I agree too. Yi Dingyuan nodded slowly, but he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say what was wrong, because what Lu Qingshan said made sense. Now that we have passed through the outer domain, we have to enter the core area. Let's practice with this magical beast. Although Yi Dingyuan was thoughtful, he never believed that a magical beast could enter it without the eyes of the royal family. He only regarded it as part of the test. This is a rare opportunity. If any of you kill it, let everyone watch and learn from it. Yi Dingyuan looked at the 6 dominant players in the camp. Haha, it's not time for you to exert your strength yet. Hasn't this opportunity come? Yi Dingyuan smiled softly. Great. I can see Brother Zhao's heroic appearance. Haha. Qin Mo was the happiest, because he and Xiao Feng both had water beasts, so they could naturally learn more fighting skills. As for others, they can also gain more experience and be mentally prepared when encountering monsters or water overlord-level beast masters in the future. Then we'll wait for you here. After that, Yi Dingyuan actually found a stone and sat on it, as if he were watching a show. The others followed suit and sat on the ground. Okay, you recommended yourself. Go quickly and wait for your good news. Lu Qingshan directly pushed Xiao Feng out. Okay. Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly, turned around, and walked towards the open space. The pace is unhurried and unhurried, even with a bit of leisurely pace. Behind him, Yi Dingyuan had found a flat stone and sat down, shaking his white fan gently, as if he was waiting for a good show. Xie Jingchen, Qin Mo, Zhou Mengguang and others also found their own places, some leaning against the trees, some sitting on the ground, and some even took out snacks from the stored magic weapons. Better not. How many moves can Xiao Feng take? Xie Jingchen tore off a piece of dried meat and chewed it with gusto. Qin Mo said expressionlessly, within 10 moves. I bet you 20 moves. Zhou Mengguang said with a smile. That monster must be capable of wandering around the edge of the core area. Ning Ziyuan didn't say anything. He just spread out the scroll and dipped his pen in ink, intending to draw this battle. Yi Dingyuan glanced at him and laughed. Ziyuan, do you want Xiao Feng to be the subject of the painting? Hua Ruming gently sniffed the scent in the air and frowned slightly. The demonic energy on the monster is indeed different from ordinary monsters. Although I don't want to destroy my own prestige, I feel that Xiao Feng's battle will not be that easy. Yi Dingyuan folded his fan and looked at the center of the open space. Let's wait and see. It stands to reason that for creatures of the same realm, beast masters definitely have an advantage, because they are supported by many pet beasts, but this may not be the case for those mutated creatures. Xiao Feng stood still, only 20 feet away from the monster. The magical beast had already noticed his arrival, but it did not pounce immediately like ordinary magical beasts. Instead, it slowly turned around, and its dark, golden vertical pupils looked at Xiao Feng coldly, with a certain sense of scrutiny. Its tail swung slowly behind it in an unhurried rhythm, as if it was measuring the weight of the visitor. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Feng crossed his arms and smiled. "Have you never seen such a handsome human being?" The monster didn't respond, but opened its mouth slightly, and a low gurgling sound came from deep in its throat. The sound was not like the roar of an ordinary beast, but had a texture like metal friction, harsh and depressing. A wisp of gray-black mist seeped out from between its teeth and slowly dispersed in the air. Xiao Feng was not annoyed. He stretched his neck and said calmly, "Okay, I won't talk nonsense to you. Water demon, come out." Blue light surged out of his body and condensed into an endless stream of water around him. The water flow gathered more and more, became thicker and thicker, and finally turned into a 6-meter-high water element giant, suspended behind him. The water demon's body is blue. Its body is slender and smooth, with no fixed form. It is flowing and changing every moment, as if it is a compressed ocean. Its hands sometimes turn into water blades, sometimes into heavy hammers, sometimes into long whips, and the changes are endless. Fusion transformation. Xiao Feng took one step forward and merged into the body of the water demon. At that moment, his body turned into a ball of flowing water and then condensed again. At this moment, he was already taller than the monster in front of him, surrounded by 3 thick streams of water, like 3 living snakes swimming around him. His face was looming in the water, and his lower body turned into surging waves. His whole body seemed to be a moving ocean, with water splashing under his feet with every step he took. Xiao Feng is quite at that moment. Its speed was astonishingly fast, and it disappeared in an instant. 2 deep pits were kicked out by it on the ground, and gravel splashed. So fast. Zhou Mengguang's face changed slightly. "I didn't even see his movements clearly. How about you?" The pen in Ning Ziyuan's hand froze for a moment. "Me neither." Several domain lords also shook their heads. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed, and he stopped showing his face as a joke. His figure instantly turned into a puddle of water, narrowly avoiding that sharp claw. The sharp claws cut across the water, causing a splash of water, and water droplets splashed in all directions. But Xiao Feng's body had regrouped 3 feet away. He lowered his head and glanced at the spot swept by the claws. The remaining water flow turned into gray and black and scattered on the ground, slowly eroding the ground. What a risk! He wiped away the non-existent water stains on his face and grinned, but the smile lost a bit of frivolity. "It's very fast." The monster missed a hit, turned around suddenly after landing, and its thick tail swept forward like a steel whip. The tail was covered with dark red scales, with a metallic sheen on the edges of each scale, and there was a curved bone spur at the tip of the tail, glowing with a dark light. If this sweep hits, it will be enough to smash the boulder into pieces, and the air will be torn by the tail, making a sharp explosion. Xiao Feng did not dodge this time. He raised his hand, and a stream of water around him instantly condensed into a thick water shield. Azure blue light flowed on the surface of the water shield, layered like fish scales. Water barrier. Bang! The giant tail hit the water shield, making a dull noise. The water shield trembled violently. Countless water splashes exploded on the surface, and cracks spread on the water shield. The ground under Xiao Feng's feet was cracked by the shock, but the water shield did not break after all. He used the impact to float back several feet, keeping distance from the monster, and his arms were slightly numb. The attack is very strong. He shook his numb arm, his eyes a little more serious. Then I should be more serious. He held his hands in vain, and the 3 streams of water around him gathered in his palms at the same time, continued to compress, and then began to rotate, turning into a ball of high-speed rotating water. The water ball rotates faster and faster, making a low buzzing sound, and white water mist appears on the surface. This is the vaporization phenomenon produced by the high-speed rotation of the water flow. Water gun. The water ball suddenly stretched and turned into a water column as thin as an arm, shooting towards the monster at an astonishing speed. The water column rotated at high speed, and its edge was as sharp as a knife. Wherever it passed, the air was cut and screamed, and a deep ravine was left on the ground where the edge of the water column was swept. The monster didn't dodge. It just turned slightly sideways and took the blow hard with its shoulders covered with thick scales. The scales glowed with a dark red luster in the sunlight and were layered on top of each other, each one tightly fitting together like a natural plate armor. Laugh. The water column hit the scales, making a harsh friction sound. Water splashed, and white mist filled the air. The monster's body was pushed to the side by the impact, and its limbs plowed 4 deep grooves on the ground. However, it quickly stabilized its body and stopped its retreat with its thick tail on the ground. There was only a shallow white mark left on the scales. Xiang Mao's expression also became serious. He squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the scales on the monster's body. The scales are not simple. Not only are they hard, they can also relieve force. The rotational cutting force of the water column is dispersed by the curvature of the scale edge, and the actual power acting on one point is probably not even 30%. Yi Dingyuan folded his fan and paused slightly. A strange color flashed in his eyes. He said nothing, but just locked his eyes tightly on the field. In the field, Xiao Feng also frowned. Although he did not use all his strength in this attack, it was by no means something that an ordinary overlord could withstand. The defense of this monster far exceeded his expectation. Now his right hand was shaking slightly, which was caused by the countershock force. The monster didn't give him time to think. It opened its mouth wide, and gray-black light surged deep in its throat, like a will-o'-the-wisp igniting in the abyss. A strong demonic energy spurted out from its mouth and turned into a thick gray-black light pillar, heading straight for Xiao Feng. Wherever the beam of light passed, the grass and trees on the ground instantly withered and turned into ashes, and even the soil was dyed a dead gray. The air was filled with a disgusting smell of decay, making you feel dizzy just by smelling it. Xiao Feng's expression changed drastically, and he retreated sharply. At the same time, he waved his hands continuously, and 3 water walls rose one after another in front of him. Each water wall was thicker than the previous one. Water barrier. 3rd level. The moment the first water wall came into contact with the demonic light beam, it made a hissing sound, like hot oil splashed on the snow. The water wall evaporated quickly and filled the air with steam, but it could not block the gray-black light in the slightest. The second one followed closely, but it also couldn't last long. Water splashed in all directions, and the demonic light beam was overwhelming. The third wave barely blocked the remaining demonic energy. The surface of the water wall boiled and rolled, making a tooth-piercing hissing sound, but it was also rapidly melting, and its thickness was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Feng took this opportunity to dodge a few feet to the side, avoiding the aftermath of the light beam. The beam of light finally hit a boulder behind him. The boulder was instantly corroded to create a hole as big as a human head, with green smoke still rising from the edge. He looked down at his arm. At that moment, a wisp of demonic energy penetrated the water wall and brushed against his forearm. A piece of the water elemental armor there was eroded, exposing the skin underneath, which was faintly black, and a burning pain spread along the nerves. This beast's demonic energy is really extraordinary. Xiao Feng was shocked. His face changed completely, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. The demonic energy actually invaded the body through the elements. It's disgusting. In the distance, Yi Dingyuan's white fan stopped. He slowly stood up and stared at the dissipating demonic light beam. What a domineering demonic energy. He murmured. His voice was very soft, but several people around him heard it. Is this really a test? How dangerous is the core area? Hua Rumming also suppressed her smile and tightened her sleeves with her fingers unconsciously. Is Xiao Feng in danger? In the field, Xiao Feng took a deep breath and put away all his arrogance. His left arm hung by his side, trembling slightly, but his right hand was still raised steadily, and the water flow regrouped in his palm. He clasped his hands in front of him, and the water around him began to surge wildly, and then roared. Water, demon realm. Those water currents no longer just surround him, but spread in all directions, turning an area 10 feet in radius into a surging water. After Xiao Feng released the field, the lizard monster in front of him also began to release smoke-like demonic energy, and it even covered an area, forming a field-like attack method. That's outrageous. Are all the alien beasts of this level in the core area? Lu Qingshan looked solemn, and they were about to enter the core area next. I originally thought that the core area was just more dangerous than the outer areas, but now it seems that it is no longer dangerous, but life-threatening. Actually, I have never entered the core area, but I have seen the situation when the second brother and the third brother came back from the core area. Yi Dingyuan's words attracted the attention of the rest of the people. Horrible. There's only one word, miserable. Yi Dingyuan took a deep breath. He had advanced overlord-level cultivation and extremely precious magic weapons to protect himself, but when he came out, he only had half a life left. What? Everyone was shocked and couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up and looked at the mysterious core area in the distance. Then, shall we still go in? Shin Qianshan said with trembling lips, stumbling. This is too dangerous. Song He also said. Everyone fell into silence. The screen switched to the scene of Xiao Feng fighting the monster. At this time, the water surface under Xiao Feng's feet was turbulent, sometimes surging into huge waves, sometimes forming whirlpools, and the ground under his feet was washed away by the water and became muddy. Chaotic water flow. In the waters, the direction of the water flow is completely chaotic. Some rush upward, some roll down, some swirl, and some cut like sharp blades. Each stream of water contains different forces, colliding with each other and intertwining to form a deadly chaotic area. The moment the monster in front of him stepped into the water, its figure began to sway. Its sharp claws stepped on the water, unable to find a point of contact, and would slip every time it exerted force. The surrounding water flow continuously impacted its body, disturbing its balance and tearing its scales. Some of the water flow even tried to get into the gaps in the scales and tear it from the inside. The monster let out a low roar and tried its best to stabilize its body, but its limbs kept slipping on the water, and its tail stirred up large splashes. Okay, Xie Jingchen slapped his thigh and stood up excitedly. This move is enough for it to drink a pot. But the reaction of the warcraft was faster than everyone expected. It suddenly opened its wings, and the pair of bloody wings suddenly fluttered. The fishy wind hit its face, and its huge body soared from the water. Water splashed down from it, and it was suspended in midair. The airflow caused by the flapping of its wings made the water below rough, and waves set off on the water. It's amazing how you can fly, isn't it? Xiao Feng snorted coldly, raised his hands upward, and his veins popped out. Water cannon. Dozens of water masses instantly condensed behind Xiao Feng, and then turned into thick water columns rising into the sky, like water dragons, rushing towards the monsters in the air from all directions. The speed of the water column was extremely fast, leaving a white trail in the air and making a sharp sound. Each water column is as thick as a human waist and contains enough impact to penetrate steel. The monster dodged left and right in the air, its wings constantly adjusting their angles, and managed to avoid a few water columns. Its body rolled and twisted in the air, so flexible that it didn't look like a huge lizard at all. But Xiao Feng's attack was not simple. There were too many water cannons, too dense, and they could turn in the air. Finally, one hit its left wing. Bang! The water column exploded, and the left wing of the monster sank suddenly. Blood splashed on the blood wing, and several scales were blown away. Its body tilted in the air, and it flapped its wings desperately to try to stabilize itself, but more water columns had already caught up with it, blocking all its escape routes from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Several water jets hit the monster in succession, knocking it out of the air and slamming it into the water. The water splashed everywhere, creating waves several feet high. The body of the monster rolled several times on the water, soaking wet. Its scales were covered with dents left by the impact of water jets. Its left wing was hanging weakly on its side. It was obvious that it had been seriously injured. Beautiful. Zhou Mengguang couldn't help but exclaim, clenching his fists tightly. Yi Dingyuan shook his head, his eyes never leaving the monster's body. It was not fatally injured. Its scales are too hard. Water cannons can only hurt it, but cannot penetrate it. And look at its wounds. Everyone followed Qian Mo's gaze and saw that gray-black mist was slowly seeping out from the wound on the left wing of the monster, wrapping the surrounding wound. The mist seemed to be alive, crawling on the damaged scales and slowly repairing the injuries. Sure enough, the monster quickly climbed out of the water. It shook its body and shook off the water droplets on its body. Its dark, golden vertical pupils stared at Xiao Feng, and the murderous intent in its eyes almost solidified. Although its left wing was still a little weak, it was able to close to its side and stopped bleeding. It opened its mouth, revealing its white fangs, and the gray-black light lit up deep in its throat again. This time, it didn't just spray a beam of light. Its head swings left and right, turning the beam of light into a sweeping sickle, cutting off the entire body of water from left to right. Xiao Feng's expression changed drastically, and he retreated sharply. But that beam of light swept so fast, covering an area of more than 10 feet in radius, that he had no time to completely avoid it. Water barrier. He hastily erected a wall of water in front of him, and at the same time mobilized all the water around him in front of him, laying down 3 lines of defense layer by layer. But the sweeping force of the light beam was far greater than before. The first water wall only supported for a breath before shattering. Water splashes exploded, and steam filled the air. The second and third paths followed closely and were torn into pieces like paper. The aftermath swept across Xiao Feng's shoulders and chest. He groaned, and his whole body was blown away. He slid several feet on the water before he could barely stabilize himself. The water under his feet was surging under his feet. He looked down and saw that the water elemental armor on his left shoulder had completely disappeared, revealing a piece of charred skin. There was a faint gray-black demonic energy lingering in the wound, like small snakes squirming under the skin. There was also a burning pain in my chest. In the distance, Yi Dingyuan has stood up, folding his white fan and holding it in his hand. His eyes were locked on Xiao Feng, and his lips moved slightly, as if he was hesitating. Xiao Feng, do you want to help? His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the field, with a trace of imperceptible concern. Xiao Feng turned around and grinned. The smile was a bit ferocious, and there was still a trace of blood oozing from the pain on the corner of his mouth. Help? That's so embarrassing. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. He slowly raised his hands, moving very slowly, as if he was lifting something extremely heavy. The water around him began to surge wildly, converging on his palm, and even the water in the chaotic waters under his feet was rushing towards him. The water flow gathered more and more, and became thicker and thicker, condensing into a surging wave above his head. The wave was several feet high, covering half of the sky. The waves roared like thunder, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. On the water surface, countless fine water droplets were shaken into water mist, which reflected colorful halos under the sunlight, which was beautiful and deadly. Xiao Feng's face was as pale as paper, and his arms were shaking slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and held on, pouring the last bit of strength into the wave. The wrath of the ocean. He roared angrily, his voice hoarse, as if he had exhausted all his strength. His hands suddenly pressed down, as if the entire sky was smashed to the ground. Boom! The huge waves crashed down, like the entire ocean capsized, completely engulfing the monster. That huge wave contains all the power of Xiao Feng. Every drop of water is as heavy as 1,000 stones, and every wave is enough to crush steel. Huge waves hit the ground, and the whole land was shaking. The trees in the distance were blown around by the air waves, and even Xie Jingchen and others had to take a few steps back to stabilize themselves. The monster struggled in the huge waves, roared, flapped its wings desperately, and tried to rush out. Its sharp claws tore at the surrounding water crazily, and its tail swept across, crushing the waves. But the huge waves continued one after another, giving it no chance to breathe at all. Each new wave cancels out its struggle and pushes it back to the bottom. The scales began to shatter under the impact of the huge waves, making a crunching sound. Blood seeped out of the cracks, dyeing the surrounding waters red and turning the blue waves into dark red. The roar of the monster gradually turned into a whine. The sound became weaker and weaker, and the struggle became weaker and weaker. Its limbs were paddling randomly on the water, but it could no longer make any waves. Work harder. Xie Jingchen clenched his fists, eager to rush to help. Veins popped out on his forehead. Qin Emo stared at the field without saying a word, but his hands were already on his waist, ready to take action at any time. The huge waves lasted for 10 breaths before gradually calming down. The water surface was turbulent, and the waves slapped against the gravel on the shore, making a splashing sound. When the water surface finally returned to calm, the monster was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and most of its scales were broken, revealing the dark red flesh underneath. The wings were broken, like two pieces of rags hanging down on the side of the body, and the wing membranes were full of holes. Its chest was still rising and falling weakly, but its breath was extremely weak. Its dark, golden vertical pupils were half open and half closed, and there was no longer the cold light as before. Xiaofeng stood there, panting heavily, his face as pale as paper. This move basically consumed all his strength, and now he could hardly even maintain the transformed state. However, before canceling the transformation, he had to confirm one thing, whether this monster was really dead. Xiaofeng stood there, staring at the monster lying on the ground with wide eyes, and finally saw something unusual, because its hind limbs actually trembled. Although it was very weak, he still caught it. He looked down at the unknown monster, and slowly raised his right hand. There is only a thin layer of water on the palm, which is almost dissipated. Dead or not, this is the final blow. A small water column shot out from the palm, only as thick as a thumb, not very fast, and even a little shaky. But the water column accurately penetrated the monster's head, entering from the forehead and exiting from the back of the head, bringing up a cloud of black blood. The monster's body stiffened suddenly, its limbs twitched for the last time, and then became completely motionless. Xiaofeng stood there and was silent for a moment. His arms slowly dropped, and the demonic energy on his shoulders was still burning his skin, but the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. He turned around and gave a thumbs up in the direction of Yi Dingyuan, his hand still shaking slightly. Nailed it! In the distance, everyone stood up and walked towards Xiaofeng. Taking a closer look, everyone realized how difficult this battle was. There were violent water elements and demonic energy everywhere, mixed together. Is this an Overlord-level monster? More than a dozen people at the Domain Lord level were deeply shocked. What did you see from this monster? Yi Dingyuan came over and waved his white fan. Powerful. Smart. Although I don't want to admit it, I see the tenacity in the monster. Everyone's eyes fell on the corpse of the monster, and their minds recalled its performance just now. Yi Dingyuan nodded. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He squatted down and used his fan bone to open the broken scales of the monster, carefully examining the wounds and the structure of the scales. Xiaofeng, how do you feel? Xiaofeng stopped joking and said seriously, It's very strong, much stronger than I expected. I have also encountered Overlord-level monsters in the secret realm of monsters in the outside world, but they didn't give me as much pressure as this one. The defense of its scale armor is extremely high. My high-pressure water cannon can only leave white marks. The water cannon is also difficult to penetrate and can only cause minor injuries. It forced me to use a big move like Fury of the Ocean to break through the defense. Moreover, its demonic aura is extremely strong and can easily corrode the water element. I have never seen this before, and it is difficult to dispel it once it is stained. He paused and glanced at his shoulder, where there was still residual demonic energy, and then added, And its speed and reaction are completely unlike a monster of such a large size. When it dodges water cannons in the air, its agility is better than many flying beasts I have seen. Yi Dingyuan nodded and tapped the broken scales of the monster with his folding fan. The white light on the fan flashed and then dimmed. The white light seemed to be swallowed by something and disappeared completely. His frown deepened. He motioned for everyone to look at the belly of the monster that had been washed away by the huge waves, where some half-digested internal organs could be vaguely seen. It selectively eats only certain parts when eating, which shows that it is deliberately ingesting a certain kind of energy, not just to fill its stomach, but more like it is consciously becoming stronger. This kind of behavior is extremely rare among Warcraft. Lu Qingshan pondered for a moment. This monster has pure demonic energy and is more capable of polluting. It has the blood of a dragon, is resistant to elemental forces, has a very strong body, and also has a certain amount of wisdom. According to historical records, only the demon beasts who have reached the king level have some of these characteristics. But now, It appears in an elementary level, overlord level monster at the same time. It is absolutely impossible to be the result of natural evolution. It is most likely due to man-made reasons. Hiss. Everyone took a breath, only now realizing the seriousness of the matter. Yi Dingyuan pondered. You are right, but now there is a question. Is this also part of the assessment? Are there such monsters in the core area? If that's the case, should we go in? Everyone fell into silence. This trip to the Holy Dragon secret realm was not only glory for them, but also an opportunity. There were so many guardians and inheritances in just one outer domain, and the opportunities in the core area were unimaginable. Except for the 6 junior overlord level players, the remaining 14 people are definitely not willing to go, and Yi Dingyuan will not let them go. If they are strong enough to enter, they will definitely die. As for the 6 overlord level players, they are still hesitant now. They also saw the scene when Xiao Feng fought against the Warcraft just now. He fought hard to kill a Warcraft. They did not dare to guarantee that they could kill the same Warcraft. Yi Dingyuan pondered for a moment, looking deep into the core area, looking at each other through the air. The distinct energy in the sky separated the two places. The fog inside was surging, the darkness was deep, and the energy was so rich that it leaked out, making it impossible to peek inside. Your Highness, I think we must go in. Lu Qingshan spoke first. As soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted everyone's attention. Yi Dingyuan's eyes changed when he looked at Lu Qingshan, and he woke up the dreamer with one sentence. Yes, as a prince, after entering the secret realm, he only focused on playing, not focusing on the secret realm at all. He actually wanted to give up when he encountered a little difficulty. Haha. Qingshan, you're right, I'm ashamed of myself. Yi Dingyuan patted his shoulder. No, I just feel that it would be a pity to quit without doing anything after finally coming here. That's right. It's a monster like this. If we all attack together, we can kill it with one move. Xiao Feng also let out wild words. I agree, I also want to enter the core area. Shen Qianshan voted with a show of hands. The remaining 3 people all agreed. Once Lu Qingshan provoked them, they no longer had the slightest intention of retreating. Yes. Yi Dingyuan turned around, glanced at the remaining 6 people, and said in a calm and clear voice, Rest in place today. Xiao Feng will treat the wounds, and the others will replenish their strength and check the status of the pet beasts. He paused, closed his white fan, held it in his hand, and his tone became more solemn. After entering the core area, everyone should be more vigilant. From now on, treat this place as a real battlefield, not an exercise or a test. Anyone who underestimates the enemy may pay the price. Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Xiao Feng put away his laughter, Shen Qianshan kept his hands on his waist, and Lu Qingshan stopped talking, just silently sensing the atmosphere around him. The remaining 3 people also felt the heavy atmosphere, which was completely different from the relaxed and leisurely atmosphere before, but this was the right thing to do. Otherwise they would only have the overlord level, but they couldn't even kill a monster of the same level, which would make people laugh. Xiao Feng sat on the ground and let his teammates help him heal his injuries. He reminded, this monster is indeed extraordinary. Everyone must be more vigilant and don't think about holding back. The longer it delays, the harder it will be to fight. Well, what Xiao Feng said makes sense. Yi Dingyuan nodded. Shen Qianshan asked, Then do you think if you meet another one, you can still win? Xiao Feng thought for a while and shook his head seriously. You can definitely win, but it will definitely consume a lot of energy. The sky was getting dark, day and night were turning, and the team of 20 people was divided into 2 teams, using the barrier as the boundary, and ran towards the 2 sides. Different from the hustle and bustle of other camps in the outer domain, the team of 6th Prince Yichengyu was as quiet as a silent chess game from the beginning. No one was laughing loudly, no one was vying for a shot, and there were very few unnecessary conversations. 14 domain lord-level players walked forward silently in the team, and 6 overlord-level players were scattered around, surrounding Yichengyu in the center. This is not because he needs protection, but because he needs to stand in the most appropriate position, a position where he can see the overall situation. Yichengyu was walking in the center of the team, with no weapons in his hands, only a simple compass, which he was caressing unconsciously. The pair of eyes that were always smiling narrowed slightly, and they kept scanning the woods in the distance, the grass nearby, and the backs of everyone in the team. The pointer on the compass in his hand rotated back and forth, and he couldn't figure out the pattern, but every time it turned, it made a rhythmic sound, until the pointer suddenly pointed to one of the directions and stopped for an instant, swinging back and forth violently. Stop! His voice was not loud, but it made everyone stop at the same time. There was no hesitation, no whispering. The 20 people seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, and they instantly froze in place. Wang Xuanzi walked back from the front of the team and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, what's going on?" Yangcheng did not answer immediately, closed his eyes, and let out his energy. No one spoke or acted rashly. They were all familiar with this situation. The sixth prince's compass had the function of predicting danger, and they were waiting for the results of Yangcheng's investigation. "What should I do?" someone asked. "Don't worry, let me think about it." Yangcheng closed his eyes and constructed the terrain map ahead in his mind. The density of the bushes, the surrounding cover, the wind direction, and the distance between the team's current location and the target were all within his consideration. After 3 breaths, he opened his eyes. "Shen Yan." "Here." Shen Yan walked out of the team, with a disc-shaped elf floating on his shoulder. It was his natal pet. It had only appeared in the battle in the form of an ancient compass magic weapon, but now it was exactly its original appearance. In the bushes ahead, how much area can the trapping dragon array cover? Onishin closed his eyes and sensed it for a while, then quickly replied, "If you only trap but not kill, you can cover the entire area. But if the opponent has more than 20 peak domain lord level ones, the duration will not be long, up to 20 breaths." Yangcheng nodded. He had already considered this information. "That's enough." Yangcheng interrupted him. "The battle must be fast, and must end within 20 breaths. Wang Yunxiao, Lu Chuan, you two will be responsible for raiding the formation later to avoid unexpected situations. This time, I will command, and the domain lord level players will fight. Don't worry, Your Highness, I promise to complete the mission." For the two of them, such a mission was too easy. Yangcheng's eyes fell on the domain lord level players and began to assign their tasks. Puppet 9. Puppet Zhio walked out of the team, his black cloak covering most of his face, only revealing an indifferent jawline. Your puppet enters the bush from the front, creates noise, and drives the wolves into the middle. Don't kill them, just drive them away. There are many of them. If they scatter and escape, it will be a bit troublesome. Puppet Zhio nodded silently, and 5 palm-sized wooden puppets slipped out of his sleeves. They quickly expanded after landing, turned into a half-human-tall mechanical dog, and quietly burrowed into the bushes. The eyes of those puppets glowed with a faint blue light, and there were fine runes flowing on the joints of their limbs, and every step was silent. Inchichi. Inchichi's fingers were already on the strings of the 7-stringed phoenix chain, and she raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. She was wearing a green dress, her long hair was pulled up, and she had a cool temperament. She was standing at the side of the team, her eyes falling on the bushes. When they are driven out, use piano music to interfere with their judgment. Don't use lethal sound waves, use confusing and distracting ones. The hearing of wolves is very sensitive, and your piano music will make them confused. Luo Xiaoxing. Luo Xiaoxing walked out of the crowd, her star-blue dress swaying gently in the wind, and the stars dotted on her hair flickered slightly. Her natal pet beast is the star elemental body, which is good at range attacks, but Yangcheng's arrangements for her have never been about attacking. After the wolves are driven out, you use starlight to create a light curtain above them. Don't attack, just light. The bloodthirsty giant wolves are afraid of strong light, and the light curtain will make them more panicked and afraid to look up. Luo Xiaoxing blinked. Just light? No fight. Then I don't have it. Luo Xiaoxing stuck out his tongue. He didn't have such strong strength now. He continued to name names. Barbarian Mountain. Manshan strode from behind the team, his naked upper body muscles taut, and the ground shook slightly with every step he took. His natal pet animal is the mountain-shaking giant ape, a symbol of pure violence, but Yangcheng's arrangement for him has never been a head-on charge. You stand on the opposite side of the gap, and when the wolves rush out, use the mountain collapsing 13 strikes to hit the ground. Don't hit the wolves, hit the ground. The earthquake will make them unstable, slow down, and then gather together. Man Shan grinned, showing his white teeth. Understood, fighting is not about fighting. Wang Mingho walked out of the team with a calm expression. His natal pet beast is the giant rock earth dragon, which is both defense and strength. Since seeing so many geniuses in this martial arts performance, he has become much quieter, but also much calmer. You stand next to Man Shan. If there is an iron-backed wolf charging towards him, you use the rock peak guard to block it. Don't take the initiative to attack, just block it. Wang Mingho nodded and said nothing. Lingmu Bai was dressed in a green shirt, with a faint medicinal fragrance and a gentle temperament. His natal pet is Shinong Chao Ling, a top-notch healing and auxiliary pet. You stand at the back and are responsible for treatment. If anyone is injured, treat it immediately. Don't get close to the battlefield. Lingmu Bai nodded slightly. Your Highness, don't worry. Yi Chengyu explained the locations and tasks of the remaining people. Long-range attackers are scattered on both sides, responsible for output. Melee players guard both sides of the gap, responsible for intercepting fish that slip through the net. Everyone has their own place, and everyone knows what they should do. If everything evolves according to plan, then the wolves will be gathered together by us and panicked. As long as we give an order and you attack at the same time, you can easily destroy them. The 14 domain Lord-level players were clearly arranged by Yi Chengyu, like chess pieces in a precise chess game. Start. As soon as the two words fell, everyone moved at the same time. Anashun was the first to take action. The flying pet turned into a simple compass and fell into his hand. He pressed the compass to the ground, and the complex patterns spread around like living creatures, covering the entire bush silently. The moment the array pattern lit up, several low whimpers came from the bushes. The wolves seemed to have noticed something unusual, but it was too late. Coming out, Wang Shuanzi whispered. The first giant bloodthirsty wolf rushed out of the bushes, followed by the second and third. They were as big as calves, with their entire bodies covered in gray-brown hair, their fangs exposed, and their eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. But at this moment, in addition to ferocity, there was also a hint of panic in their eyes. They did not rush in the direction of the team, but were driven towards the preset encirclement circled by the puppet. The sound of Inchichi sounded at this moment. It was not a passionate sound of killing, but a series of chaotic notes, high and low, fast and slow, as if someone was fiddling with the strings. The sound penetrated the ears of the bloodthirsty giant wolves, disrupting their perception, making them unable to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. Several bloodthirsty giant wolves began to circle in circles, and some even bumped into each other, letting out angry whimpers. Luo Xiaoxing raised her hand, and the shadow of the Xinghui elemental body appeared behind her. The bright star-blue light condensed on her fingertips, and then exploded above the bloodthirsty giant wolves, turning into a dazzling light curtain. The light curtain did not hurt anyone, but it was extremely dazzling. The wolves were suddenly blinded by the bright light and lowered their heads, not daring to look at the sky. They lost their sense of direction and could only rush forward based on instinct, but there were already people waiting for them ahead. Man Shan spread his legs apart, sat on the horse with his waist lowered, and clenched his fists. The shadow of the mountain-shaking giant ape appeared behind him and merged with him. His muscles were tensing and his veins were bulging, and his whole body was like a volcano ready to explode. When the first wave of bloodthirsty giant wolves rushed in front of him, he slammed his fists onto the ground. Collapse of the mountain. Boom. The ground trembled violently, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading around Man Shan's fists. The shock wave carried the gravel and dust and swept towards the bloodthirsty giant wolves. More than a dozen giant wolves were staggered around. Some fell to the ground, some staggered back, and some were even shocked to the point where their mouths and noses bleed. Their speed dropped sharply, and their formation was completely chaotic. Remote, focus fire. Yi Chengyu's voice was as calm as if he was reading a menu. The long-range attackers on both sides took action at the same time. Arrows, beams, wind blades, ice cones. Various attacks accurately landed on the bloodthirsty giant wolves from different directions. Their goal is not to kill them with one blow, but to incapacitate them in the fastest and least labor-intensive way. The skills were shot in the air at high speed, hitting the giant wolf one by one, breaking its legs, shooting through the shoulder blades, and shattering the fangs. This is the rule set by Yangcheng. When facing hordes of strange beasts, do not seek speed, but seek stability. First abolish their ability to move, and then clean them up one by one to minimize the risk to ourselves. After the first wave of attacks fell, 15 of the 20-odd bloodthirsty giant wolves had fallen. Although there were still a few remaining ones struggling, most of them were injured. One of the largest bloodthirsty wolves tried to break out from the side. Its hind leg was shot through, but it still ran wildly, dragging the injured leg. Want to escape? It's not that simple. Wang Mingho transformed into a giant rock dragon and stood directly in front of it. A single collision forced the giant wolf back. At this point, all the bloodthirsty giant wolves were trapped together. They roared, went crazy, and kept attacking the formation made by Anishan. Beads of sweat were already forming on Anishan's forehead. It took a lot of effort to maintain the trapped dragon formation, especially when more than 20 giant wolves at the peak of domain lord level attacked at the same time. The burden on him was extremely heavy, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. Clear the place, Yangcheng said. The second wave of concentrated fire fell. This time, the target was fatal. 12 breaths later, there were only 20 corpses of bloodthirsty giant wolves left outside the bushes. Not one of them escaped. Not one of them howled for help. Their throats were disturbed by the sound of inchichi before they were hit, and they were unable to make rhythmic calls at all. Lu Chuan retracted the barrier, and Anishan put away the compass. Both of their faces were a little pale, but there was a smile in their eyes. Yangcheng stepped forward and squatted down to inspect the body of a bloodthirsty giant wolf. He opened its ears, looked at its pupils, and touched the blood on the wound with the jade pendant. Not bad. He stood up, 2 breaths faster than expected. Wang Xuanzi walked up to him and whispered, "Your Highness, why don't you let me take action? I can kill them with one blow." Yangcheng glanced at him and smiled. "Your strength should be reserved for more critical moments. These bastards are not worth wasting your energy." He paused and glanced at the 14 domain lord-level players who were cleaning the battlefield. Moreover, they also need to be trained in actual combat. I always firmly believe that the weak can do the same things as the strong with their wisdom. What do you think? Wang Xuanzi was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. This is not the first time that the wolves have appeared. The team continues to move forward. This scene has been played out many times since they entered the secret realm. In every battle, Yangcheng would formulate different tactics based on the terrain, wind direction, and the type and number of strange beasts. Sometimes he uses long-range consumption. Sometimes he uses puppets to lure enemies. Sometimes he even asks the team to do nothing. Just wait quietly. Wait for the alien beasts to leave. Wait for nightfall. And wait for a more suitable time. Yangcheng has only one creed: to gain the greatest gain with the least loss and the fastest speed. His men went from being nervous at first, to calmness, to trust in the end. They began to believe that as long as they followed His Highness's instructions, they would make no mistakes, and their cooperation became more and more tacit. So much so that some instructions did not require detailed explanation from Yangcheng. Only some extremely simple instructions were needed to make the correct action perfectly. Yangcheng's purpose was to get along with them. The team continued to move forward, and not long after, about an hour later, the group stopped again, but this time it was not a warning from the compass, but something abnormal ahead. The landscape before us began to change. The grasslands gradually disappeared, replaced by rolling hills and sparse woodland. A faint smell of decay began to fill the air, which was incompatible with the pale golden skylight. Yangcheng's pace slowed down, and his eyes fell deep in the hills, where a group of dilapidated buildings could be vaguely seen. Stone pillars collapsed and vines entangled. It had obviously been abandoned for a long time. But what caught his attention was not the ruins, but a relatively well-preserved stone gate in the center of the ruins. The stone door is dark gray in color, with complex patterns carved on the surface, and there is a faint golden light flowing between the patterns. There was a stone statue standing on each side of the stone gate. The carving was of some strange beast that he did not recognize. It had a body like a tiger, wings on its back, and its head raised to the sky, lifelike. Your Highness, there should be a guardian in front of you, but I can't tell what kind of beast it is. Wang Xuanzi said in a low voice. Yi Chongyu did not answer immediately. He narrowed his eyes and glanced back and forth at the stone gate and the two stone statues. Go and take a look first, he said softly and stepped forward. Everyone followed him through the ruins and came to the stone gate. After getting closer, the carved lines became clearer. They were not ordinary decorations, but an ancient script with complex strokes and rigorous structure, which was completely different from the scripts popular today. The rest of the people gathered around to see it, but it was all in vain. They shook their heads. This text was too old. They had never learned it when they were in school. It is estimated that only the old professors who studied history in the entire Shenlong dynasty could understand it. Yi Chongyu didn't speak, just stared at the words quietly. His eyes swept from the first line to the last line, and then from the last line back to the first line, over and over again, as if he was confirming something. It's not exactly ancient writing. He finally spoke. His voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself. If it is really ancient writing, I will definitely recognize it. It's not that I'm arrogant, but I have learned all the writing and languages of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Even if I can't understand them all, I can still recognize them roughly, but these are obviously not. Yi Chongyu raised his hand and touched it, and said in deep thought, these are more like ancient runes. Ancient runes. Everyone was confused, waiting for his explanation. I know. Everyone nodded. There were many magic weapons among them, but they didn't know exactly how to make them. Then do you know where the runes come from? Yi Chongyu asked a fatal question, one that no one had ever thought about. Isn't it created by the ancestors? In Chi asked with some uncertainty. Could our ancestors be able to create things out of thin air? This is indeed a bit difficult. The source of the runes is actually these ancient runes. Yi Chongyu pointed at these mysterious symbols. So, where did the ancient runes come from? Before anyone could respond, Yi Chongyu asked another question. Seeing that everyone was confused, Yi Chongyu asked and answered himself. The ancient runes are actually referenced from the pet beasts. Huh, it's actually a pet beast? I see. Some were surprised, some were pensive. Yes, it's incredible. Yi Chongyu smiled. Are there any runes on the pet beast? Some people were puzzled. Of course there are, but not all pet beasts have them. Some have them, but most of them don't. And the pet beasts that are born with runes are all beings with extremely high potential. So I suspect that maybe these runes contain mysterious power. There are also some people in the royal family who are studying this problem. They tried to carve runes on some pet beasts, but without exception, they all failed. However, this further illustrates the magical power of runes. No wonder, an old man in the clan once told me to spend more time studying the runes on the sacred beast Holy Light. I never understood the meaning. Now it seems that these runes are indeed mysterious. Wang Xuanzi nodded, suddenly enlightened. Yes, your divine beast Holy Light has been baptized by blood many times, and its body is indeed covered with many mysterious runes. However, it is too complicated. If you want to study it clearly, you can only rely on you. Maybe your future path lies in it. I will. Wow, Your Highness, you know a lot. Luo Xiaoxing's eyes shone. Yi Chongyu smiled slightly, with a rare hint of confidence in his smile. When I was a child, I found a related rune research and development record in the Royal Library. I found it interesting at the time, so I read it a few times. I didn't expect to use it. Your Highness, how should we enter this place? Wang Xuanzi asked. I'll do some research. There's a high probability that we need to decrypt it. He took a step forward and gently touched the runes carved on the stone door with his fingers. The protruding marks shone slightly under the touch of his fingertips, and then dimmed again. Do we need to follow a specific order? Yi Chongyu pressed the runes one by one according to his memory to form a complete formation. Then, as if some kind of switch was activated, they all lit up and would no longer go out. Then an ancient and hoarse voice sounded. Behind the stone gate is my residence. My name is Kanjia. During my lifetime, I was an earth beast master. I killed monsters and developed earth rune formations. After my death, I was buried here and left a legacy for future generations. It's really a guardian, and it's of the earth element. Yi Chongyu paused, looking at the stone pillar on the right. The stone door needs to be infused with earth element energy to open it. Which one of you will give it a try? Wang Mingho took a step forward. Your Highness, let me try. Yi Chongyu nodded. Well, okay, let me know if there is any abnormality immediately. Rock Earth Dragon, transform. Everyone got out of the way. Wang Mingho completed his transformation and put his thick limbs on the ground. Then a ball of pure earth energy began to condense on the top of his head and was injected into the stone door. The stone door immediately began to glow with a faint earthy yellow light. Not bad, continue. Yi Chongyu said. The stone door began to tremble slightly, and the runes on the surface slowly lit up and began to spread around. Keep lighting until the entire door is filled. Wang Mingho frowned. Your Highness, it is indeed effective, but not enough. The energy it requires is far beyond my endurance. Yi Chongyu was not surprised, because Wang Mingho's talent was actually limited, and it was almost impossible to complete the test alone. Try your best, seniors will be watching you silently. Even if you can't activate it, you must still show your potential. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingho gathered more powerful energy. Yes. Time passed little by little, and now almost all the runes on the stone door were lit up, but the color was still very dim, and the tremor was even stronger. Everyone looked worried, but they couldn't help much. After all, their natal beasts were not Earth-type, so there was nothing they could do to help. Not even close. Wang Mingho gritted his teeth. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his words had a vibrato. We've almost reached our limit. Yi Chongyu stepped forward and pressed his palms on the center of the stone door. Bahuang Chaos. Give me a helping hand. Roar. A low roar sounded, and a tall figure appeared behind Yi Chongyu, 8 meters tall. The rock-like body was extremely thick, and the joints were inlaid with golden crystals. The tail extending from the spine swung randomly, and 4 huge brown dragon wings spread out, blocking out the sky and the sun, showing the aura of the middle-level overlord level. In the chaos of Bahuang, Yi Chongyu rarely showed his natural pet beast in front of everyone, and rarely fought with the outside world. There were very few people who knew his realm, but this did not mean that his fighting ability was poor. Go! Yi Chongyu's body merged with Bahuang Chaos, and then shot out a stream of the same earth-yellow energy from his palm. The lines on the stone door suddenly lit up, and the earthy brown light rushed from the bottom to the top, illuminating the entire stone door. With a rumbling sound, the stone door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a deep passage. The stone walls on both sides of the passage are embedded with luminous crystals, illuminating the path ahead clearly. Your Highness, you. Wang Mingho was a little surprised. Yi Chongyu took back his hand and said calmly, It's a small matter, let's go. He took the first step and entered the passage. Everyone followed closely behind, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the passage, which seemed particularly clear. The passage is not long, and it takes about 100 steps to reach the end. At the end is a wide stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber stands a huge stone platform, with a figure sitting cross-legged on the stone platform. The figure was tall and covered with gray-white stone armor. His face was blurry, and only a pair of tightly closed eyes could be seen. His hands were folded on his knees, and there was a fist-sized earth-brown bead suspended between his palms, emitting a warm light. The ground around the stone platform was covered with dense runes, which were exactly the same as the words on the stone door. Everyone stepped into the secret room, and an old voice sounded in the stone room. Later comers. The eyes of the figure slowly opened, and earth-brown light overflowed from the pupils, pointing directly at the leader Yi Chongyu. Being able to get here shows that you have enough strength and wisdom. But if you want to obtain my inheritance, you still need to pass the final test. Yi Chongyu took a step forward, raised his hands, and saluted. Senior, I have no intention of passing on the legacy. I just want to get a points token. If the senior is willing, can the junior's subordinates be put to the test? Their qualifications may be more suitable to inherit the mantle of the senior. The figure was silent for a moment, his eyes lingering on Yi Chongyu for a long time, then slowly scanning the 19 people behind him, and finally falling on Yi Chongyu again. You are the only one who is most suitable for this place. You don't want inheritance? There was no emotion or anger in his voice. Yi Chongyu said calmly, This junior already has his own pet beast, Bahuang Chaos, which is also of the earth element, and I already have my own path. The inheritance of the seniors is different from the chain cultivation path of the juniors. Accepting it forcefully will be a waste of the efforts of the seniors. However, the juniors have several Earth-type beast control masters with good qualifications. If the seniors do not give up, they can give it a try, and the legacy of the seniors can also be carried forward. The portrait's eyes stayed on Yangcheng for another moment, as if sensing the aura of chaos in his body, and then he nodded slightly. He raised his right hand, and a golden token emerged from his palm and slowly floated towards Yangcheng. Just for your determination, take the points token. Yangcheng took the token and saw a dragon shadow engraved on the front. He put the token away and handed it over again. Thank you, senior. The figure's gaze passed over him and fell on the people behind him. His eyes stayed on several people for a moment, and finally settled on one person. You. His eyes locked on Wang Mingho. Come forward. Wang Mingho was stunned and looked at Yangcheng subconsciously. Yangcheng nodded to him, and Wang Mingho took a deep breath and stepped forward. The figure looked at him, his eyes as real as his eyes, sweeping from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, and then from the soles of his feet back to his head. I have felt your performance in the outside world. Although you did not successfully pass the first-level test, you are still considered a malleable talent. If you miss this time, I don't know if you will have the opportunity to pass on the inheritance in the future. Come forward and let me feel it carefully. Wang Mingho took a step forward and looked past Yangcheng. The stone statue's gaze was directed into Wang Mingho's spiritual world, as if he saw an earth dragon covered in rock armor. The giant rock earth dragon has changed its earth type, and its dragon bloodline is impure. It's a pity, Wang Mingho said with a hint of regret. Senior's insight, I really can't do anything about the bloodline of the giant rock earth dragon. The figure looked at the giant rock dragon, with a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Perhaps this is fate. The earth dragon that accompanied me in the war also looked like this. Unfortunately, it left earlier than me. He was silent for a moment, then looked at Wang Mingho. My test is very simple. The earth element is thick, good at defense, and good at neutralization. Show your understanding of earth element skills. If you meet my requirements, you can inherit my power. Wang Mingho looked solemn, but did not flinch. Senior, please give me some advice. After Wang Mingho finished speaking, the eyes of the figure on the stone platform suddenly lit up with an earthy brown light. The light became stronger and brighter, and finally turned into a pillar of light, enveloping Wang Mingho's entire body. Don't resist. The old voice sounded in his ears. Come with me. Wang Mingho felt his eyes blur, and the surrounding scene changed instantly. The stone chamber disappeared. Yangcheng and his companions disappeared, and even the stone slabs under their feet disappeared. He stood on a barren land. The sky was gray, the ground was cracked, and the air was filled with a dry and dull atmosphere. In front of him stood a rock giant more than 10 meters high. The giant's body was made up of countless boulders, with earth-yellow light flowing from the joints, and his eyes were like two burning flames staring at him. Wang Mingho took a deep breath and completely merged with the giant rock earth dragon. Earthy yellow rock armor covered his whole body. The dragon's tail swung behind him, and the dragon's claws heavily stepped on the ground. He looked up at the rock giant, with no fear in his eyes, only calm determination. Understood, I'm ready. As soon as he finished speaking, the rock giant moved. It raised its right arm, and with its huge stone fist packed with overwhelming force, it smashed down on Wang Mingho's head. Before the punch came, the oppressive feeling had already cracked the ground under Wang Mingho's feet. Wang Mingho did not dodge. He raised his head and let out a roar. The earth-yellow light condensed into a thick rock shield in front of him. Rock Dragon Shield. Boom! The stone fist hit the rock shield and made an earth-shattering noise. The ground beneath Wang Mingho exploded, gravel flew, and his legs sank deeply into the soil. Spider-web-like cracks appeared on the rock shield, but it was not broken after all. Uft! Wang Mingho spurted out a mouthful of blood. His limbs were shaking, his claws cracked, and blood dripped down his fingers, but he resisted. The rock giant retracted his fist, and without giving him a chance to breathe, the second punch had already been punched. This punch is harder and faster than the first punch. Wherever the fist passed, the air was squeezed and exploded. Wang Mingho's pupils trembled. He roared and poured all his power into the rock shield. The rock shield suddenly thickened, turning from a shield into a small fortress, enveloping his entire body. Boom! The stone fist hit the rock castle, and the whole earth trembled. The rock castle shook violently. Layers of rock on the surface peeled off, and cracks spread from the top to the bottom. Wang Mingho's eyes were about to burst, and he was covered in blood, but he held on tightly and did not fall down. There is one last move. Sanya sighed. His voice seemed a little regretful. In his eyes, Wang Mingho did not have the strength to pass the level, at least not yet. The rock giant took 2 steps back, raised his arms high above his head, clenched his fists, and condensed them into a stone hammer that opened up the world. The size of the stone hammer even exceeded the size of the giant rock dragon, covering half of the sky, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. If you can't withstand this blow, you will die. Wang Mingho raised his head and looked at the stone hammer that was about to fall, and then a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. I will die if I die, but before that I have to fight hard. After all, the inheritance of a king-level beast master is not so easy to obtain. The bunker's strongest defensive capabilities were already crumbling. If it took another hit, it would undoubtedly shatter. However, its defense wasn't necessarily passive. It could also be proactive. He took a deep breath and made a bold decision. He withdrew from the rock fortress. Oh, Kanjia asked, somewhat curious. Flying rock/combo. Wang Mingho flicked his tail, sending out more than a dozen flying rock slashes. But unfortunately, they had no effect on the rock giant's attack. Offense is a form of defense, but Earth-type beast tamers generally don't have very strong attack power. Is it even useful? Kanjia's voice rang out. Let's give it a try, what if? Wang Mingho grinned, his whole body radiating an unparalleled brown light, piercing through clouds and splitting rocks. Giant rock slash. Mountain collapse strike. Wang Mingho used all his attack methods in succession, and he actually gained some unexpected benefits. The rock giant's attack was partially neutralized. Nearly 20% of the stone hammer in the air was shattered, and its descent speed was also greatly reduced. Haha, it works. Let's do it again. Wang Mingho saw hope. Even though he had already exhausted a lot of energy in his spiritual world, he still focused all his energy on preparing for the next round of attacks. Piercing through clouds and splitting rocks. Giant rock slash. Mountain collapse strike. The massive stone hammer was shaved down another 20%, but it was almost on its way to the ground, leaving no time for Wang Mingho to organize a third attack. The giant rock bunker. Aya! Wang Mingho roared hoarsely, his energy almost completely drained. Even his pet beast burned its bloodline power, the brownish energy stained with a trace of blood. The bunker formed by the interweaving of dark red and brownish red looked extremely eerie. However, the effect was also obvious. He blocked the final blow from the rock giant. The stone hammer smashed onto the bunker without breaking. With a loud thud, the hammer turned into rubble and fell to the ground. Although his talent isn't particularly strong, he does have a ruthless streak. Kanjia was silent for a moment before finally acknowledging Wang Mingho. Wang Mingho had deactivated his transformation and was kneeling on one knee in the middle of the swamp, covered in blood, but he did not fall to the ground. The faint smile on his lips seemed to indicate the joy of being recognized. First hurdle passed. Kanjia's voice held a hint of approval. You know how to be flexible. Very good. And then, Wang Mingho's hoarse voice barely rang out. The second challenge. Can you even keep this up? I want to give it a try. Haha. I told you this is my spiritual world. You can recover whenever I want. Kanjia's voice rang out, and energy around him began to flow wildly into Wang Mingho's body. In a short while, Wang Mingho had fully recovered, and his aura even seemed to surpass his previous level. Thank you so much, Senior. Wang Mingho said excitedly. The second stage, Kanjia's voice rang out again, neutralization. The earth element is the most neutral, capable of containing all things. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 orbs of light appeared before Wang Mingho. One was crimson like fire, radiating a scorching aura. The other was azure like water, surging with icy fluctuations. The 2 orbs of light repelled each other, incompatible, and hissed, and emitted a large cloud of white mist at their boundary. The earth element is known as the foundation of all things, adept at moderation and harmony. It can fuse the power of water and fire without bias, without explosion or destruction. If you can do that, you've passed the test. Wang Mingho frowned. Water and fire are incompatible. This is a fundamental principle of nature. Using earth-based energy to harmonize them sounds reasonable, but in practice, it's incredibly difficult. Earth can restrain water and also extinguish fire, but for the two to coexist without conflict, what's needed is not restraint, but balance. This test is my control over earth elemental energy. Wang Mingho sat down on the spot, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the characteristics of the two orbs of light. The violence of fire and the gentleness of water clash when they come close, emitting white smoke that dissipates into the air. He stretched out his hand, and an earthy yellow light surged from his palm, slowly enveloping the two orbs of water and fire power. At first, the forces of water and fire fiercely resisted. Wang Mingho's idea was simple, to forcibly envelop both of them with earth-based energy. But it wasn't that simple. The flames wanted to break through the soil, and the water wanted to seep out from the cracks in the soil. Wang Mingho was bearing the brunt of the energy conflict, but he gritted his teeth and kept the earth element energy strong. Boom. Not long after, a loud bang was heard, and the three-colored energy ball exploded. It failed, Wang Mingho sighed. You have 3 chances, Kanjia's voice rang out. I want to try it a second time. No problem. The same water and fire energies reappeared, floating in front of Wang Mingho. We can't force them together. We must harmonize them. Wang Mingho already had an idea in mind. He summoned earth energy, guided fire energy to one side, and then directed water energy to the other side. This time there wasn't such a violent energy conflict, but maintaining it wouldn't be easy either, because if one side had a little more, it would also trigger an energy conflict. Time ticked by, and cold sweat beaded on Wang Mingho's forehead. His arms trembled slightly. The consumption of harmonizing the power of water and fire far exceeded his expectations, and every breath was draining his energy. Laugh. A sigh of dejection rang out. Another failure. All the energy dissipated, but it was much better than last time, lasting longer and without exploding. You failed the second time, but you have one last time. Wang Mingho patted his face, pondered for a moment, and finally spoke again. I've made up my mind, Senior. I want to take on one last challenge. But he did not give up. The second method is correct, but it doesn't achieve balance. What if we add a rotational force? Perhaps it will succeed. The same scenario unfolded again, but this time, Wang Mingho improved his method. The light is ochre in the center, with crimson and azure intertwined on both sides. Then it rotates rapidly. The 3 colors neither conflict nor merge. Fire and water form the wheels, pushing each other, while earth forms the axis and rotates rapidly, forming a delicate balance. Kanjia was silent for a moment, then slowly said, barely passed. Your understanding of neutralization is not deep enough, but at least you have grasped the basic idea. With more practice, you will improve. Wang Mingho breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his hands. The third challenge, Kanjia's voice turned serious, innovation. Wang Mingho was taken aback. Innovation. There are countless Earth-type beast tamers, and their skills are all variations on the same theme. Defense, control, and strength, it all boils down to these 3 things. Kanjia's voice carried a hint of regret. But true powerhouses do not repeat the paths of their predecessors, but forge their own paths and develop their own unique skills, profound mysteries, and divine techniques. So, the third challenge is to develop a unique skill for the giant rock dragon that satisfies me. Wang Mingho fell silent. Creating a new skill is simple in some ways, but difficult in others, let alone satisfying you, which is quite abstract. Here, you can use your skills and energy without limit. This is a rare opportunity for you, but the time limit is 1 day. Wang Mingho fell into deep thought as he began to reflect on his life. Since he began cultivating, all his skills had been learned either from predecessors or from the racial skills of his pets. Asked to create them from scratch, he was at a loss for where to begin. Wang Mingho sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, his mind filled with images of himself fighting alongside the giant rock dragon. Shockwave. This was the first skill he mastered, stomping his feet on the ground to release a circular shockwave centered on himself, which could disrupt the enemy's balance and slow them down. Simple and direct, but with limited power. Rock Peak Guardian. He recalled the move he used in battle, rising rock peaks from the ground to form a circular barrier that could both defend and trap enemies. He lost that battle, but the Rock Peak Guardian performed admirably, excelling in group defense. Rock Dragon Shield. His strongest defensive skill is to condense earth energy into a shield that can change size and thickness. In martial arts training, he used this move to block many attacks, but that's all. It can only defend, not counterattack. Flying Rock Slash. A ranged attack skill that conjures rock blades that hurtle the enemy. Its power and speed are average. Its only advantage is its low resource consumption and ability to be used consecutively. Bunker. Actually, this is a pretty powerful skill. It's a defensive skill that combines Rock Peak Guardian and Rock Dragon Shield, transforming into a small fortress that completely envelopes you. Wang Mingho opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He was very skilled in these techniques, but never thought of changing anything. At this moment, when Kanjia asked him to create a new skill, he realized a problem. These skills did not seem to be enough to support him in becoming a strong person. Shockwave is for control, Rock Peak Guardian is for both defense and control, Rock Dragon Shield is pure defense, Flying Rock Slash is for attack, and Bunker is for ultimate defense. They fight independently and are unrelated to each other. No single skill combines defense and attack. Defense and attack. Wang Mingho muttered to himself. Earth element isn't without offensive power. It's just that most beast tamers treat it as a purely defensive attribute. He stood up and began to try. In his first attempt, he combined the Rock Dragon Shield with the Flying Rock Slash. While condensing a rock shield, flying rocks were launched from the shield surface. As a result, the defensive power of the rock shield decreased by 30%, and the power of the flying rocks was also greatly reduced, resulting in a lose-lose situation. No, spreading our forces too thin will leave us with neither defense nor offense. In his second attempt, he combined shockwaves with a bunker. Create continuous tremors around the bunker, making it impossible for approaching enemies to gain a foothold. The effect was good, but the problem was also obvious. This move consumed a terrifying amount of energy. It only lasted for a few seconds, and half of the energy in my body was consumed. If this trend continues, I'll fall to the ground before I can even control the enemy. In his third attempt, he combined Rock Peak Guardian with Flying Rock Slash, summoning rock peaks to surround oneself, then peeling away the rocks to create a barrage of flying blades that hurtle towards the enemy. This idea is feasible, but the Rock Peak Guardian is designed to trap enemies. Once the rocks are peeled away, the height and thickness of the rock peaks will decrease, greatly reducing their trapping effect. Tried again and again, failed again and again. Sweat beaded on Wang Mingho's forehead, and his arms trembled slightly. Although Kanjia said that energy could be used indefinitely here, the mental exhaustion was irreparable. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe 2 hours, maybe 4. The gray sky remained unchanged, the cracked earth remained unchanged, and he was the only one there, repeatedly trying and repeatedly failing. It's too hard. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. Creating a new skill is harder than learning 10 old ones. Kanjia's voice finally rang out, tinged with a hint of amusement. Giving up already? It's only been half a day. Wang Mingho smiled wryly. Senior, it's not that I'm giving up. It's just that I really can't figure out how to fuse them. Most of the Earth-type skills are passive, and the attack skills are too weak. No matter how I fuse them, it just doesn't feel right. Have you considered where the problem lies? Wang Mingho was taken aback. You've been thinking in terms of Earth element. Kanjia's voice turned serious. But you've forgotten that your pet is a giant rock Earth dragon. It's not purely Earth elemental. It has dragon blood, and that's your advantage. Wang Mingho was stunned. The bloodline of the dragon. Yes, the giant rock dragon is a dragon, not just an ordinary rock behemoth. It possesses not only the solidity of the Earth element, but also the majesty and power of the dragon. He had always raised the giant rock dragon as an Earth-type pet, forgetting that dragon blood flowed through its veins. A combination of dragon and earth elements, Wang Mingho murmured, his eyes gradually brightening. This is the path that the giant rock earth dragon should take. He stood up, closed his eyes, and began to sense the power of the bloodline within the giant rock dragon. Earth elemental energy is profound and stable, like the earth itself. Dragon elemental bloodline is domineering and majestic, making it the king of all beasts. Two forces intertwined within him, like strangers who had never cooperated before. What if we infuse dragon blood into earth-based defenses? Wang Mingho muttered to himself. It's not a simple addition, but rather letting the power of the dragon dominate the power of the earth. He raised his right hand, and a yellowish-brown light condensed in his palm, transforming into a rock shield. But this time, he didn't stop. Instead, he unusually activated the power of the dragon blood within his body, injecting that domineering and majestic aura into the rock shield. The rock shield began to change. Within the earthy yellow light, a faint hint of dark gold emerged. The shield's structure transformed from rough rock into delicate scales, each scale gleaming with a metallic sheen. The edges of the shield extend into sharp corners, no longer serving a purely defensive purpose, but also incorporating offensive features. But that's not enough. Wang Mingho frowned. He felt something was missing. Although the changes to Rock Shield were obvious, it was still essentially a defensive skill, only now it had become harder and sharper. What he needs is a combination of offense and defense. Dragon-type power manifests in every aspect, he murmured. If we only use dragon blood for defense, we're wasting our potential. He dispersed the rock shield and reformed it. This time, he used dragon blood as the primary energy source, supplemented by earth-based energy. Dark golden light surged in his palm, like a sleeping young dragon slowly awakening. Earthy yellow energy transformed into layers of rock, covering the surface of the dark golden light and forming a thick carapace. Then he clenched his fist. In that instant, dark golden light burst forth from the cracks in the rocks, and the roar of a dragon echoed in his palm. A ferocious dragon head phantom materialized on his fist, its mouth wide open as if to devour everything. This is... Wang Mingho was stunned. He looked down at his fist, feeling the terrifying power contained within it. That move just now not only had extremely strong defensive capabilities, but could also be launched at any time, and its power was also considerable. The majestic and heavy power carried the force of 10,000 Jun, making it definitely the most powerful move among his skills. The earth element's solidity bears the dragon element's domineering nature, while the dragon element's sharpness activates the earth element's potential. Not bad. Kanjia's voice carried a hint of approval. Keep going. When you can truly and perfectly combine the two, you won't be far from becoming a hegemon. Wang Mingho took a deep breath and began to perfect this skill. He combined the defensive structure of the rock dragon shield with the offensive properties of dragon blood power to create a completely new way of circulating energy. When defending, the power of dragon blood sinks into the body, leaving only earth elemental energy to form a rock armor on the surface. When attacking, the power of dragon blood bursts out from the body, blasting towards the enemy through the gaps in the rock armor. It integrates offense and defense and can be controlled with ease. He tried and tried again, revised and revised again. Sometimes the dragon blood power was too strong, and the rock armor couldn't withstand it. Sometimes the earth energy was too heavy, and the dragon blood power couldn't break through. He repeatedly adjusted the ratio of the two, over and over again, until he found that delicate balance. Finally, after what seemed like the umpteenth attempt, he stopped. He stood still, his body covered in dark golden rock armor. The armor was thicker than ever before, but the flowing dark golden light on its surface made it appear exceptionally agile. His right fist slowly clenched, and a dragon's roar emanated from his fist, growing louder and brighter. Earth Dragon Rock Strike, he said softly, and threw a punch. Boom! The dark golden fist shadow transformed into a roaring dragon's head, bursting forth from the fist and slamming into the ground in the distance. The earth trembled, rocks flew everywhere, and a deep crater several meters in diameter appeared before him. At the edge of the crater, the rocks were shattered, a peculiar effect produced by the perfect fusion of dragon blood power and earth energy. Wang Mingho stared at the deep pit, panting heavily, but a slow smile crept onto his lips. Such immense power. Kanjia nodded slightly. This skill barely meets the standard. He finally spoke. It's a perfect blend of offense and defense, controlled with ease. You use the solidity of earth to support the domineering power of dragon, and the sharpness of dragon to activate the potential of earth. It's not a simple addition, but a true fusion. He paused for a moment. Breaking through to the overlord level requires a qualitative change in attributes, but unfortunately your talent is lacking. If you rely solely on earth-type power, the overlord level is still a long way off. However, if you combine earth-type and dragon-type power, it will be much simpler, since dragons are born overlords. Wang Mingho knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I didn't give you any pointers, Kanjia's voice softened. I'm just reminding you not to forget what your pet is. The rest is up to you. He paused for a moment, then continued. Third test, passed. Wang Mingho felt a blur before his eyes, and the scenery around him changed again. He was standing in the stone chamber once more, with the stone statue in front of him, and Yu and his companions behind him. Everything was as before, as if the 3 trials he had just faced were merely an illusion. But he had something in his hand. A brownish-yellow bead, warm and smooth like jade, radiating a soft glow. The inheritance bead. Kanjia's voice came from the stone statue. It contains my life's cultivation insights and combat experience, as well as a large amount of earth elemental energy that I accumulated during my lifetime. Take it and study it carefully. When you break through to the overlord level, you should be able to digest its contents. As for whether you can break through to the king level in the future, that depends entirely on your own destiny. Wang Mingho held the bead in both hands, feeling the immense power it contained, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, senior. Kanjia nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, then slowly closed his eyes. The light on the stone statue gradually faded, and the earthy brown halo that enveloped the stone chamber also disappeared. Everything returned to calm, except for the inheritance bead in Wang Mingho's hand, which still emitted a warm glow. Yu looked at the beads in Wang Mingho's hand and smiled slightly. Congratulations. Wang Mingho nodded vigorously, carefully put away the inheritance bead, and stood up with lighter steps. Let's go. Yu turned around and walked out of the stone chamber first. The group filed out, passing through the dark passageway, and returned to the sunlight outside. Pale golden sunlight streamed down, illuminating everyone's faces and dispelling the chill of the stone chamber. Wang Mingho walked in the group, occasionally touching the inheritance bead in his arms, unable to hide the smile on his face. Luo Xiaoxing leaned closer and whispered, Mingho, congratulations on obtaining the king-level inheritance. Wang Mingho scratched his head. I was lucky. It's all thanks to His Highness for giving me the opportunity. That's because you're capable, Luo Xiaoxing said with a smile. We all saw it from the outside. Those 3 trials were no easy feats. Huh? You all saw it? Yeah. Well done, his teammates laughed. This is so embarrassing. The group continued their journey, and Yu led them to several more guardians along the way. Instead of personally confronting them, he chose the most suitable person to challenge each guardian based on its attributes and the nature of its trials. When they encountered a fire-type guardian, he sent the domain Lord-level player in his team who was skilled in fire to try. Although the person failed, the guardian did not make things difficult for him, but gave him a token worth 20 points, telling him to remember the location and come back when he was strong enough. Upon encountering the wind elemental guardian, he had Kuei Jiu use a puppet to test the waters. Finding the test to be speed rather than strength, he decisively switched to Wang Yunxiao, the fastest of the group. Wang Yunxiao lived up to expectations, completing the test within half an hour and earning a token worth 40 points. Upon encountering a guardian of the mental realm, he didn't let anyone else take the risk. Instead, he stepped forward himself and engaged the guardian in a mental battle. No one knows what he experienced in that mental realm. All that is known is that he emerged pale-faced, but with a token worth 60 points in his hand. Yu would observe each guardian first, then probe, then analyzed the situation before finally making a decision. His judgment was almost never wrong. Under his arrangement, each of the 14 domain lord-level players received a suitable inheritance, and each of them achieved different degrees of growth. This took a lot of time along the way. Your Highness, we're a bit slow. Wang Xuanzi looked at the points token and realized that the second prince, the third prince, and even the fifth prince and the 10th prince had already far surpassed them in points. No rush, they need more experience. Experience? Does your Highness intend for them to enter the core area as well? Wang Xuanzi's heart skipped a beat. I have this idea. The core area is indeed the home ground of the overlords, but if a group of domain lords cooperate, they may be able to kill the overlord-level beasts. Moreover, their strength has basically reached a higher level now. I see, but I'm still worried about unexpected things happening. Don't worry, I won't act blindly. I'll find a target to test it out. 2 days later, the team arrived at the edge of the core area. 20 people stood before the barrier, no one spoke. A thin membrane separated the outer realm from the core area, clearly dividing the two worlds. One side was a tranquil, pale golden expanse, and the other was a dark, swirling gray mist. Yangcheng stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing through the barrier and landing deep within the core area. Is this the core area? Has your Highness been here before? Wang Xuanzi asked in a low voice. Yangcheng shook his head. With his contributions, he was perfectly capable of entering the core area, but to be on the safe side, he prioritized improving his strength. As a result, before he was even ready, he encountered the battle for the secret realm. The core area looks terrifying. It's definitely not simple inside, Wang Xuanzi thought with unease. No rush. He finally spoke, his voice calm but with a hint of seriousness. There should be overlord-level beasts nearby. Let's get familiar with their habits and practice a bit before going in. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the group behind him. You all did a great job on the expedition to the outer realms. But the core area ahead is extremely dangerous. My idea is that we enter together, continue to fight side by side, and work together to kill the alien beasts. Does anyone want to back out? The group exchanged glances, and surprisingly, no one hesitated. They all readily agreed. No. Along the way, everyone understood that Yangcheng and the other overlords had wasted their time helping them obtain the invaluable king-level inheritance and improve their strength. Now that they needed their help, how could they back down? Yangcheng smiled slightly, nodded, turned and walked to a flat boulder, sat down cross-legged, set up camp here and rest, and arranged for people to patrol. The group began to move like robots, each performing their assigned tasks. As night deepened, the pale golden light of the sky turned into a dark gold. Yangcheng looked up towards the core area. There, the fog churned even more violently in the darkness, and a low, guttural roar could be faintly heard coming from the depths. Unlike the lively atmosphere of other factions in the outer realms, the 7th Prince Yi Haochen's team was shrouded in a somber atmosphere from the very beginning. The 20 people walked silently across the land. There was no laughter or chatter, and they simply followed the 7th Prince Yi Haochen, who was walking at the front. The morale of the entire team plummeted to rock bottom. Yi Haochen walked in the middle of the group, his face grim. He clutched a token in his hand, bestowed by the Emperor after the martial arts competition, which recorded the real-time scores of each team. He kept glancing at the scores of each team, and no matter how they changed, his team was always at the bottom. His frustration grew, and his pace quickened. In just 1 day after entering the secret realm, the 2nd prince's score had already jumped from over 700 to nearly 1,000. Aside from the dozen or so points he gained from defeating the dozen or so strange beasts, he had only managed to defeat 1 guardian and obtain a token worth 50 points. The token was clutched tightly in his hand, revealing his inner resentment. Your Highness, a voice came from the side. Lu Jun had walked up to him at some point and said in a low voice, If we keep going like this, we'll never catch up with the people in front of us. Yi Haochen didn't look at him, but said coldly, Then what do you suggest we do? A glint of light flashed in Lu Jun's eyes as he leaned closer. Your Highness, the points given by these alien beasts and guardians in the outer realms are simply not enough. What's the use of fighting to the death for a few dozen points? By the time we catch up, the second prince and the others will have already entered the core area. Unlike the outer realms, the core area isn't divided. It's a matter of fighting for it. First come, first served. We'll never be able to surpass them then. Lu Jun observed Yi Haochen's expression and finally voiced his thoughts. Why don't we head straight for the core area? Yi Haochen paused, turning to look at Lu Jun. The core area? The beasts there are all overlord level. Can we? Your Highness. Lu Jun interrupted him, his voice even more urgent. We also have 2 overlord level experts. Brother Lu He and Zhou Jinshan are both genuine overlord level powerhouses. Add to that our dozen or so domain lord level experts, and as long as we coordinate properly, killing a few overlord level beasts won't be a problem. That way, we can catch up in points very quickly. He paused, then lowered his voice. Besides, Your Highness, think about it. The Dragon Balls in the core area are the key to determining the final outcome. If we could get the Dragon Balls, wouldn't we win outright? Yi Haochen's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. Dragon Ball? You really dare to dream of it. That's something that my second and third brothers fought over. We have no hope. Your Highness. Lu Jun's voice suddenly rose, then fell back down. How could you think like that? Everyone has a chance in the struggle for the throne. The second prince and the third prince are human beings, and so are you. Why can they fight for it, but you can't? He took a deep breath, his voice becoming even more earnest. Your Highness, I know you're feeling frustrated. During the martial arts competition, we were overwhelmed by the second prince, third prince, fifth prince, sixth prince, and even that brat, the 10th prince. But that was a martial arts competition, a one-on-one arena. This is the secret realm, a free-for-all. As long as we get into the core area first, and kill a few more overlord-level beasts while they're still lingering in the outer realm, it's entirely possible for us to catch up in points. Yi Haochen fell silent. He lowered his head, looking at the grass at his feet, and images of the martial arts practice kept flashing through his mind. One crushing defeat after another, 0 to 5, 1 to 5, made him a laughingstock. Those mocking glances, those whispers, were like knives stabbing into his heart. He didn't want to lose again. Your Highness. Another voice came from behind. Lu He strode forward. The conversation between the two could not be kept secret from the 2 overlords accompanying them. Your Highness, Lu Jun is right. Lu He's voice was deep and powerful. The guardians of the outer realms give too few points, and their inheritances are not suitable for most of us. Instead of wasting time here, we should go straight to the core area. With my frost dragon and Zhou Jinshan's rock turtle, protecting everyone and getting us out of here safely will not be a problem. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the ranks behind him. Furthermore, Your Highness, think about it. The other factions are lingering in the outer regions. If we enter the core area first, we'll seize the initiative. By the time they realize what's happening, our points may have already doubled. Yi Haochen raised his head, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Lu Jun and Lu He's faces. The core area, is it really that easy? Lu Jun smiled. Your Highness, the core area is definitely dangerous, and it won't be easy. But to win against the odds requires taking a gamble. It's precisely because it's difficult that there's a chance. The easy things have already been done by the second prince and his comrades. Yi Haochen was still hesitant, but his heart had been somewhat swayed by their encouragement, as if he could soar to great heights as soon as he entered the core area. Zhou Jinshan, what do you think? Yi Haochen wasn't so impulsive as to lose his mind. It was best to get the 2 dominant players to reach a consensus on this matter. Zhou Jinshan sighed, glanced at Lu He, and stepped forward. I will obey, Your Highness. Lu He and Lu Jun didn't say much. They just waited for Yi Haochen's reply. Yi Haochen took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and finally made up his mind. Okay, he said. Let's go into the core area. Lu Jun and Lu He exchanged a glance, both seeing a smug gleam in each other's eyes. The 4 of them decided on the team's direction. Since they had decided to enter the core area quickly, they could no longer proceed slowly. Everyone, mount your flying pets and accelerate forward to the core area. Yi Haochen issued the command without consulting anyone. Someone tried to interrupt and ask a question, but Yi Haochen and Lu He glared at them and shut them up. The group of 20 people all rode on flying pets. In particular, Lu He summoned the frost dragon to travel faster than before, as if he wanted to vent all the resentment he had accumulated over this period on the road beneath his feet. Lu Yu walked to Lu Jun's side and lowered her voice. Brother, are we really going to the core area? That's the territory of the Overlord-level magical beasts. Lu Jun glanced at her, a smile playing on his lips. What's there to be afraid of? With brother Lu He and Zhou Jinshan around, low-level Overlord-class magical beasts are no problem. Besides, think about it. If we can really get the Dragon Ball in the core area, wouldn't our Lu family status rise to a whole new level? He didn't finish speaking, but Lu Yu already understood. She bit her lip, said nothing more, and could only follow them on their journey. The team sped up its advance. Along the way, they encountered several groups of strange beasts, but they were all at the domain lord level, so they didn't need to take action. Lu He and Zhou Jinshan dealt with them easily. Luha's heavenly frost dragon exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing a group of strange beasts on the ground into ice sculptures. Zhou Jinshan only needed to summon the rock turtle and crush it into pieces with a few kicks. The numbers on the points token started to jump, but they were far too few and too slow. Even if all the alien beasts in the outer realms were killed, it would probably still be too late to catch up. As Yi Haochen watched the numbers on the token steadily increase, a renewed sense of anticipation arose in his heart for entering the core area. Faster, faster, speed up, Yi Haochen urged, looking ahead. Lu Jun, standing beside him, kept echoing. Your Highness is right. Let's put in more effort, travel through the night, and enter the core area as quickly as possible. The team moved much faster and often ignored any strange beasts they encountered, not even glancing at the guardians. 2 days later, the team finally reached the edge of the core area. Yi Haochen stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing through the barrier and landing deep within the core area, his heart pounding involuntarily. Your Highness, Lu He walked to his side. We've arrived. Yi Haochen took a deep breath. I'll rest here for 2 hours and get back to peak condition. After a long journey, many people are indeed tired, and a short rest can quickly restore their energy. Whether Yi Haochen was lucky or not, there were no monsters patrolling the border. After resting, the group entered the core area without any hindrance. The moment they stepped into the core area, everyone felt an invisible pressure. The air thickened, breathing became heavy, as if an unseen hand was gripping their throats. Gray fog swirled around them, and distant scenery appeared and disappeared like ghosts. It's so oppressive, Lu Yu said softly, instinctively moving closer to Lu Jun. Lu Jun didn't speak, but his expression wasn't good either. He tried to remain calm. He turned to look at Lu He, who was standing at the very front of the group. The icy aura of the frost dragon swirled around him, keeping the gray mist at bay. Keep moving forward. Although Yi Haochen was also a little scared, the lure of points outweighed that fear. The team continued deeper into the area, and after walking for about half an hour, the surrounding environment became increasingly eerie. The gray fog in the core area was much thicker than expected. Luha, can't you dispel this fog? Yi Haochen stood in the center of the group, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The visibility was less than 10 meters. If a strange beast attacked, those who were slow to react would be gone. Distant scenery appeared and disappeared in the mist, like reflections in water, illusory and unreal. The ground beneath their feet was no longer the soft grass of the outer realms, but hard and cracked rock, with dark red liquid occasionally seeping from the cracks. Whether it was mineral or the blood of some kind of creature was unknown. It's best not to, Lu He and Zhou Jinshan said at the same time. I don't know how these mists are formed. Not only can they block mental detection, but they are also not easy to dispel and consume a lot of energy. Moreover, they easily attract other unknown monsters. Louis had some common sense and was not so arrogant as to think he could walk freely in the core area. Zhou Jinshan also nodded in agreement. The group continued to move forward in this atmosphere of fear and apprehension, and a little while later, Your Highness, something's not right here. Zhou Jinshan's voice came from the front of the group, deep and solemn. Yi Haochen frowned. Something's not right? Zhou Jinshan didn't answer immediately, but looked around with a serious expression. I have a feeling that there are monsters in those mists, staring intently at us. What? Yi Haochen exclaimed, covering his mouth. Don't scare me. Is what Lu He said true? I didn't feel anything. Lu He chuckled. The core area is naturally different from the outer realm. I think you're just too scared and hallucinating. Don't make a fuss. Keep going. Zhou Zhinshan glanced at him. My senses are very strong. I can clearly sense anything within a few hundred meters in the outer region. Since entering the core area, my senses have been declining. At first, I could still sense the presence in the mist, but now it's completely dark. I suggest you withdraw now, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. We've already come in. It would be ridiculous to just leave without doing anything. We wasted resources from the outer regions, speeding up our advance to enter the core area so we could overtake others, and now you're letting us down at this crucial moment. Lu He said angrily, I won't allow it. Seeing the situation turning sour, the two older members of the group were actually arguing on the spot. Yihaochen quickly tried to mediate. Don't argue. Don't argue. Lu He is right, and Jinshan Ye's worries are understandable. In that case, how about we compromise and hunt one of the strange beasts before making a decision? If you're afraid of dying, get lost. Lu He still didn't give him a friendly look. Zhou Zhinshan was a steady and good-tempered man, so he ignored him. Although he wanted to leave, it would be too dangerous for him to travel alone in this godforsaken place. Then let's keep going. Humph. Lu He flicked his hand and walked straight ahead. Before they knew it, the group had walked several kilometers. With each step forward, a cold wind would blow and brush against each person's body. Lu Yu shivered and instinctively pulled her collar tighter. It's so cold. It's not cold, Li Yun said in a low voice. His natal beast was a shadow snake, which was particularly sensitive to cold auras. Its energy. Many people must have died here. Dead. Why are there so many dead people in the core area of the Holy Dragon secret realm? Lu Yu was a little scared. I don't know about that. Yi Haochen's brows furrowed even more. He looked at Lu He, who was walking at the very front of the group. The chilling aura of the frost dragon swirled around him, keeping the gray mist at bay. His steps remained steady, showing no sign of anything amiss. Luha, have you spotted any strange beasts? Lu He didn't even turn his head. No, Your Highness, rest assured. With me here, nothing will happen. Yi Haochen nodded, feeling somewhat reassured by Lu He's confidence. But at that moment, Zhou Zhinshan suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Yi Haochen asked. Zhou Zhinshan did not answer. He stood still, his body slightly tense, his gaze fixed on the gray mist ahead. The rock turtle appeared behind him, its earthen yellow light even more intense than before, clearly indicating that it had entered a state of battle readiness. Your Highness, he said in a low voice, we're being watched. Yi Haochen's heart skipped a beat. What? From the moment we entered the core area, something was following us, Zhou Zhinshan said. Not just one, but many. They were observing from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Lu He instinctively wanted to retort, but just as he was about to turn his head, he felt a chill run down his back, and then his pupils dilated. An enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, a low roar came from the gray fog. The sound was unlike that of an ordinary beast. It had a harsh, metallic quality that sent chills down one's spine. Then, 3 dark figures slowly emerged from the mist. They were 3 enormous, jet-black wolves, the size of bulls, with long, powerful limbs, wings on their backs, and covered in dark red scales. Their dark, golden vertical pupils lacked the madness and bloodlust of ordinary magical beasts. Instead, they scrutinized the crowd before them with a critical gaze. 3 strange beasts. Lu He's expression was very grim. Early stage, overlord level. The 3 wolves spread out in a fan shape, blocking the path of the group. They did not pounce immediately, but moved slowly, as if toying with their prey. Yi Haochen's face turned deathly pale instantly. 3 overlord-level creatures. Yi Haochen was terrified and could barely speak. He instinctively took a step back and bumped into Lu Jun. Lu Jun helped him up, his voice trembling slightly. Your Highness, don't be afraid. Brother Lu He is here. Yi Haochen forced himself to calm down and looked at Lu He. Can you handle him? Lu He didn't answer immediately. His gaze swept back and forth between the 3 demonic wolves, assessing their strength. After a moment, he slowly spoke. 2. Zhou Zhinshan and I will each take one, no problem. The 3rd one. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. The 3rd one needed to be dealt with by others. Yi Haochen gritted his teeth. Give the third one to us. I don't believe that a dozen of us can't even kill a low-level, overlord-level beast. Your Highness. Lu Jun's voice suddenly rose. That's a hegemon-level being. I'm afraid we can't defeat it. We outnumber them. Yi Haochen interrupted him. More than a dozen of us can take on one. Even if we can't kill it, we can at least hold it off, right? We can come help us after Lu He and Zhou Jinshan have dealt with the other two. Lu Jun wanted to say something, but Yi Haochen was no longer looking at him. He turned to the dozen or so domain lord-level contestants behind him, his voice hoarse but firm. Everyone, listen to my command. There are 3 overlord-level beasts in front of us. Lu He and Zhou Jinshan will each deal with one. The remaining one is up to you. Group up and beat it down. Even if you can't defeat it, wear it down. The crowd looked at each other, some with fear in their eyes, others pale-faced, but no one backed down. After all, who among them who had come here wasn't an elite? The group was not a mob, and the enemy before them was not invincible. They could still hope to kill him if they worked together. Without giving everyone much time, the 3 demonic wolves pounced at the same time, moving at an extreme speed. The wolves were quite intelligent, and their thoughts were surprisingly consistent with Yi Haochen's. 2 of the larger ones charged straight at Lu He and Zhou Jinshan, while the third, slightly smaller one rushed towards Yi Haochen and the others. Heavenly Frost Domain. Lu He roared, and the icy blue light spread out, enveloping the demonic wolf in front of him. The wolf's speed dropped sharply, and a thin layer of frost condensed on its scales. Rock Guardian. Zhou Jinshan stomped his feet on the ground, and a rock wall rose up from the ground, blocking him and the other demonic wolf. The demonic wolf's claws slammed into the rock wall, sending shards of rock flying, but the rock wall did not break. At the same time, the third demonic wolf pounced on Yi Haochen. Scatter! Yi Haochen shouted, and a blue long-bladed sword instantly appeared in his hand to block the first attack. Then he quickly dodged to the side. The wolf was too fast. It didn't keep its eyes on Yi Haochen and chased after him. Its claws tore through the air with a piercing shriek as it swept towards the most densely populated area of the crowd. Ah! With a scream, a domain lord-level contestant was struck by the claws and sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and crashed heavily to the ground, revealing 3 deep, bone-revealing wounds on his chest from which blood gushed. Sun Hai, someone exclaimed. But the wolf gave them no chance to rescue. It flipped in the air, its tail sweeping across like a steel whip, sending the 2 flying again. The 2 landed motionless, their fate unknown. In a single encounter, 3 people were seriously injured. Yi Haochen's eyes reddened. Attack! Attack, all of you! He roared furiously, blue blade light gathering in his hand, a giant dragon appearing behind him, and then he roared out, Oath of Endurance Slash. Yi Haochen's natal pet is named Oathblade Dragon, which is of the gold and dragon types. After transforming, it can turn into a long blade that is extremely sharp. However, unfortunately, its strength is only at the domain lord level, which is nothing more than a tickle to the demon wolf. The wolf remained unmoved by the attack. The scales on its back deepened in color, turning black, instantly enhancing its defense. The slash emitted a crisp sound, and then there was no further follow-up. Damn, is its defense really that strong? Yi Haochen exclaimed incredulously. Roar! The demonic wolf turned its head and roared, sending a burst of demonic energy shooting towards Yi Haochen like an arrow. In his haste, Yi Haochen raised his hand to block, but crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Your Highness! Lu Jun rushed up to help him, but Yi Haochen pushed him away. Don't worry about me. Hit it! Lu Jun gritted his teeth, turned around and merged with the golden-armored dragon beast, transforming into a golden-armored dragon man, and charged towards the demon wolf. Lu Yu followed closely behind, the phantom of the moonlight fox appearing around her, and the bewitching moon blade shooting towards the demon wolf from all directions. The others also joined in, and in an instant, arrows, beams, wind blades, ice spikes, and other ranged skills rained down on the demon wolf, but none of them dared to confront it head-on. However, the wolf's scales were too thick, and with the modification of dragon blood, its elemental resistance was increased to an extremely terrifying level. The attacks landed on it, leaving only shallow white marks and causing no real damage. It didn't even bother to dodge. It simply turned slowly, its dark golden vertical pupils sweeping across the crowd, and a slight grin revealing its gleaming white fangs. That expression looked like it was mocking. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on Lu Jun's forehead. I can't break through. I can't break through at all. Keep attacking, keep your distance from it, and don't get hit by its attacks. Yi Haochen forced himself to keep up and gave the order, launching attacks from time to time. Meanwhile, the battle at Luha also entered a fierce stage. The icy blue light clashed violently with the dark gray demonic energy. The demonic wolf was incredibly fast, but the chilling aura of the frost domain prevented it from unleashing its full power. Lu He seized an opening, and the frost dragon's claws slammed into the demonic wolf's belly, knocking it to the ground. Heavenly frost ice pillars. A thick icicle descended from the sky, smashing into the demonic wolf. The wolf howled in pain, its scales shattering and blood splattering everywhere. But it quickly got up, its eyes gleaming with even greater ferocity. Zhou Zhinshan's side was at a stalemate. His rock turtle defense was extremely strong. The demon wolf's claws could only leave shallow claw marks when they struck the rock wall. But he also couldn't kill the demon wolf. His attack power was too weak. His flying rock slash barely scratched the demon wolf. Luha, Zhou Zhinshan shouted. I can't kill it from here. Hold it back. Don't let it go anywhere else. I'll take care of it as soon as possible. Lu He shouted back. He gritted his teeth and focused all his strength on one point. Frost Dragon Break. A beam of icy blue light shot out from his palm, accompanied by a dragon shadow, and slammed into the head of the demonic wolf in front of him. The demonic wolf's head was instantly frozen, and its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. One killed. However, Lu He was also greatly exhausted. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath was weak. He turned to look at Zhou Zhinshan, then at Yi Haochen, and his expression changed completely. Zhou Zhinshan was still locked in a stalemate with the demonic wolf, going back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, on Yi Haochen's side, a dozen people were bombarding a demonic wolf, but the wolf remained unharmed. Every time it pounced, someone would scream and fall to the ground. 5 or 6 people were already lying on the ground. Damn it! I don't have the strength to kill another demon wolf. Lu He gasped for breath. Heavenly Frost Ice Pillars. Lu He immediately attacked, repelling the demon wolf with a single blow. Your Highness! Lu He shouted, retreat. We can't fight. Yi Haochen roared in response. Where to? Just as Lu He was about to speak, more roars suddenly came from the gray fog. His face turned completely pale. 3 demonic wolves emerged from the mist behind them, blocking their escape route. 3 more have arrived. Lu He's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was in utter despair. It's over, Lu Jun muttered. Everyone saw the 3 demonic wolves slowly approaching and lost their will to fight. Yi Haochen stood there, watching the demonic wolves slowly approaching. A sense of despair he had never felt before welling up in his heart. He regretted it. He shouldn't have come to the core area. Lu Jun was right. There was an opportunity in the core area. But he forgot that opportunity and risk go hand in hand. He only thought about soaring to great heights, but he didn't realize that he didn't even have wings. Your Highness, now is not the time to be in a daze. Lu He's voice suddenly rang out, cold and calm. Since there's no way back, let's run forward. Keep running forward. Is there really a way out ahead? I don't know how to survive, but staying here will definitely lead to death. Then let's run. Yi Haochen made the decision in an instant. Everyone evacuate. The retreat is blocked. Run forward. Someone's injured. They can't run. Some people cried. Some were afraid, and some shouted. Lu He, take them with you. Yi Haochen glanced at the terrified crowd. At this moment, only Lu He could save them. Lu He's eyes were cold. He wanted to refuse, but then he seemed to realize something and, without saying a word, commanded the frost dragon to sweep up everyone. Zhou Zhinshan, hold them off for a moment. Prepare to retreat. Lu He shouted. Good. A giant tortoise phantom appeared behind Zhou Zhinshan. Stone wall. Dozens of rock walls, each tens of meters high, rose from the ground, blocking the remaining 5 demonic wolves and giving everyone a chance to escape the battle. Well done, Jinshan. Yi Haochen revealed a hint of joy. Run. This wall can't stop them. Zhou Jinshan had already switched to his pet and was now riding a flying bird to catch up with the frost dragon. Whoa. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of wolf howls reached his ears from behind. Yi Haochen turned his head and saw that the demonic wolves had spread their dragon wings and flown over the high wall. Although there were only 5 of them, their imposing presence was overwhelming. They're catching up, Yi Haochen exclaimed. Run! Lu He was covered in sweat. He had already expended a lot of energy, and now he had to carry so many burdens, making it impossible for him to increase his speed. The speed of the wolf far exceeded their expectations. With each flap of its wings, the distance between them would be reduced to only a few hundred meters, and they were locked in a stalemate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind cutting through the woods swept up fallen branches and leaves. Lu He ran ahead, with the wolves chasing behind in a V formation, 1 wolf in front and 4 on the flanks. Damn it! This demonic wolf is no ordinary creature. It even knows how to conserve its energy. Zhou Jinshan turned around and saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. If this continues, we'll definitely be caught up. Lu He was covered in sweat and naturally noticed the demonic wolf's actions. Now was truly a life-or-death moment. The demonic wolf only needed to stall for a moment longer and wait for him to exhaust some of his energy before changing formation. The demonic wolves behind him would then charge with all their might, and at that time, they would all die. Quick, quick, think of something. I don't want to die. Some people were terrified, and some were crying. Shut up, you're so annoying. Lu He roared, and everyone fell silent. Even Yi Haochen's face turned pale. Every time he turned around, he felt that he was getting closer to death. The aura of that demonic wolf was too terrifying. Its cold and ruthless eyes were not like those of a demonic beast, but more like those of a cold-blooded and ruthless killer. Another 10 minutes or so passed. The Lu River. It's getting closer to us. Yi Haochen warned in alarm. What? Lu He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The frost dragon flapped its wings rapidly, but it was still unable to widen the gap with its opponent, and it was extremely anxious. Damn it. It's not that I've slowed down. It's that the other side is getting faster and faster. Alarm bells rang in Lu He's mind. Just then, the formation of the dire wolves behind them also changed. The lead wolf slowed down abruptly, retreating from its leading position to the flank. At the same time, a wolf that was originally on the right suddenly accelerated, its wings flapping wildly, and it shot to the front of the group like an arrow. They chased each other in a V formation, taking turns leading and resting. These beasts. Zhou Jinshan's face was deathly pale. They're faster again. I'm about to be caught. Yi Haochen glanced back. The newly leading demonic wolf was less than 200 meters away from them. He could even see the patterns on its scales, and his own terrified face reflected in its dark golden vertical pupils. 200 meters. For a dominant flying magical beast, it's just the distance of 2 flaps of its wings. Faster! Faster! Yi Haochen shouted hoarsely, his voice already distorted. Lu He did not respond. He had already pushed the frost dragon to its limit, but the demonic wolf behind him was still closing in. 150 meters, 130 meters, 100 meters. Despair, like an invisible hand, has gripped everyone's throat. Just then, Lu He's gaze fell on a figure at the very back of the group. The man's name was Sun Hai. In the previous battle, he was struck in the abdomen by the wolf's claws. The wound was so deep that bone was visible, and blood was flowing nonstop. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath was very weak, but his teammates dared not treat him at this time. He was no longer able to fight. He didn't even have the strength to sit still and relied entirely on his companions for support to avoid being thrown off. Your Highness, Lu He's voice suddenly rang out, cold and calm, without a trace of emotion. Sun Hai is dying. Yi Haochen was taken aback, not understanding why he would say this at this time, but subconsciously replied, I hope he can hold on. As long as we get to a safe place, we can treat him. He won't survive. Lu He continued, his tone stating a fact. Taking him along will only slow us down. Yi Haochen's pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean? Lu He didn't answer. He reached out and directly reached for the figure in the crowd. Lu He. What are you doing? Yi Haochen roared, reaching out to grab Lu He's arm, but Lu He moved too fast. He grabbed Sun Hai by the back of the neck and lifted him off the flying pet like a chick. Sun Hai, a teammate exclaimed, not understanding what was going on. Some people realized something. Luha, what? What are you going to do? Sun Hai's consciousness was already fading, and the pain from being grabbed by the back of his neck made him let out a weak groan. He opened his eyes blankly and saw a gray sky and Lu He's expressionless face. Brother Lu. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Lu He didn't even look at him. Cold and ruthless, he simply threw Sun Hai backward. Sun Hai's body fell from the sky, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He didn't even let out a scream, perhaps because he no longer had the strength to scream, or perhaps because he had already understood something before he hit the ground. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yu covered her mouth, staring in horror at the scene before her. Wu Gang's lips trembled, Li Yun's body shrank back, and the several domain lord-level contestants who were seriously injured felt a death threat, fearing that they would be next. The only ones who remained calm were Zhou Jinshan and Lu Jun. Zhou Jinshan was, after all, a dominant figure who had witnessed life-or-death situations more than once, while Lu Jun was ruthless and had a very positive outlook on this situation. Lu He, you've gone mad. Yi Haochen roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. You threw him down. Lu He didn't turn his head, his voice still calm. Your Highness, he's already beyond saving. Rather than let him die on our backs, let him fulfill his final purpose. What value? What value does he have? The wolf will stop and eat him, Lu He said. That will buy us some time. Yi Haochen opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He wanted to retort, to call Lu He a beast, cold-blooded, and inhuman. But the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter them. Because Lu He is right. Sun Hai is already doomed. Rather than slowing everyone down by carrying someone who is destined to die, it's better to throw him to the demon wolves in exchange for a chance of survival. Look at those dire wolves. Everyone thought the wolf would stop. It would pounce on the prey that had fallen from the sky, tearing and gnawing at it, buying them precious time to catch their breath. But the demon wolf did not. The lead wolf merely glanced at the dying Wu Gang on the ground, letting out a short, low growl. Then, it continued its pursuit. Only one smaller wolf broke away from the pack, swooping down to pounce on Wu Gang. The other 4 wolves didn't even slow down, remaining firmly at the back of the pack. Louis's pupils suddenly contracted. They didn't all stop. Zhou Jinshan's expression completely changed. They know what we're thinking. They only sent one to deal with it, while the others continued the pursuit. Unbelievable. Before he could finish speaking, a short, agonizing scream came from the gray fog behind him, then abruptly stopped. Everyone knows what that means. No one looked back. No one dared to look back. The 4 demon wolves are still chasing. The distance closed again, to less than 80 meters. Luha, Yi Haochen's voice was filled with barely suppressed fear. It's getting closer. Lu He gritted his teeth, the chilling aura of the frost dragon surging within him, but he could no longer increase his speed. His energy was rapidly depleting, while the demonic wolves behind him were taking turns resting and leading the race. With this disparity in strength, it was only a matter of time before he was overtaken. We can't pick up the speed. We have to keep throwing in bait, he muttered, his gaze sweeping over the people in the group. His gaze lingered on the 3 people for a moment. All 3 were wounded. They had been injured in the previous battle, and although their injuries weren't fatal like Sun Hai's, they had severely impaired their mobility. They lay on the backs of their flying pets, their faces pale and their breaths weak. Lu He's gaze swept across their faces, not lingering for long. Your Highness, his voice rang out again, this time even colder than before. We still have 3 wounded. Yi Haochen's body stiffened abruptly. No. His voice trembled. Luha, you can't do this. I can't do it. Your Highness, Lu He interrupted him, his voice suddenly rising. Look behind us. For demonic wolves are less than 50 meters away. If we don't reduce our weight, we'll all die. He pointed to the 3 wounded soldiers. They're no longer capable of fighting. If we take them with us, we can't escape. Yi Haochen shouted. But they're our teammates. Yi Haochen was still young at heart. Although he was eager for quick success, he had no intention of harming others. But now it was different. He witnessed his teammates being abandoned and eaten by the demon wolves. This scene had a huge impact on him. Your Highness. Lu He's voice was even louder, like a muffled thunderclap. Don't forget, you also had your plans to enter the core area. Do you want us all to be wiped out here? Yi Haochen was stunned. Louis didn't wait for his reply. He struck again, kicking one of them off the frost dragon with lightning speed. Before the man could even react, he plummeted from the sky. Moments later, a dull thud came from below, followed by the howls and tearing sounds of the demonic wolf. Zhou Jinshan sighed deeply. He was powerless to do anything about it. Louis didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on the demonic wolf behind him. Not enough. Louis continued. These demon wolves are too clever. The four wolves behind them repeated the scene from before. The wolf that had been positioned on the flank rushed to take the lead, while the wolf that had lost its strength went to deal with the teammates that Louis had abandoned. His gaze fell on the remaining 2 wounded soldiers, and his hand was already outstretched. No, please don't. A wounded soldier cried and pleaded, his face covered in a mixture of tears and snot. His leg was broken, and he was sweating profusely. He kept backing away, but they were all on the back of the frost dragon, so where could they go? Louis paused for a moment. I'm sorry, but for everyone's lives, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Then, he pushed that person down as well. You beast. Louis, you will die a horrible death. The wounded man uttered a shrill curse as he fell, the sound growing fainter and fainter until it was swallowed up by the howl of the demonic wolf. The third wounded soldier was too frightened to speak. He desperately tried to shrink back onto the flying pet's back, wanting to get as far away from Louis as possible. But Louis's hand still reached out, grabbed his collar, and threw him down like trash. 3 screams. 3 tearing sounds. Then, deathly silence. No one in the line spoke. No one dared to speak. Lu Yu's face was covered in tears, and she covered her mouth tightly to keep herself from making a sound. Li Yun's face was deathly pale, and her lips were trembling uncontrollably. Even Zhou Jinshan fell silent at this moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop them, but he knew He was right. With 3 wounded men, they couldn't escape. If they didn't abandon them, everyone would die. Everyone understands this principle, but understanding doesn't mean you can accept it. Yi Haochen sat on the back of the flying pet, trembling all over. His eyes were filled with an empty, numb, and fearful despair. He regretted it. He shouldn't have come to the core area. He shouldn't have listened to Lu Jun and Louis's nonsense. He shouldn't have dragged everyone into this hell. But it's too late to say all this now. However, Louis's move was indeed effective. Only one of the 4 demonic wolves behind him remained, and its speed did not decrease at all. The distance was only 40 meters. Zhou Jinshan, there's only one left. Let's join forces and take him down. Okay. Zhou Jinshan, also holding back his anger, asked, what should I do? You control him and be fast. I'll burn my life force to kill him instantly. Louis looked at the others beside him and said, I'll transform temporarily and won't be able to carry you anymore. Summon any flying pets you have, and you guys keep running forward. Okay. Everyone nodded, feeling a little nervous without Louis's protection. Rock turtle, rock lockdown. Zhou Jinshan roared. The rock tortoise landed with a thud, and stone walls rose up from the ground, blocking the area around the demon wolf. However, the demon wolf was not stupid and was extremely fast. It twisted around the stone walls in a few turns. Hurry, Louis urged. Don't worry, Zhou Jinshan said confidently, his gaze fixed on the demonic wolf. Then he clasped his hands together, clasping. The originally scattered stone walls seemed to come alive, growing wildly and instantly sealing off the flying demonic wolf. Well locked, Louis laughed loudly, then swiftly transformed. Blood mist began to emanate from the frost dragon's originally icy blue body. Blood and chi burst, frost dragon break. A dark red light surged from his body, intertwining with the icy blue chill of the frost dragon. His aura suddenly surged, and an ice dragon accompanied by blood mist charged straight at the trapped demonic wolves. Boom! With a loud bang, smoke filled the air, the stone wall shattered, and the demon wolf's aura vanished. It's a success. The demon wolf is dead. Zhou Jinshan was overjoyed, but before he could celebrate, he heard Lu He's weak voice. Take the body with you, and take me away. Zhou Zhinshan was immediately alarmed. Louis's condition was really bad. He was so weak that he could collapse at any moment. Eat this, it will replenish your qi and blood. Zhou Zhinshan quickly took out a qi and blood pill from his pocket and fed it to Lu He. Then, he picked up the demon wolf corpse with one hand and Lu He with the other, and summoned a flying pet to fly towards Yi Haochen's direction. Yi Haochen and the others weren't that fast, and with Lu He and Zhou Zhinshan working together seamlessly, it didn't take them long to kill the demonic wolf, and they quickly caught up with the people ahead. Brother Luha. Lu Jun was shocked when he saw Luha's appearance. Keep running. The wolves are still chasing us, Zhou Zhinshan urged. What? The demon wolf isn't dead? Yi Haochen asked. One is dead, but there are still 3 behind. They have a keen sense of smell and will catch up soon. The crisis is not over yet. The group resumed their escape, but this time without the frost dragon to lead the way, their pace was much slower. Sure enough, not long after, the howling of wolves came from behind them. They're here, Lu Jun exclaimed in terror, urging his pet beast to speed up. The wolf followed closely behind, howling incessantly, trying to distract them. Don't be affected, run forward with all your might. I'll bring up the rear. Zhou Zhinshan reassured everyone. Every time the demonic wolves were about to catch up, Zhou Zhinshan would release the rock turtles to fight them off, and then temporarily trap them, narrowly escaping danger time and time again. They didn't know how long they had been running. It might have been half an hour, or it might have been an hour. His sense of time was completely disrupted. He only knew to fly and escape desperately, leaving his pet beasts exhausted, until the gray fog ahead suddenly thinned out. A wide expanse of water appeared before them, with a huge pool in the middle. The water was crystal clear, with not a ripple on the surface, like a flawless mirror. There were also some small pools scattered around, with wildflowers, grasses, and trees growing around them, which made them seem quite vibrant, completely different from the misty area they had just entered. However, without much thought, the group rushed out of the fog and plunged into the water. Zhou Zhinshan mustered his last bit of strength and led the team to the edge of the pool. However, one of the team's pets was so exhausted that it collapsed by the pool. Don't stop, stand up quickly. Zhou Zhinshan rushed over and helped him up. Wah, the team member who fell to the ground cried. I can't do it. I'm so scared. Awoo. The wolves are catching up. Get up. Yi Haochen turned around and tried to help his teammates up as well. No, look. The demon wolves have stopped. Although Lu He was weak, his mind was constantly focused on the demon wolves, and he noticed their abnormality immediately. Everyone turned to look, and the 3 demonic wolves had chased the wolf to the edge of the pool, but suddenly stopped. They stood at the boundary between the gray fog and the pool area, their dark golden vertical pupils staring intently at the crowd, letting out low growls, but they did not take another step forward. What were they afraid of? After waiting for a long time, seeing that no one intended to leave, they retreated and their figures disappeared into the mist. They're gone. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring blankly in the direction where the demonic wolf had disappeared, unable to believe their eyes. They are gone. Lu Yu's voice was hoarse, tears still clinging to her face. They're gone, Zhou Zhinshan said in a low voice, his voice carrying a weariness of having survived a disaster. I don't know why, but they didn't dare come near here. Yi Haochen breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His legs were trembling, his hands were trembling, and his whole body was shaking. We survived, someone murmured, their voice filled with disbelief and disorientation. But Zhou Zhinshan's next words plunged everyone's hearts into despair once again. Don't be too happy yet. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings before finally settling on the pool of black water. Think about it. What kind of thing could keep even 3 overlord-level demonic wolves from approaching? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhou Zhinshan's voice was low and solemn. There must be something even more terrifying than the demon wolf in this pool. Glug. Zhou Zhinshan's words made everyone involuntarily swallow hard. Really? Is it more dangerous here? Yi Haochen looked at the pool of water that had given them a sense of safety, but now it felt like an abyss that could swallow them up at any moment. I don't know, but this place is definitely not simple. Lu He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recover his energy. Rest here. Take out all the healing supplies. Heal your injuries. And don't go near those pools of water. That's the only way. Yi Haochen nodded, acquiescing to this approach. The team, which originally consisted of 20 people, is now down to only 16. Lu He and Zhou Zhinshan are in the worst condition, since they have been fighting the entire time. The tranquility by the pond was like a thin sheet of paper, which could be torn at any moment. Everyone gathered together, focused and wary of unknown dangers. Even the slightest breeze would cause ripples. But nothing happened for the first few hours. Sunlight filtered through the pale golden sky, scattering across the water's surface like shimmering gold. The water was crystal clear, revealing the rocks along the banks and the occasional small fish swimming by. The chirping of insects echoed from the surrounding grass, a stark contrast to the deathly silence of the rest of the core area. This place is so normal, it's almost unnatural. It's like a paradise, with beautiful scenery and pleasant views. Even the air is full of energy that everyone can absorb. Zhou Zhinshan had almost fully recovered. Standing on a rock by the pool, he warily scanned his surroundings. The rock turtle had also been summoned, ready to deal with any unexpected situations. Zhou Zhinshan, have you made any discoveries? Yi Haochen asked. No, there's nothing at all, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. Maybe there's no danger here. Zhou Zhinshan's brows remained furrowed because he could not sense anything. No demonic energy, no killing intent, and no abnormal energy fluctuations. This body of water was so clean it looked as if it had been washed, which was quite unusual. Zhou Zhinshan, come and have something to eat. Yi Haochen's voice came from behind, sounding tired and hoarse. Zhou Zhinshan hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. The group sat around a large tree, sharing the dry rations and water they had taken from the storage artifact. No one spoke, no one talked. Only the sounds of chewing and occasional sighs filled the air. A stifling silence permeated the atmosphere as everyone processed what had just transpired during their escape. Of the 16 people, 4 died. No one blamed Lu He, because everyone knew that if they didn't throw it away, they might be the ones who died. But knowing it is one thing, no one can ignore that hurdle. Why would the secret realm be such a dangerous place? Those strange beasts don't seem like ordinary beasts at all. A strange beast? I think you're crazy. That's definitely not a strange beast. It's a magical beast. Warcraft, some were surprised, while others suddenly realized. I think you've been living a life of luxury for too long. You've never even been to a monster's lair. Lu He sneered and threw the demon wolf's corpse on the ground in front of everyone. Many people looked ashamed. Indeed, they were all at the peak of the domain lord level. So why couldn't they beat the players from other factions? Part of the reason was that their natal pets were indeed inferior to theirs, but that was by no means the main factor. The most crucial issue is their lack of practical experience. Most of them have relied on resources to advance their ranks, even Lu Jun. His combat skills, practical experience, and knowledge are far inferior to those of Wang Chen, Lu Qingfeng, and others. This is a complete and utter magical beast, and a dragon-blooded mutated demon wolf at that. Lu He's words shocked everyone. Dragon blood mutation? Yi Haochen was startled and looked up at Lu He with wide eyes. You can take a closer look. Its scales, wings, and golden eyes are all hallmarks of a dragon-type pet. Moreover, its bloodline concentration is not low, and there is also a dense demonic aura. It is truly an unprecedented monster. Yi Haochen circled the demonic wolf for a long time, and everything was just as Lu He had said. It really is dragon blood. Unbelievable. Zhou Zhinshan nodded in agreement. Warcraft is a calamity, and dragon blood is a treasure. Now that they've been combined, it's a disaster. Then why are there monsters here? I don't know. Lu He was also completely baffled. Zhou Zhinshan spoke up. No matter what, no secret realm is absolutely safe. Especially this is the Holy Dragon secret realm. Who knows what dangers it contains? It may be much more dangerous than those magical beast secret realms outside. Yi Haochen sat in the middle of the crowd, clutching half a piece of dry food in his hand, but he had no appetite. His mind was a mess, and he didn't know what to do next. Your Highness, you should eat something. Lu Jun sat down opposite him and handed him a pot of water. Yi Haochen took the kettle, took a sip, and then put it down. Lu Jun, his voice was hoarse. Do you think we can get out of here alive? Lu Jun paused for a moment, then said, yes, it's definitely possible. Yangcheng gave a wry smile and said nothing more. Time passed by, second by second. 2 hours passed, then 3 hours passed. The pond remained calm and uneventful, and the tense nerves of the group began to slowly relax. Some people leaned against trees and dozed off, some talked in hushed tones, and some began searching for edible wild fruits by the pond. This place doesn't seem dangerous. Li Yin stood by a small pond, bent down and scooped up a handful of water. The water is very clear. You can see to the bottom. Venomous Fong also came over, squatted down to examine the plants by the pool. These flowers and plants are all ordinary varieties, without any energy, not even comparable to those in the outer realms. Could it be a safe zone? Someone whispered. Like those safe zones in games, where World of Warcraft players can't get in. Possibly, another person chimed in. Look at those demonic wolves. They chased us to the border and then dared not come in. Perhaps this is the refuge the secret realm left us. Doesn't that mean we can stay here until the secret realm ends? Someone exclaimed with delight, seemingly finding hope. The number of discussions gradually increased, and the oppressive silence in the air was broken a bit. Zhou Zhinshan still did not relax his vigilance. He sat on a high place and kept glancing back and forth between the water pool and the grass beside the water pool. But there was still no feedback from his perception, no demonic energy, no murderous intention, and nothing abnormal. Is it really a safe zone? He stood up, walked to the edge of the pool, knelt down, and looked at the water carefully. The water is very clear, and you can see the rocks and gravel on the bottom. The rocks are an ordinary gray-white color, and the gravel is an ordinary yellow-brown color. Occasionally there are small fish swimming in the water, the size of a thumb, completely transparent. No abnormalities can be seen. He stretched out his hand, and his fingertips touched the water. It's cold and clear, with no demonic aura or energy fluctuations. Zhou Zhinshan frowned, stood up, and returned to the crowd. Zhinshan, have you discovered anything? Yangcheng asked. Zhou Zhinshan shook his head. No, everything is normal. Yangcheng breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Even you didn't notice anything unusual. It seems like this place is really a safe zone. Zhou Zhinshan nodded, and the doubts in his heart were a little less. But he still stood on a high place, looking down at the whole place. If there was any slight movement, he could react in time. There is also night and day in the secret realm. Although it is not because of the sun, the light golden sky light turns into dark gold. The light beside the waterhole became softer, and some people began to walk around the waterhole, searching for food. After all, no one had brought much dry food. We didn't know how long we would stay here, so we had better find some food to prepare. Some people found a few edible wild vegetables, and some picked some wild fruits from the bushes beside the pool. Can this fruit be eaten? Someone asked, holding up a red wild fruit. Zhou Zhinshan walked over, took the wild fruit, and looked at it carefully. It's edible. It has no evil spirit or toxins. The man happily took a bite, and the juice overflowed, sour and sweet. Seeing this, other people also started picking wild fruits. For a time, the poolside became lively, as if the previous fear and despair had been temporarily forgotten. Lu He leaned against a tree, eyes closed, his face still pale, but much better than before. His breath became calmer, and the cold energy of the sky frost dragon slowly circulated in his body, repairing the damage caused by the burning energy and blood. Brother Lu He. Lu Jun walked to him, squatted down, and lowered his voice. Do you think this place is safe? Lu He opened his eyes and glanced at him. I don't know, but my intuition tells me it's not safe. Then, what should we do? Lu Jun nodded and was about to leave without disturbing Lu He's recovery. Lu Jun's body trembled, and he was shocked by this sentence, but he quickly calmed down. They are smart people, but they are also selfish people. I understand. The sky gradually darkened. There are no stars at night in the core area. In the grass beside the pool, the chirping of insects is louder. Occasionally, night birds fly over and make short calls. Everyone was sitting around the bonfire, the firelight shining on every tired face, and there were many pet beasts in charge of the realm around them. The water pool here is very large, and even if it accommodates dozens of pet beasts, it will not seem crowded. Therefore, At Zhou Jinshan's suggestion, everyone summoned pet beasts that can fly, are fast, and are highly vigilant, so that they can patrol instead of humans. Brother Jinshan, what do you think is in the pool? Someone suddenly asked. Zhou Jinshan was silent for a moment, and then said, I don't know, but something that can make the devil wolf not dare to approach must not be simple. The discussion started again, and everyone was talking, but no one could convince anyone. Yi Haochen sat by the campfire and said nothing. His eyes fell on the pool, looking at the reflection on the water. The firelight danced on the water like some kind of silent dance. Your Highness. Lu Yu walked to him and sat down. What are you thinking about? Yi Haochen was silent for a moment, and then said, I'm thinking, if I didn't listen to Lu Jun and didn't enter the core area, what would it be like now? Lu Yu lowered her head and said nothing. We will advance slowly in the outer territory. When we encounter guardians, we will try to obtain inheritance. When we encounter strange beasts, we will kill them. We may be injured, but no one will die. Yi Haochen's voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself. Sun Hai and the others will not die. Lu Yu also fell into silence. This is not your fault. He raised his head and looked at the dancing firelight on the pool. What's the result? For people died, no points were obtained, and they are trapped in this ghost place. By the way, do you think the Second Highness and the others will also enter the core area and discover us? Someone suddenly said. Hey, that makes sense. At this moment, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared in the center of the pool. Chirp, cried a feathered eagle. The sound was not loud, but it made everyone's hearts shrink suddenly. Everyone looked at the water pool and the flying eagle at the same time. What? Someone asked in a low voice. The owner of Feather Eagle received feedback. There were bubbles on the water surface just now. There should be something under the water. Are there any creatures underwater? Can you fish? I'm so scared. Everyone stared at the water pool, their spirits tense again. At this time, the water pool had returned to calm, without a trace of ripples. Let your feathered eagle fly to the water to explore, Louis said. Although the man was reluctant, he could only obey the order. The eagle flapped its wings and flew, only 6 or 7 meters away from the water. The feathered eagle didn't sense anything, he said, with a hint of confusion in his voice. Could I have seen it wrong? Someone asked. Maybe it's the small fish and shrimps at the bottom of the water, another person said. Zhou Jinshan didn't answer. He stood there and stared at the pool for a long time, his brows almost twisted together. He felt that his perception was completely lost here. Not only was the blisters just not noticed, but he couldn't even feel the slightest breath of life. Maybe I really made the fuss. Zhou Jinshan turned around and sat down with a bitter smile. He was always suspicious and would have a nervous breakdown. Seeing Zhou Jinshan, no one said anything. Everyone sat around the campfire and talked in low voices. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the middle of the pool, the water suddenly exploded. A huge black shadow rushed out of the water at an extremely fast speed, leaving not even an afterimage behind. The black claws tore through the air with a harsh scream and grabbed the flying eagle that was still in the air. Without even a scream, it turned into a pool of flesh and blood, dripping on the water. Deathly silence. Everyone froze on the spot, looking at the pool, at the giant black claw that suddenly appeared in the pool, and at the ripples caused by the flesh and blood dripping on the pool. I don't know who made the first scream. Confusion, fear, panic, and negative emotions enveloped everyone's hearts. No one responded to him. What on earth is this? Zhou Jinshan's whole body began to tremble. His intuition told him that this was definitely an extremely powerful monster. The huge claws, the continuously emerging demonic energy, the sneak attacks without warning, and the speed were so fast that he could not even sense it. Everything proved that there was definitely a terrifying giant beast hidden under the water. Alert! Lu He reacted first and shouted, Everyone gather and prepare to meet the enemy. Yes to the enemy? Are we going to fight it? Can we really defeat it? For a while, doubts arose. Shut up, Lu He roared angrily. Whether you can win or not, you have to give it a try. There are unknown dangers ahead and a demonic wolf behind you. Where can you run? Not to mention you think you can outrun him? You might as well concentrate on resisting. Don't panic, everyone. There are many of us, and together we have hope. Zhou Jinshan reassured. The two looked at each other and had to calm everyone down. Both of them were at the overlord level. The moment the giant claw appeared, they understood that this was a monster far beyond their imagination. If they ran away, they would die faster. The two leaders summoned their natal beasts to stand by. The 14 people behind them took positions according to the characteristics of the battle. The warriors were in the front, the ranged ones in the middle, the two sides were for defense and control, and the rear were for auxiliary treatment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the bubbling water. The ripples were spreading, getting bigger and bigger, creating waves. In the center of the pool, a huge shadow was slowly rising from the bottom of the water. The shadow is getting bigger and clearer, as if a sleeping ancient beast is waking up. Two giant claws were the first to reach out of the water. The water began to surge, and the waves hit the gravel on the shore, making a dull sound. The giant claws were tightly hooked on the ground, and the entire water area was trembling. Cracks began to appear on the ground and began to spread around. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Zhou Jinshan roared, and the rock walls rose layer by layer in front of the crowd. Everyone retreated crazily, away from the edge of the pool. Fortunately, the formation was not in chaos. In the center of the pool, the giant beast finally emerged from the water. A huge head emerged from the water. The black head was in the shape of a dragon, extremely ferocious. There were 3 curved bone horns on the forehead, golden vertical pupils, blood-red whites of the eyes, and the corners of the mouth were grinned, revealing dark white fangs, each one glowing with cold light like a steel knife. Then came the body. The huge body slowly rose from the water, like a demon crawling out of the abyss. Its body is covered with thick scales, and there is a row of sharp bone spurs on its back, extending from its neck to the tip of its tail. Its limbs are thick and powerful, and its sharp claws are like steel hooks, deeply embedded in the rocks beside the pool. Its tail is thick and slender, with a bony hammer-like structure at the tip covered with spikes. The most shocking thing is its wings. They were a pair of huge wings of flesh and bone, with traces of blood film remaining on the black bones, and exuding boundless black energy. The spread width of its wings exceeds its body length, covering the sky and the sun, completely blocking the sky above the pool. The giant beast stood in the middle of the pool, looking down at the crowd on the shore. There was no madness or bloodlust in its vertical eyes, only a cold and scrutinizing gaze, as if it was sizing up prey. What kind of monster is this? Yi Haochen's voice was trembling, and his whole body was trembling. Zhou Jinshan's face was as pale as paper. His rock turtle was like an ant facing a giant in front of the giant beast. His rock wall was smashed like paper in front of the giant beast's claws. Dragon. Lu Yi's voice was hoarse. Magic dragon. A real magic dragon. Not those strange beasts with dragon blood. Not those pet beasts with impure dragon blood. But a real dragon with extremely high blood concentration. Its aura is more than 10 times stronger than the Sky Frost Dragon. Its pressure made it difficult for everyone to even breathe. Its existence itself is an absolute suppression. The giant beast lowered its head and scanned the crowd with its crimson vertical pupils. Without any words or roar, it just stood there quietly, looking down at the trembling humans like a child looking down at a group of ants. That kind of look is not even contempt. Contempt at least means that the other person deserves to be looked down upon. But now it is more like picking and choosing your own food. Lu Yi's teeth were chattering, and his body couldn't stop trembling. His reaction was even greater than that of Zhou Jinshan beside him. "Are you okay?" Zhou Jinshan asked with a glance. "No, no problem." Lu Yi tightly grasped his left hand with his right hand. The blood was flowing, and he suppressed the fear in his heart with pain. Is this really a real dragon? It's unbelievable. Zhou Jinshan looked at Lu Jun behind him. He could hardly stand. Without Lu Yu's support, he would probably collapse to the ground. Yi Haochen, on the other hand, acted like a normal person and was not affected at all. Absolutely, the bloodline suppression among dragon beasts is extremely tight. The purer the bloodline, the greater the pressure. My Sky Frost Dragon and Lu Jun's Golden Armored Dragon Beast were suppressed to death. His Highness's Oathblade Dragon is probably not affected. Unfortunately, its strength is too low. Zhou Jinshan was under great pressure, and his only main attacking force was suppressed. The situation was not good. No one responded, not because they didn't want to respond, but because fear had gripped everyone's throats, preventing them from making any sound. If you don't want to die, cheer up. Lu He roared. Did you hear that? Listen, I heard it. A sparse voice came from the crowd, like an echo floating from the tomb. Lu He took a deep breath and instantly merged with the sky frost dragon. Ice blue light circulated around him. The cold air filled the air, and a thin layer of frost condensed under his feet. He stood taller. His arms were covered with ice crystal-like scales, and a pair of ice blue dragon wings spread out behind his back. Sky Frost Domain. The icy blue light spread out around him, trying to envelop the demonic dragon. But when the cold air touched the 3 feet around the demon dragon, it disappeared without a trace like a mud cow entering the sea. The demon dragon didn't even look at Lu He, showing his breath slightly. He just blew out a breath, like a sneer, and Lu He's domain was instantly broken. High-level overlord level. Lu He's face became even paler. In his domain, he couldn't even stand in front of the demon dragon. The crisis of death shrouded everyone's heart. Zhoujinshan, he hissed. Zhoujinshan Peak was under pressure and merged with the rock turtle. The earth-yellow rock armor covered his whole body. His body soared to 6 meters. His arms turned into huge rock shields and hit the ground. His legs worked hard and were deeply embedded in the ground. Rock field. Open. The khaki energy spread outwards, resisting the dragon's casual spit. Guardian of the rock. Rock walls rose from the ground, building a thick line of defense in front of the crowd. The rock walls are layer upon layer, with as many as 7 layers, blocking the dragon. The demon dragon finally reacted. Its vertical pupils turned slightly and landed on the rock walls. The corners of its mouth were slightly grinned. The expression was like looking at a castle built by a child out of sand. Everyone, Lu He ordered, attack. Lu Jun took the lead in attacking, and the golden armored dragon beast merged with him. He clenched his fists. Golden light condensed on the edge of his fists, stood on the spot, and blasted towards the belly of the demon dragon from a distance. Golden dragon break. Boom. The golden fist shadow hit the demon dragon's scales, erupting with a dull, loud noise. The demon dragon remained motionless, without even blinking, just staring at Lu Jun and attacking him. How is this possible? Lu Jun staggered back, his eyes filled with disbelief. His full blow did not break even one of the dragon's scales. No, not even a white mark was left. Lu Yu's attack followed closely. The phantom of the moonlight fox appeared around her, and the confused heart moon blade shot at the demon dragon's head from all directions, which was the weakest point in her opinion. The moon blade struck the demon dragon's head, making a crisp metallic collision sound, and then turned into dots of silver light and dissipated. The demon dragon didn't even tilt its head to hide. At the same time, green bone-corrosive poisonous mist filled the air from the side, and the gray-green mist enveloped the demon dragon's body. Taste my poison. The fangs were shrouded in shadow, and only the vicious eyes were revealed. But soon, Venomous Fang's expression turned into astonishment, because the demonic dragon raised its head, took a deep breath, and absorbed all the green poisonous mist. It seems that your poisonous mist is useless to it. Lu Jun's expression was heavy. Li Yun controlled the dense shadow snakes and launched a sneak attack from the shadows on the ground. The shadow snakes wrapped around the dragon's forelimbs like vines and emitted the power of shadow. It's just that the demon wolf just moved its finger, and the shadow snake began to flee in all directions as if it had encountered a natural enemy. However, it was absorbed by the demon dragon before it could get very far. The thunderbolt owl was circling, purple thunder and lightning leaping around it, turning into a thick thunder pillar and hitting the demon dragon's back. The thunder pillar dissipated, and as expected, there was still not a single scorch mark on the demon dragon's scales. After that, teammates' attacks hit the dragon like a torrential rain, but they had little effect. After the first round of attacks, everyone was gasping for breath. They tried their best, but the dragon stood there, unharmed. Frost Dragon Break. Lu He then launched his strongest attack, and the frost dragon roared and headed straight for the demon wolf's huge head. Roar! The demonic dragon finally became a little more serious. The corners of its mouth that were swallowing demonic energy opened. The black demonic energy turned into a demonic energy that covered the sky, like the black sun, crushing towards the frost dragon that was charging straight towards it. Bang! With a loud noise, the frost dragon shattered from the beginning, and its body turned into ice crystals that scattered all over the sky. However, the energy of the demonic energy was too great. If it was allowed to fall, everyone here would die. Zhou Zhinshan, help me! Lu He shouted. Damn it, let's fight. The kind-hearted Zhou Zhinshan was so anxious that he scolded his mother. With the power of blood, qi and blood will explode. Blood mist filled the air from Zhou Zhinshan's body, and then Zhou Zhinshan's body began to expand. A huge rock turtle phantom appeared, and a huge turtle shell stood on everyone's head. The moment the demonic energy group came into contact with the turtle shell, Zhou Zhinshan vomited blood and knelt down slightly on his right leg, but did not fall down, barely holding on to the attack. Wake me up! Zhou Zhinshan's veins bulged, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and he withstood the attack. The demonic energy began to shrink under the defense of the turtle shell, but the turtle shell continued to crack. Boom! Zhou Zhinshan fell to his knees and made a heavy sound. The image of the rock turtle disappeared. He was bleeding and his consciousness was about to collapse. With Zhou Zhinshan's desperate resistance, he finally withstood the demon dragon's first attack, but Zhou Zhinshan basically lost his ability to move. Lu Jun, pull Zhou Zhinshan back and save him. Lu He ordered. Okay. Lu Jun was also frightened by the scene just now and his legs were weak, but Lu He's words woke him up and quickly pulled Zhou Zhinshan back to the middle of the team. Someone come quickly. Heal. Coming. The green light shrouded Zhou Zhinshan's body, and Zhou Zhinshan's aura gradually became stronger, no longer like catkins swaying in the wind. The demon dragon just stared at them without making any movement. It lowered its head and scanned the crowd with its vertical pupils. Its eyes stayed on each person for a moment, as if it was choosing something. Then it moved. Its movement was very slow, so slow that everyone could clearly see every detail of it. It raised its right front paw, stretched out the outermost sharp claw, and slowly pointed toward the crowd. Lu He's pupils shrank, and he felt something bad in his heart. What's this direction? Phew. The energy ripped through the air accompanied by a sonic boom, drawing a black skyline in the air and shining directly into the crowd. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, Lu He quickly turned around and saw that the beast master who was treating Zhou Zhinshan was holding a green orb. The light was weakening. In Lu He's eyes, a head slowly fell. It could no longer die, and the body was separated. Damn it! Lu He's eyes widened in anger. You actually killed the healing beast master first. Panic permeated the entire team, and successive blows made the already low-confidence team collapse even more. Don't be stunned. If you want to live, fight back. Lu He roared angrily, interrupting everyone's dull mood. However, the demon dragon's attack did not stop. He turned his finger again and pointed in another direction. In that corner stood a young domain lord-level player. There are 2 pairs of white wings on his back. He has not yet realized that he has been regarded as the next target by the dragon, and he is still confused because of the death of his teammates. Get out of the way, Lu He shouted, wanting to remind his teammates. But the demon dragon's movements were too fast. Before Lu He could finish reciting the 3 words, the demon dragon's sharp claws pointed at him and then lightly hooked him. The young man didn't even have time to react. An invisible force dragged him out of the crowd and towards the dragon. He finally realized something and began to struggle desperately, flapping his wings crazily, trying to escape, but he could only watch as he got closer to the dragon. I don't want to die. No one moved. Lu He didn't move. Lu Jun didn't move. Yi Haochen didn't move. No one moved. It's not that I don't want to save, but I don't dare, let alone have the ability to save. They knew clearly that if they rushed forward, they would only increase casualties and die in vain. When things got to this point, everyone was nothing more than fish on the chopping board. The dragon opened its mouth and bit the young man, and the screams suddenly stopped. Blood dripped from between the dragon's teeth and dripped on the rocks beside the pool, making a patter sound. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, watching the young man disappear in the mouth of the dragon. No one spoke, no one screamed, no one even cried. The fear had gone beyond the threshold of screaming and crying and turned into a numb, hollow despair. The demon dragon chewed it a few times, swallowed it, and then spat out a mouthful of saliva. The two pairs of residual wings fell in front of everyone. The original whiteness was long gone, leaving only bloody residue. This scene deeply stimulated everyone's hearts. He swallowed his saliva. Even though he had seen the cruelty of monsters and dead people, this time was different from the past. There was no bodyguard to protect him. He was the only one. But for some reason, the demon dragon's eyes never stayed on He, as if he was saving this delicious meal to enjoy until the end. Then, it lowered its head again and scanned the crowd with its vertical pupils. It's picking the next one. No, don't. Someone murmured, his voice as light as a wisp of wind. The magic dragon raised its claws again and pointed at another person, which was a thin domain lord-level player. He looked like a black cat and was smaller in stature, but his face was extremely pale at this time. His legs were shaking, and his lips were trembling. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. He turned around and ran towards the foggy area behind him. He ran as hard as he could, running with all his strength, even forgetting that he had a flying pet. Don't run. Come back, Zhi Yu shouted, but the man could no longer hear him. He dashed into the mist and disappeared. Everyone watched helplessly as he stepped into the fog and disappeared from their sight. But after 3 breaths, a shrill scream came from the mist, followed by the sound of biting, bones breaking, and flesh being torn apart. In the mist, several pairs of dark golden vertical pupils lit up and then slowly went out. The devil wolf is waiting for us. Someone murmured. The demon wolves did not leave. They had been standing guard in the mist, waiting for anyone who tried to escape. However, a surprise happened again. The originally leisurely and contented demonic dragon suddenly took action. At an extremely fast speed, it stretched out its huge black dragon claw, thrust it into the mist, and then suddenly pulled it out. The 3 demonic wolves howled and struggled, but they could not escape from the clenching giant claw. What are they doing? Killing each other. The scene in front of them made everyone stunned, but there was a sense of luck in their hearts. Maybe they could escape this fatal crisis. There is hope. As long as the magic dragon and the magic wolf fight, we may have a chance to escape. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hope of survival was ignited. He sighed. How naive. The level gap between the demon dragon and the demon wolf is so huge. How could the demon wolf be the demon dragon's opponent? Click. There was a loud noise, and the heads of the 3 demon wolves were chewed off in one bite. The headless corpse twitched slightly. 3 pillars of blood shot straight into the sky, and black blood filled the sky. Kacha-kacha. There was only the sound of the demon dragon eating the demon wolf in the air, which was extremely harsh. This scene was even more shocking than the scene of the demon dragon devouring his teammates. Because they knew how powerful the demon wolf was, the domain lord level was invincible and would be seriously injured and fell to the ground if they encountered it. Louis tried his best to kill a demon wolf, but now the demon dragon in front of him killed the demon wolf that was trying to escape with just 1 claw. Zhi Yu slumped on the ground. He looked at the mist stained red with blood, at the pool of blood that was still bubbling, and at the mouth of the demon dragon that was still chewing. He was on the verge of collapse. Now he had no energy at all. The points, the Dragon Balls, and the throne were all gone. He just wants to live. He stood there, trembling all over. His sky frost domain had long since dissipated, and the icy blue light was so dim that it was almost invisible. His hands were shaking, not from cold, but from fear, and there was only one thought in his mind. How to live. He looked at the people behind him. Most of them were frightened. Even Zhi Yu looked resigned. Louis's eyes swept across the crowd and stayed on each person's face for a moment. His eyes were cold and calculating, as if he was calculating something. Lu Jun, come here. He spoke. His voice was very soft, and only Lu Jun could hear it. Lu Jun's heart moved, and he leaned forward calmly. He knew that brother Lu, he must have thought of a way. Don't act rashly. We have to wait now. Louis said. Wait. Lu Jun wondered. Wait for what? When he is full, we will have a chance to escape. Lu Jun suddenly turned his head to look at him, his eyes full of disbelief. What did you say? What? Lu Jun was also shocked by his elder brother's cruelty and lowered his voice. Before Lu Jun could finish digesting this sentence, Lu He's next sentence was even more bombshell. Looking at Yi Haochen, leaving him behind at the critical moment, the demon dragon must be most interested in him, and the dragon blood in him is the purest. Are you crazy? What? Are you really bound to Yi Haochen? Don't be stupid. Sacrifice yourself to save others. I can't do this kind of thing. Louis didn't look at him anymore, and his eyes fell back on the demon dragon. This was the reality. The weak preyed on the strong. He didn't want to die. In order to live, he could sacrifice anyone. The demon dragon lowered his head again and scanned the crowd with his vertical pupils. This time, its eyes scanned everyone in turn and finally locked on a certain person. The dragon's claws pointed at him. The man's body stiffened suddenly. His face instantly turned pale. His lips were trembling, and he wanted to speak, but nothing came out. But no one made way for him. Lu Jun looked at him coldly, and Li Yun was also frightened. He clutched the dagger tightly with his fangs, showing no courage to face the dragon. Yi Haochen stood up suddenly, rushed in front of him, and opened his arms to block him. No, you can't touch him. His voice was hoarse and trembling, but his eyes were unusually determined. The demon dragon lowered his head, his vertical pupils falling on him. There was finally a hint of emotion in his eyes. Not anger, not murderous intent, but curiosity. It's like saying, "Who do you think you are?" Yi Haochen's legs were shaking, but he didn't retreat. "Shut up," Yi Haochen shouted. "I am the prince. If he wants to eat, he must eat me first." The dragon tilted its head, as if looking at an interesting toy. Then, its claws slowly turned and pointed at Yi Haochen. Yi Haochen's body stiffened suddenly, but he still did not retreat. What should we do? Are we going to save him? Ignore him. The dragon is too scary. We can't save him. The dragon's mouth opened wider, as if smiling, and then its sharp claws slightly hooked. An invisible force dragged Yi Haochen up from the ground and towards the demon dragon. He struggled desperately to break away from the force, but to no avail. "Your Highness!" everyone screamed. "Your Highness!" Lu Jun also rushed forward, but instead of saving Yi Haochen, he pulled Lu Yu back. "Don't go. If you go, you will die." Yi Haochen was dragged in front of the demon dragon, less than a foot away from the huge mouth full of fangs. He could even smell the strong smell of blood in the dragon's mouth, and could clearly see the flesh and blood remaining on its teeth. He closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But death did not come. The dragon did not bite him. It just tilted its head and looked at him with interest, as if it was studying an interesting prey. After a while, the invisible force dissipated. Yi Haochen fell from midair and fell heavily to the ground. He opened his eyes blankly and found that he was still alive. The dragon withdrew its sharp claws, moved its vertical pupils away from him, and glanced at the crowd again. Yi Haochen collapsed on the ground, panting heavily and trembling all over. He didn't understand why the dragon didn't kill him, but he knew that he had escaped. But the demon dragon's goal did not change. With another tap of his fingertips, the man was instantly pierced into a string, and sent into the demon dragon's mouth. Although Yi Haochen resisted with his life, he still did not escape his fate. Not dead. Lu Jun felt puzzled. Why did the magic dragon let Yi Haochen go? This just shows that he is very special. This demon dragon regards us as a meal on the plate. Of course, we should save the big meal for last, so we will eliminate the trash fish step by step. Lu He looked at the few people left on the field. If he guessed correctly, they would be here soon. The dragon's sharp claws pointed at someone again. This time, it was Li Yun. Li Yun's face turned pale instantly. Maybe he had imagined this scene in his heart, but when he actually faced death, he was still terrified. "Haha, it seems my journey is over here." Li Yun smiled sadly. Then, the demon dragon's sharp claws hooked slightly, and Li Yun was dragged towards the demon dragon. His shadow snake was forcibly separated, and he let out a shrill scream. "No!" Li Yun roared one last time. The dragon opened its mouth and bit him and his shadow snake, and the screams suddenly stopped again. Blood dripped down, staining the rocks red. Yi Haochen lay on the ground and watched Li Yun disappear in the mouth of the demon dragon. His tears were out of control, his voice was hoarse, and his body was numb. There is nothing he can do. The dragon chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Then, it lowered its head again and scanned the crowd with its vertical pupils. This time, it pointed at the fangs. Venomous Fong did not run away. He stood there, clutching the dagger in his hand tightly, staring at the dragon. There was no fear in his eyes, only a cold determination to die. "Come on," he said, his voice eerily calm. The dragon's sharp claws hooked slightly. The fang was dragged towards the demon dragon. He did not struggle, but the energy in his body exploded. Finally, it exploded before it reached the corner of the demon dragon's mouth, forming a green blood mist. He blew himself up. However, it did not pose a threat to the demon dragon. On the contrary, the demon dragon was a little surprised, but then he took a deep breath and smiled. Zhou Zhinshan also woke up slowly at this moment. His face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. The rock turtle had already released its transformation state. He walked to Lu Yi's side and looked around. He found that there were only a few people, and he suddenly understood everything. "Luha." His voice was hoarse. "We can't defeat it. Let's escape." "Where to run?" Lu Yi's voice was equally hoarse. "Do you think you can outrun it?" Zhou Zhinshan was silent. Lu Yi glanced at the remaining people: Yi Haochen, Lu Yu, Lu Jun, Sun Hai, Wu Gang, Yin Dun, and Lei Zhan, plus him and Zhou Zhinshan. There were only 9 people left in total. 20 people came in, and now only 9 are left, and more than half are dead or injured. And the demon dragon is still eating, and there is a high probability that all of them will die from it. The demonic dragon lowered its head again, scanning the crowd with its vertical pupils. This time, its gaze fell on the rock shield. Rock Shield's body froze suddenly, and his face instantly turned pale. His pet beast was also a defensive rock turtle. At this time, his body was wrapped in rock armor, but his body was wrapped in a mysterious force and began to fly in the direction of the magic dragon. "No! Help! Help!" Rock Shield shook his head desperately and struggled, his limbs flailing in the air. Click! There was a crisp sound, and the screams suddenly stopped, leaving only the sound of chewing. "Beast! I'll fight you!" Lei Zhan roared angrily and merged with Thunderbolt Owl instantly. He stood taller, a pair of purple thunder wings spread out from his back, and a spear with flashing lightning condensed in his hand. You must know that Yinshi and him were the best teammates, but now they were dying in front of him. "Even if you die, I will stab you in the mouth." Thunder Spear. Sunburst. He threw it with all his strength, and the thunder spear turned into a purple lightning bolt, which shot directly into the demon dragon's bloody mouth. The demon dragon did not dodge. It opened its big mouth, and the thunder spear hit the steel knife-like teeth like toothpicks. This power was no less than picking a tooth of the demon dragon. "Damn it!" Lei Zhan roared unwillingly. The demon dragon lowered his head, his vertical pupils falling on him. There was finally a hint of emotion in his eyes, not anger, not murderous intent, but impatience. It's like saying, "Is this all you have?" Then, its sharp claws hooked lightly. Lei Zhan was dragged towards the demon dragon, and his Thunderbolt Owl was forcibly separated from the fusion state, letting out a shrill scream. "No!" Lei Zhan struggled desperately, and the thunder light jumped around him crazily. But in front of the magic dragon, those thunder lights were as insignificant as the light of fireflies. The dragon opened its mouth and bit him and his thunder owl. The scream stopped abruptly. Lu Yu covered her face and her shoulders shook violently. She had lost her fighting spirit and hugged Moonlight Fox tightly, as if she felt safe in this way. Moonlight Fox also let out a low whimper. Lu Jun gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. He did not attack the demon dragon again, but concentrated his strength with all his strength. He was waiting for Lu Yi's order. Wu Gang and Sun Hai showed desperate expressions. There was no one behind them, and they were coming next. "Zhou Zhinshan, we should run away," Lu Yi said suddenly. His voice was very low. "Escape?" Zhou Zhinshan was stunned. He had just said that he wanted to escape, but didn't he say that he couldn't escape the dragon? "The demon wolf outside is already dead," Lu Yi said. "When you were unconscious, the demon dragon also ate the 3 demon wolves outside." Zhou Zhinshan was stunned. The demon wolf was eaten? The 3 demon wolves that chased them all the way and killed several of their companions were eaten by the demon dragon like snacks? "There is no danger outside," Lu Yi interrupted, "but the premise is that we can run out." Zhou Zhinshan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Do you have a plan?" Lu Yi glanced at the remaining people: Yi Haochen, Lu Yu, Wu Gang, and Sun Hai. Including him, Zhou Zhinshan, and Lu Jun. There were 7 people in total. 7 people. There are too many people. His eyes stayed on Wu Gang and Sun Hai for a moment, and then he spoke. His voice was very soft. Only Zhou Jinshan and Lu Jun could hear. Listen to my command later. I will make everyone burst into life and fight against the dragon. What kind of plan is this? Zhou Jinshan wondered. Then, I shouted, and the 3 of us ran out together. I took His Highness, Lu Jun. You took Lu Yu. He didn't mention Wu Gang and Sun Hai. Zhou Jinshan understood. He was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly, betraying his teammates only 0 and countless times. Lu Jun also nodded. Lu Yi took a deep breath, turned around, and faced everyone. His expression became determined, but there was a sinisterness hidden in it. No one could see it in the dim light. Fight? How to fight? Wu Gang's voice was hoarse. He paused and glanced at everyone. This is our only chance. Wu Gang and Sun Hai looked at each other, and both saw a hint of hesitation in the other's eyes. But more importantly, it was a glimmer of hope amid despair. Fight! Wu Gang gritted his teeth and stood up. It's better to do it than to be eaten by him. I fought hard too. Sun Hai also stood up. Okay. Lu Yi nodded and looked at the 2 of them. Sun Hai, Wu Gang, can I trust you? What are you going to do? I need to accumulate strength before I can unleash a full blow. I need you to resist for a moment. This. The 2 of them hesitated. You don't want to? That's not true. Wu Gang waved his hands repeatedly and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them for even a moment. This is not a problem. I will ask Zhou Jinshan to assist you. You just rush, and Zhou Jinshan will block the attack of the magic dragon for you. Lu He looked at Zhou Jinshan, and Wu Gang and Sun Hai also turned to Zhou Jinshan. Zhou Jinshan clenched his fists and finally patted his chest. Don't worry, I will block the attack of the dragon even if I fight to the death. The 2 of them immediately felt relieved and had hope. Do you dare? Maybe it depends on you whether we can be resurrected from this desperate situation. Why don't you dare? Don't worry, leave it to us. Lu Yi's last words completely aroused their fighting spirit. Everyone get ready, he shouted. Burn your blood, concentrate your strength, and give it a blow. Wu Gang roared angrily and took the lead in attacking. Lava burning strike. The golden light of the furnace king suddenly became intense, and dark red lines appeared on the surface of his skin, which were traces of burning qi and blood. His breath was rising, but his life force was also slipping away. Sun Hai gritted his teeth, and the blue light of the tide guard surged, and then turned into red, with blood flowing around him. Vortex water cannon. Lu Yu closed her eyes. The silver-white light of the moonlight fox was flowing around her, and her breath was rising, but she was stopped by Lu Jun. Lu Yu was startled and turned to look at Lu Jun, only to see him shaking his head, confused, but he soon realized something. Lu He also burned his energy and blood. He had burned a lot today, but he could no longer care about it in order to survive. The same is true for Zhou Jinshan. The rock turtle skill is ready, but another summoning formation quietly lights up behind him. 7 people, with different rays of light, appeared in front of the demon dragon, but each had their own thoughts. The magic dragon lowered its head, and the corners of its mouth were slightly grinned, as if it were smiling. The smile contained ridicule and disdain, as if it was watching a group of ants trying to shake the tree. Now, Lu He roared angrily. Charge! Wu Gang and Sun Hai jumped out, and the attacks in their hands were quickly thrown at the demon dragon. The demon dragon also spit out demonic energy and came straight towards the 2 of them. Zhou Jinshan, Wu Gang shouted, help me block it. But what he responded to was a cold word. Run! Lu Yi's voice suddenly changed its tone. He burst out with blood and did not choose to attack the dragon. He decisively grabbed Yi Haochen's collar, dragged him up from the ground, and rushed towards the foggy area. Zhou Jinshan's momentum also completely exploded. Instead of being resisted by Wu Gang and Sun Hai, he put away the rock turtle, summoned his own flying beast, and followed Lu He. Lu Jun did the same, pulling Lu Yu and running as fast as he could. 3 people, running towards the foggy area. No one looked back, no one glanced at Wu Gang and Sun Hai. Lu Yu and Yi Haochen were both shocked and caught off guard by this sudden change. Wu Gang froze on the spot, watching blankly as the backs of Lu He and others disappeared into the mist. His mind went blank, and then a terrible thought came to him. They had been deceived. Lu He, what the hell are you doing? He roared angrily. We agreed to fight together. Did you run away? Sun Hai also reacted. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of disbelief. They used us as bait? Lu He, you must die a good death. Wu Gang's roar echoed by the empty pool, shrill and desperate. The demon dragon lowered his head, his vertical pupils falling on Wu Gang and Sun Hai. The corners of its mouth opened wider, as if it were smiling. There was contentment and teasing in that smile, as if it was saying, "Look, humans are like this, always betraying each other." Wu Gang turned around and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The eyes of the demon dragon reflected the figures of Wu Gang and Sun Hai, and then the black shadow swept away, and the two people were tightly held in the hands of the huge dragon claws. Ah, Lu He, even if I were a ghost, I would never let you go. Wu Gang's roar suddenly stopped in the mouth of the demon dragon. Sun Hai didn't even have time to make any sound before he was bitten to pieces by the dragon's fangs. Blood dripped down, staining the rocks beside the pool red. The dragon stopped thinking about playing. After all, the food on his plate ran away in front of it. How could that be possible? The dragon swallowed the flesh and blood and licked the corners of its mouth. Its vertical pupils looked towards the foggy area, towards the 5 figures who were desperately escaping. The mist was retreating rapidly beside him. Lu He had already experienced 2 bursts of blood today. Now Lu He's lungs were burning like they were on fire. He could feel the blood evaporating, his heart beating rapidly, and his senses were stretched to the extreme. Only now could he feel the threat of the demonic dragon behind him. It was an extremely eerie and terrifying aura that shrouded behind them. He did not dare to stop for a moment and could only run forward with his head buried in the air. Boom, boom. The ground was shaking. The sound of the demonic dragon's wings fluttering and the sound of limbs jumping on the ground caused the ground to tremble. The steps were not fast, but every step was as heavy as a mountain collapsing. Every time they landed, everyone's hearts shrank suddenly. Yangcheng was pinched by Lu He under his arm. His whole body was bumping up and down with the rhythm of running like a puppet with its strings cut off. His eyes were empty and he was lost. He no longer remembers how he was pulled up from the ground by Lu He. He only remembers the force of the hand pinching the back of his neck, like pinching a kitten, and then the gravel on the ground brushing against his cheek, then the sound of the wind, and then the continuous bumps. He watched Lu He betray Wu Gang and Sun Hai with his own eyes, and watched the dragon devour them. He no longer had the energy to curse because he was already numb. Zhou Zhinshan followed closely behind. He was riding a wind-chasing falcon, which was extremely fast. Unfortunately, he was not a pet beast, so his speed could not benefit from his own energy and blood. His condition was not much better than Lu He's. He had not recovered from the blow from the demonic dragon before. Lu Jun transformed into a golden-armored dragon beast, pulling Lu Yu and following him desperately. Lu Yu would not spare no effort to lead them to escape just because they were of the same race as him. Want to live? You can only rely on yourself. Lu Yu was a little confused. She was not notified in advance, so being dragged away by Lu Jun was a bit hasty. She was almost dragged forward by Lu Jun. The 2 of them are dead. Lu Yu said softly, "Don't think too much. It's important to escape now. If you want to die, I won't stop you." Lu Jun threw Lu Yu on his back, got down on all 4s, and ran with all his strength. Because he could already feel the chilling breath on his back. The body of the dragon is looming in the mist. Its speed is neither fast nor slow, and its stride is steady and leisurely, like a lion strolling on the grassland. Those golden vertical pupils were always locked on the running figure in front, and the pupils rotated slightly with the movement of the prey. There was still wet blood on the fangs at the corners of his mouth. It's driving away. This is the most common hunting method used by apex predators. Instead of killing the prey immediately, it drives it away. Let the prey run as hard as possible, exhausting energy, exhausting courage, exhausting everything. Let fear spread like poison in the prey's body, corroding their judgment and their will to resist. Wait until the prey can no longer run and is extremely frightened, then bite it into pieces. In this way, the prey's meat will be filled with stress hormones, and to the predator's palate, the taste is the ultimate delicacy. The dragon is in no hurry. It knows that there will always be times when prey cannot run away. Ah! Lu Yu screamed. It's catching up. Louis looked back. It was that look that made his heart almost stop. The distance between the demon dragon and the demon dragon was much closer than before. It was so close that he could smell the strong smell of blood in the demon dragon's mouth. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and his body was emitting an even stronger energy. His hair began to turn white, starting from his temples and spreading to the top of his head. His skin also lost its luster and began to become wrinkled and wrinkled. But at this time, his speed suddenly increased. Lu He, you can't burn anymore. Zhou Jinshan shouted from behind, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. You will burn yourself to death. In this fog, Lu He's speed is everyone's speed. Only by following Lu He can they be faster. If Lu He falls, everyone will die. Zhou Jinshan could see the back of his head. The gray-white hair was swaying in the wind like withered grass. His scalp was vaguely visible between the gaps in the hair, so pale that there was no trace of blood. The three of them were working hard, running faster and faster, and the effect was also there. In just 10 minutes, they had already crossed most of the way they came. Ahead, the fog began to thin, which was the boundary between the outer domain and the core area, which meant that they were almost entering the outer domain. It's almost there. It's almost there. Lu Jun's voice was filled with tears. His limbs were numb, but he couldn't stop. If he stopped, he would die. Lu He's eyes were also shining, but his brightness was different from that of Zhou Jinshan and Lu Jun. He was thinking, because he knew that the outside world did not necessarily mean safety. The magic dragon was still behind him. If he wanted to get rid of him completely, someone would sacrifice again. He was calculating who would be better to sacrifice. Lu Jun was from the same clan as him, and Zhou Jinshan was so powerful that it was difficult to decide. But at this moment of thinking, the dragon's speed increased again. It could see that these prey were about to escape from its territory. In those golden pupils, the original playful light disappeared, replaced by a focused light. The slight grin at the corners of its mouth tightened. Its fangs were covered by its lips again. The breath from its nostrils became more intense, and black mist surged from the gaps in its scales, rising like steam. Roar! A deep roar surged from deep in the dragon's throat, and its patience ran out. The sound was not loud, but it was extremely depressing and dull, giving everyone who was escaping a heavy blow to their hearts. It's speeding up, Lu Yu screamed. The scream was so sharp that it pierced through the fog, like an awl piercing everyone's eardrums. Damn it! Lu Jun's legs were almost broken, but he still ran as hard as he could. I don't want to die. Lu Yi's pupils suddenly shrank into needle points. Run as fast as you can. The dragon is already in a hurry, which means the outer realm is safe. Everyone knows that, but the gap caused by strength is too huge. Not only is the demonic dragon overwhelming in strength, but its own condition is at its peak, while Lu He and the others are running out of fuel and may be extinguished at any time. Lu He released his spiritual power, and he could feel that the demon dragon was very close to him. Although Zhou Jinshan and Lu Jun were behind him, that was not enough. It's too late. It's time to make a decision. His voice was very soft, so soft that only he could hear it. In less than 10 breaths, the dragon will catch up, and one person must be sacrificed. With one breath, just one breath, his eyes scanned everyone, and then locked on one person. Zhou Jinshan was less than 3 steps behind him on the right. He was riding a wind chaser. Although it didn't consume a lot of energy, the wind chaser couldn't fly faster in the dense forest. Even Lu Jun could run faster than him. Moreover, Zhou Jinshan's aura was not stable. He could not run fast, fight, or carry. So after much hesitation, Lu He decided to play tricks on him. Zhou Jinshan. He spoke suddenly. What? Zhou Jinshan responded subconsciously, raised his head, and looked in the direction of Lu He. But just for a moment, Zhou Jinshan's eyesight went dark, and Lu He made a move. This kick was not very powerful and contained no energy. It just turned around and kicked Zhou Jinshan in the face. Taking advantage of the situation, he used his face as a pedal to jump forward again and completely distanced himself from him. Ah! With a scream, Zhou Jinshan's body suddenly lost balance and fell directly from the back of chasing falcon to the ground. Even though his eyes and nose were bleeding, Before his brain could react, his body was struggling to get up quickly, but this was already impossible. Because in the moment of life and death, this kick not only kicked him and the wind-chasing falcon off their backs, distanced him from the large army, but also pushed him towards the magic dragon. There was still confusion on his face, like a man who had been stabbed by an acquaintance. Before the blood gushes out from the wound, confusion first came up. Why? Why are you doing this? Haha, I should have thought of it earlier. Zhou Jinshan also calmed down. I didn't expect that I would also become an outcast. Lu He, you must die a happy death. Zhou Jinshan roared one last time. The figure of the demon dragon roared from behind, and its golden vertical pupils turned slightly at the moment Zhou Jinshan fell, locking on the falling prey. The demon dragon did not slow down. As it passed over Zhoujin Mountain, its right front paw stuck out from its side. Each of those sharp claws was like a curved, giant sword, with dark red lines flowing on the black claw blades. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zhou Jinshan's entire body was pierced by sharp claws, hanging on the giant claw like a piece of meat. He did not die immediately, but he could not break free. Waves of screams reached the ears of the people in Luha, like a reminder, making their pace speed up again. The magic dragon has not stopped. Is it not interested in Zhou Jinshan? Louis did not look back. His mind became active again. He held Yi Haochen between his arms and continued running as hard as he could without looking back. Brother Yu. Lu Jun's voice came faintly, seeming to contain questions and inquiries. As if asking, the dragon is still chasing them. What should they do? Shut up, don't talk, run. Louis's voice did not waver. Lu Jun gritted his teeth and did not dare to slow down at all. Even if his legs were numb and cramped, he did not dare to stop at all. Then Lu Jun's body began to tremble, and he really couldn't run anymore. Finally, he looked back at his sister Lu Yu. I'm sorry. Lu Jun's face was not very good, but he gave her one last look, with a hint of indescribable pain in his eyes. Brother Yu? Lu Yu seemed to have thought of something and smiled bitterly. Goodbye, Lu Jun said softly, and then threw Lu Yu away. There were no screams or curses, only the tears in the corners of her eyes, telling the pain in her heart. Crack! With one breath, the demon dragon came. It did not choose to pierce it with its claws like Zhou Jinshan, but opened it in one mouthful and swallowed it, turning it into food. Then, it flapped its wings again. Lu Jun was no longer burdened by Lu Yu, and he didn't know whether it was a psychological effect. His feet felt a little lighter, and the pain in his heart dissipated in just a moment. After all, he was not escaping from danger now. Haha, Lu Jun, it's so ugly. Zhou Jinshan was covered in blood but still alive. The Lu family. What a Lu family. You can even sacrifice your own relatives. You are the real beasts. Lu Jun and Lu He didn't say anything. Only those who survived were qualified to speak. The vibration frequency of the demon dragon's bone wings accelerated again, and black demonic energy spurted out from the cracks in the wing membrane, dragging two long black trails behind it. The dragon's forelimbs kicked the ground violently, and two pits several feet deep exploded in the ground. The rubble flew dozens of feet into the air, and then fell like raindrops. The speed is faster than before. The black afterimage almost tore through the air, and the sonic boom exploded in the fog, making a loud boom sound that was extremely ear-piercing in the silent fog. Getting closer. Getting closer. 3 breaths. In 3 breaths at most, the dragon will catch up with him. It's not fast enough. Louis's eyeballs were bloodshot. The blood scab on his lips cracked, and new blood flowed out and dripped down his chin. His eyes moved downwards, landing on Yi Haochen under his armpits, and then moved back, landing on Lu Jun. Lu Jun. He started. The sound was not loud, but Lu Jun heard it. The moment Lu Jun heard those 2 words, his body suddenly stiffened. He recognized that tone. The tone was exactly the same as before Zhou Jinshan was kicked. Calm, cold, without any emotion. It's your turn. No. Lu Jun's voice was trembling. No, please, brother, don't. He has been calling him eldest brother for more than 20 years. He has called him big brother since he can remember. When he was a child, he would follow Lu He and call him big brother. Although we meet less as we grow up, We fight side by side again in the imperial city Yanwu this time. But now, his eldest brother wants to abandon him. Perhaps Lu Jun had already imagined this outcome, but was unwilling to face it. Lu He could sacrifice even Yi Haochen, so why should she be protected by him? I'm sorry, Lu He said coldly. Lu Jun's head was hot and his thoughts were racing, trying to think of a way to escape. But Lu He would not give him a chance at all. Bang! With a loud noise, Lu He kicked Lu Jun on the way again. This kick could be described as extremely cruel. Without any regard for family ties, he kicked Lu Jun on the head. His neck broke, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lu Jun's last thought was not fear, regret, or anger, but sadness. Maybe this is retribution. There was a sound of breaking through the air. The giant claws of the demon dragon had penetrated Lu Jun's body. Instead of eating him directly, He Zhou dressed him up and kept him. I don't know what to do. However, Lu Jun's condition has always been good, and he has always maintained his transformation state, which also hinders the progress of the demon dragon. Roar! With a roar, the demon dragon's claws pierced Lu Jun's internal organs deeply, and then fell into a state of severe injury and coma, just hanging on the claws. In just a few short breaths, Lu He had already distanced himself from the demon dragon. He could see the golden light in the distance, which was the characteristic of the outer realm, which meant that the barrier was right in front of him. He seemed to be able to see the ground in the outer realm. The dry, gravel-covered ground was completely different from the damp, mossy ground in the foggy area. He could see the hope of life. Not far ahead. Quick, quick, quick. His lips were trembling, and his voice was hoarse and urgent. Roar! A shocking roar came, which directly shocked Lu He, who was flying, and he couldn't help but slow down his pace. The demon dragon approached again, and because of this roar, it was difficult for him to increase his speed. He needs more time. One last bait is needed. Lu He's eyes fell on Yi Haochen. Yi Haochen seemed to feel that gaze. His eyes moved slowly, and his dull pupils slowly focused. He broke away from the empty and distracted state and met Lu He's gaze. Is it my turn? He asked calmly. Lu He didn't answer. His silence was the best answer. I know. Yi Haochen answered the question himself, his voice still terrifyingly calm, with a wry smile. I knew it from the moment you took me away. You have been choosing people from the edge of the pool, who deserves to live and who can be thrown away. Zhou Zhinshan can withstand damage, so you keep him until the end. Lu Jun is your brother, so you keep him until the end, but in the end, he is also abandoned by you. His voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself. As for me, I am your last life-saving talisman. My dragon blood is the purest and should be what the dragon is most interested in. So you will not abandon me, not because I am the prince, not because you are loyal to the royal family, not because I am Yi Haochen, but because my blood is easy to use. His eyes were staring straight at Lu He, staring at the man who was about to throw him out to feed the dragon. Am I right? Lu He still didn't answer, but his silence was interpreted as acquiescence by Yi Haochen. Yi Haochen closed his eyes. I don't blame you. I brought all this on myself. I have killed so many people, and I have no right to live. He didn't struggle, didn't beg for mercy, didn't curse. He just closed his eyes, like a man accepting a predetermined ending. Lu He did not hesitate. He let go. Yi Haochen's body slipped from Lu He's armpit. His back brushed Lu He's arm, Lu He's ribs, Lu He's waist, and then broke away from the contact. Without support, his body began to fall freely, falling downwards. His back hit a raised stone on the ground, making a dull thud sound. Then his body rolled twice, raising a cloud of dust. Finally, he lay on his back in a piece of rubble, with his limbs spread out like a discarded rag doll. The back of his head hit a fist-sized stone, and dull pain spread from his skull throughout his body. He could feel a warmth coming from his body, which was blood flowing out and soaking into his entire body, but his expression did not change at all. He opened his eyes. There is a gray sky above the head, and the fog is very thin here, so thin that you can vaguely see the color of the sky and the golden light projected from the side. The dragon's body cast a huge shadow above him. The shadow covered the entire sky. It rarely stopped its dragon wings and just stopped. Its golden vertical pupils looked down at him from high altitude, like two burning suns, and its huge body enveloped him. It was obvious that Yi Haochen was the real target of the demon dragon. Even if there was a powerful dragon beast master ahead, he was not interested at all. Are you about to die? Yi Haochen no longer had any fear, only relief. Relief that he had received retribution for his wrong decision. He closed his eyes, waiting for the final darkness, waiting for severe pain, waiting for his body to be torn apart. But the darkness did not come. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The expected severe pain did not appear, the fangs did not pierce his body, and the sharp claws did not tear him apart. All he heard was the sound of the wind, only the sound of his own heartbeat, and only the sound of footsteps getting further and further away as Lu He ran in the distance. He opened his eyes. The dragon didn't move. Those golden vertical pupils were still looking down at him, and the tip of the demon dragon's nose slowly descended, approaching Yi Haochen's body. The warm breath spurted out from his nostrils and brushed across Yi Haochen's cheeks, carrying a strong smell of blood that made Yi Haochen want to vomit. The demon dragon's nostrils were as big as Yi Haochen's entire body. Yi Haochen watched the demon dragon's terrifying head approach, and its nose spurted out hot air, quivering wildly, as if it was smelling some delicious aroma. After confirming that Yi Haochen was under his control, the demon dragon raised his head and turned his vertical pupils in the direction of Lu He's escape. The white-haired figure had already run out of the foggy area and into the golden light of the outer realm. His back looked particularly small under the light, like a solitary traveler in the desert, small and lonely. The corners of the demon dragon's mouth opened slightly. That's not a smile. It was a more complex expression, one of playfulness and confidence. It did not pursue Luha. Instead, he lowered his head, gently pushed Yi Haochen's body with the tips of his claws, turned him from his back to his side, and played with his body casually. But the movements were very light, so light that it didn't look like something a giant claw that could crush rocks could do. It's like handling a piece of fragile porcelain. Haha. Lu He, who was running, made sure that the dragon had not caught up with him. Finally saved. Ha. Lu He now looks messy, with gray and scruffy hair, and coupled with that crazy laugh. If anyone sees him, they will definitely think that he is a lunatic. Outland, we are finally here. I finally escaped from this hellish place. Lu He ran and looked back, making sure again and again that the dragon had not caught up. He tried to sense the breath of the dragon again and again until he could no longer feel it. Oh, did you really escape? A strange voice sounded in his ears. Lu He's expression froze. He turned around and saw a figure reflected in his pupils. An elegant middle-aged man wearing a white suit and transparent rimless glasses was looking at him with a joking expression and asked the frightening question. Lu He was frantically warning in his heart and was extremely frightened. This person appeared here quietly. Not to mention how he entered the secret realm. This strength alone is by no means simple. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed and calm, as if he were walking in his garden and encountered the Luha that suddenly broke in. Who are you? Lu He asked. Why are you here? There was a faint smile on his lips. Who am I? It seems that everyone has forgotten me. Lu He was shocked and looked at the man in front of him again with wide eyes. He looked more and more familiar. His lips moved slightly, as if he remembered something. Han Fengyuan, why are you here? Lu He collapsed and moved back, as if he wanted to stay away from the man in front of him. He was too aware of the terror of the man in front of him. The leader of the cult was so elusive that he caused countless bloody tragedies. Not only did he create powerful synthetic beasts, he could also turn ordinary talented beast masters into powerful believers, which once plunged the Holy Dragon dynasty into chaos. The most important thing is that his strength has been made public. He is only one step away from reaching the peak of king level. Haha, nothing is impossible. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Han Fengyuan's lips raised. Here, I can finally give my best, ha! Gudong. Lu He swallowed. He naturally knew what Han Fengyuan meant by giving full play to his words. It was an inhumane experiment. Han Fengyuan moved, and he approached Lu He step by step. Lu He felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy and wanted to resist, but was unable to do so. Moreover, facing Han Fengyuan, he was under great pressure. Huh. Lu He finally couldn't bear it any longer and forcefully struck out with a punch. Crack! There is no doubt that Han Fengyuan blocked it easily, firmly clenched Lu He's fist with his palm, and then squeezed it gently. Ah! A scream resounded through the sky. Lu He was sweating profusely and fell to his knees directly. His wrists and arms were in extremely twisted postures. It was obvious that Lu He's hand was broken. Stop struggling. Go meet your companions. Han Fengyuan let go, and Lu He's body began to float into the air uncontrollably, slowly moving forward. Damn it! Lu He struggled hard, but to no avail. The two of them just walked into the mist. Lu He faced the outside world and struggled hard. He was extremely unwilling. He had obviously escaped the pursuit of the demon dragon. So why did he let himself meet the leader of the cult? What a joke! In the mist, the demon dragon waited quietly. Zhou Jinshan and Lu Jun had been thrown to the ground, bleeding and twitching from time to time. Even if they bleed more, they would not die so easily. But they all had a question, why the dragon didn't kill them or pursue Lu He, but just stopped, as if waiting for something, which they couldn't figure out. Are you okay? Yi Haochen slowly moved his body, approached the two of them, and asked, looking at their miserable appearance. I can't die, Zhou Jinshan said numbly. Lu Jun shook his head and said nothing more. The three of them fell into silence, not knowing what to say. It seemed that there was no point in saying anything. Roar! After a moment, the demon dragon let out a low roar, then shook its limbs, folded its wings, half knelt on the ground, and waited. The three of them were startled by the demon dragon's posture. This was a gesture of surrender, which meant that something more terrifying than the demon dragon had appeared. The three people's eyes couldn't help but look in the direction where the demon dragon was kneeling, trying to see what kind of monster was more terrifying than the demon dragon. Bang! There was a loud noise, and a figure flew out of the fog. The three of them were shocked. They recognized the person immediately, and it turned out to be Lu He. But the appearance is really miserable, even compared to Zhou Jinshan and Lu Jun, with withered white hair, curled up body, and blood constantly spurting out. Lu He. Some people were surprised, some were angry, and some were stunned. But before the three of them could react, there was a crisp sound of footsteps, and a white figure slowly walked out. It was very dazzling in the gray fog, especially when the demon dragon slowly lowered its head until it touched the ground. What a good boy. Roar. Haha, good job. I will improve your strength later. Han Fengyuan touched the head of the demon dragon, as if the giant creature in front of him was an ordinary puppy. The three of them were shocked and did not recognize the person in front of them at first. However, based on this action, they also understood that they were definitely not good people, but a being that was faster and more terrifying than the dragon. He is Han Fengyuan, the leader of the cult. Lu He stood up and said calmly, What? The three of them were shocked. How is it possible? Why is the leader of the cult in the Holy Dragon's secret realm? This is impossible. Yi Haochen had the most violent reaction. He couldn't figure it out. Han Fengyuan glanced at him, walked around the magic dragon, and walked in front of the four of them. Nothing is impossible. The facts are right in front of you. Zhou Jinshan was also deceived by this news. No wonder the Holy Dragon Dynasty sent out so many manpower and material resources, and even several people from the Chinese zodiac were sent out, but there was no trace of Han Fengyuan. He was hiding in the Holy Dragon's secret realm. Who could have imagined this? However, the only question is, why is he in the secret realm? How did he get in? Did you also make this dragon? Lu He asked. How is it? Is it to your liking? Han Fengyuan smiled slightly. The three of them were scared. It's incredible. It's based on a dragon beast, can contain demonic energy, is powerful, and can prevent it from losing control and obey commands perfectly. Lu He said, looking at the demonic dragon. Then he changed his voice and looked at Han Fengyuan. I want to join the cult too. What? Yi Haochen, Lu Jun, and Zhou Jinshan were shocked. Then Zhou Jinshan yelled, Lu He, are you crazy? Are you going to join a cult? You beast. I look down on you. Han Fengyuan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, and then chuckled. Lu He, you are really a character, a born member of a cult. You use teammates as bait to escape, and you can even abandon your friends, relatives, and siblings without blinking an eye. People like you have no bottom line and are cowardly. Lu He was even happier when he heard what Han Fengyuan said. Yes, I was born to be a cultist. I just met you now, so it's not too late to join a cult. No, no, no. Han Fengyuan waved his index finger. It's too late. Lu He, you're crazy. Yi Haochen's heart went cold. He couldn't imagine that Lu He was such a person with no bottom line. Do you know why I want to keep you guys? Han Fengyuan suddenly asked. Several people were stunned, right? Why keep them? There seemed to be an answer in my mind. That's because you are all perfect test subjects. Han Fengyuan laughed loudly. So, none of you can escape. You all will become part of the dragon. It's an honor for you, because you can all make important contributions to my creation of king-level monsters. Han Fengyuan approached Lu He and the others with an unusually ferocious smile. King-level monster. The views of several people have been completely shattered. This person actually wants to make a king-level monster. It's too scary. Does he want to take revenge on the entire Holy Dragon Dynasty? Yes. Tell me something you don't know, so that you don't even know your own value. Han Fengyuan leaned against the demon dragon. I have been studying synthetic beasts for so many years, but their upper limit is very low. When they reach the domain lord level, they are as powerful as the sky. Don't even think about it at the overlord level. They will decompose before they can exert their strength. So I set my sights on Warcraft, because they are powerful and physically strong, but their shortcomings are also obvious. They have low IQ and are difficult to control. This has also caused many experimental subjects to lose control. Otherwise, the cultists would not be hunted by you. Then why did you arrest so many innocent people? Yi Haochen asked angrily. That's a good question. Han Fengyuan took over. Of course it's because I found a better way. What if the bloodline of Warcraft is transformed? What if it is added to the bloodline of humans? Or what if humans and beasts are combined? How many people shuddered at the combination of humans and animals? What kind of monster could that be? The results are not bad, but unfortunately not everyone's bloodline is useful. The bloodline of the Beast Master is the most suitable, but hunting the Beast Master on a large scale is unrealistic and extremely inefficient. The produced monsters still have the risk of losing control, and their strength is not as strong as imagined, and may even weaken its own strength. Until I discovered that those newly awakened Beast Masters had pure blood and had excellent compatibility with monsters after fusion, so I captured some of those newly awakened Beast Masters. But unfortunately, the operation was not carried out for long before you were disturbed. So I hid myself and started studying Warcraft with my remaining bloodline. I finally broke through to the Territory Lord level and reached the Overlord level, and could control it stably. Several people just listened silently. As Han Fengyuan talked to himself, they also understood some secrets. But, during an experiment, I accidentally caught a child of your family. His pet beast was a dragon beast with not very pure blood. The results of the experiment were surprisingly good. Even the demon wolf transformed into a dragon. This is the evolution of Warcraft. So none of you can escape. Several people fell into despair, looking at the demon dragon around them, feeling desolate in their hearts. Not only were they going to die, but they were also going to turn into such a monster? Lu Jun was so angry that he was speechless and really wanted to kill Lu He. Don't worry, everyone has a share, and no one can escape. After all, I have more than one test subject. Han Fengyuan shook his head. Although he has seen this kind of betrayal scene many times, he still finds it interesting now. As if in response to the authenticity of Han Fengyuan's words, roars, wolf howls, lion roars, and dragon roars rang out one after another in the surrounding fog, stimulating everyone's hearing. The faces of the four people all showed a deathly gray color, which was an expression of despair. Under the crushing force of absolute strength, they could not even feel the slightest resistance. Han Fengyuan approached step by step, and a mysterious black shadow appeared behind him. His face could not be seen clearly, but he could feel the extremely evil power of darkness. Just by looking at it, he could feel his spirit being shocked and losing his ability to think. Lu He also didn't expect that after abandoning his teammates, he still couldn't escape the fate of death. Maybe this was karma. Han Fengyuan looked down at him, his eyes without any trace of emotion behind the lenses. He squatted down and looked at Lu He's level. And didn't you say it yourself? You will do whatever I ask you to do. He pointed at Yi Haochen and the other three. Now, the first thing I ask you to do is to become a part of the dragon. Lu He's pupils shrank suddenly, and his lips trembled violently. He didn't want to become a monster, so it was better to kill him. No, He roared angrily, struggling to stand up and run away. But his body had run out of oil and blood. The energy and blood burned 3 times, especially the last long burning. His hair was gray, his skin was wrinkled, and his internal organs were moaning, overwhelmed. As soon as he propped himself up, his legs went weak and he fell heavily to the ground. Han Fengyuan stood up and looked at him condescendingly. He raised his hand and spread his fingers slightly. An invisible force surged out from behind, and then flew out from Han Fengyuan's palm, slowly lifting Lu He from the ground. Lu He's body was suspended in midair, his limbs hanging limply, like a puppet controlled by invisible threads. He struggled desperately, but the force was like a cage made of steel, motionless. "Let me go? Let me go." His voice was hoarse and crazy. "Han Fengyuan, you have to die." Han Fengyuan ignored him. He turned around and looked at the demonic dragon lying on the ground. "Kid, get up," he said softly. "It's time to eat." The demon dragon raised its head, a glimmer of excitement flashing in its golden vertical pupils. It stood up slowly, swinging its huge head, grinning at the corners of its mouth, revealing its white fangs, and made a low gurgling sound in its throat. Han Fengyuan raised his hand and slowly moved Lu He's body in front of the demon dragon. The demon dragon's vertical pupils fell on Lu He, the tip of his nose came close, and he blew out a warm breath. The breath carried a strong smell of blood and brushed against Lu He's cheek, making him almost vomit. "No." Lu He's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. His tears flowed down his cheeks and onto the gravel. Han Fengyuan did not take back his hand. His fingers were slightly bent, and a stronger black energy surged out of his palms. The energy was like a living thing, spreading from Han Fengyuan's palm to Lu He, covering his entire body. Lu He's body stiffened suddenly. He felt a cold force seeping into his skin, into his blood vessels, and into his bone marrow. The power was swimming inside his body, like a cold snake, looking for something. Then it was found. A gloomy and cold force began to invade Lu He's body, and finally found the portal to the spiritual world. Everything about him is stored there, the power of his blood, his natal pet, and his energy core, everything. Boom! A silent roar sounded, and a big hole suddenly opened in the spiritual world. "Ah!" Lu He let out a painful scream. His body twitched violently, his head was covered in sweat, and the pain visible to the naked eye was incredible. It seems that he did not expect that Han Fengyuan's power would be so weird, that it could directly attack his spiritual world. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Han Fengyuan's eyes. He raised his other hand and held it with his 5 fingers. The power of darkness rushed into Lu He's spiritual world like a sea pouring in. It turned into a towering giant hand and grabbed the sky frost dragon entrenched in the middle. As for the other pet beasts, they were crushed by the breath after just one encounter. All the 4-signed pet beasts were killed. This was a serious blow to Lu He. A mouthful of blood spurted out, his aura was extremely weak, and his consciousness almost collapsed. Lu Jun and others looked at Lu He, who fell to the ground in pain, and their hearts palpitated. The person in front of them was so terrifying, and Lu He had no power to resist in front of him. In Lu He's spiritual world, Han Fengyuan's power stirred like a tide, dyeing the originally ice-blue world into gray-black. The sky in the spiritual world is collapsing, the ground is cracking, and Lu He's consciousness is like a broken leaf in the strong wind. Tianshuang Songlong let out a shrill cry, and ice-blue light flashed crazily on the dragon's scales. It tried to break away from the giant hand, but it was to no avail. He could only watch as he was being dragged. Lu He's spiritual world was collapsing, his consciousness was collapsing, his vitality was passing away, his body was violently twitching on the ground, his 7 orifices were bleeding, and his face was hideous. Tianshuang Songlong's mournful cry became weaker and weaker, and finally broke away from Lu He's spiritual world. Lu Jun and the others just watched helplessly as Han Fengyuan opened Lu He's spiritual world with his bare hands. The space was shattered. The summoning formation appeared for a moment and then shattered. The pet beast Tianshuang Songlong was violently thrown out. The huge body was thrown to the ground and was held tightly by the demon dragon. Very good. Han Fengyuan looked at the ice-blue ball of light in his hand, A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, "The material is good. This is the core of Lu He's energy and the embodiment of all his strength so far." Lu He's body stiffened suddenly, and then he completely lost consciousness. All 4 of his pet beasts were killed in battle. The spiritual world was broken, the energy core was deprived, and the natal beast was captured. His career as a beast master ended at this moment, and his life was on the verge of collapse. Han Fengyuan looked down at him and shook his head. "The blood of the Lu family is good, much purer than those experimental products," he murmured, "but now it is mine." He put away the energy core, then turned around, looked at Tianshuang Songlong, and smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid," he said softly. "You won't die, you just live in a different way." He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing up. "Come out, Dark Flame Night King." His voice was not loud, but every word seemed to leave a mark on the air. The black shadow behind him began to squirm, began to condense, began to shrink, and finally turned into a dark figure, slowly walking out from behind Han Fengyuan. It was a pet beast that was only over 2 meters tall. It looked like a human being, but its entire body was as black as ink, as ethereal as smoke, fluttering in the wind. Secondly, the ghostly white flames interspersed in it, spreading from the top of the head, from the pupils to the neck, from the arms to the claws, from the chest to the legs. The flames burned silently, flowing around it, dyeing the surrounding air with a strange white color. Dark Flame Night King, Han Fengyuan's natal pet, king level peak. It stood there with its hands hanging naturally, its posture casual and calm, like a nobleman walking in his garden. But the cold aura emanating from its body caused the temperature of the entire environment to drop by more than 10 degrees. Everyone's bodies began to tremble. Even if they were as powerful as a demon dragon, they would crawl and tremble. This was due to the suppression of their own absolute strength. Zhou Jinshan's face was as pale as paper, and he was trembling. And he could feel the fear of the rock turtle, which was even stronger than when facing the dragon. Lu Jun's lips were trembling, his body was trembling, and his soul was trembling. His golden-armored dragon beast had long lost its combat effectiveness, and was now letting out weak sobs, as if begging for mercy. Yangcheng was lying on the ground, staring at Mingyan Night King. His Oath-Blade dragon was restless in the spiritual world, trying to rush out to fight against the power of darkness, but the strength gap was too great. The aura emanating from the body of the Dark Flame Night King made it unable to stand firmly. What kind of beast is this? Such terrifying energy. Yangcheng's voice was hoarse. Han Fengyuan did not answer. He turned to look at Mingyan Night King. A trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. "Help me get the materials," he said. His voice was very soft. Mingyan Night King nodded slightly, and turned his dark purple pupils to the shadow of Tianshuang Songlong. It raised its right hand and held it with 5 fingers. The phantom of Tianshuang Songlong froze suddenly, and then let out a shrill wail. The voice was full of pain and despair, like a beast being skinned alive. A stream of ghostly white flames surged out from the palm of the Dark Flame Night King, and the flames spread silently to the sky, Frost Songlong, completely covering it. The dragon scales of Tianshuang Songlong peeled off inch by inch in the dark flames, revealing the flesh and blood underneath. The flesh and blood evaporated in the dark flames and turned into ice-blue mist. Roar! A shrill roar echoed through the sky, and Lu Jun and the other 3 were horrified. It was the first time they saw someone killing a pet beast in front of them, and in such a cruel way. The blood of Tianshuang Songlong continued to evaporate from the initial blood red, and finally slowly turned into crystal blue, and then began to appear a little golden light. That was blood essence, the purest blood essence of Tianshuang Songlong. What is he going to do? Yangcheng let out a burst of retching. It's purification, Zhou Jinshan said in horror. He is purifying the blood of Tianshuang Songlong, evaporating all the rest of the mortal blood, leaving only the dragon blood with the power of frost. Boom! Tianshuang Songlong fell to the ground with a crash, having lost his life and breath. At the same time, a fist-sized ball of blood appeared, and finally floated towards the Mingyan Night King. The fingers of Mingyan Night King were slightly bent, and the ball of essence and blood slowly floated towards it, suspended in its palm. It lowered its head and glanced down, then waved its hand gently, and the essence and blood floated towards Han Fengyuan. Han Fengyuan took the blood essence and nodded with satisfaction. "Take care of it," he said. The Night King of Nether Flame raised his hand again, and the Sky Frost Songlong continued to melt in the Nether Flame. Its bones shattered in the Nether Flame and turned into white powder. Its dragon wings burned in the Nether Flame and turned into ashes. Its dragon soul struggled in the Nether Flame and gave out its last weak cry. Then, everything fell silent. Tianshuang Songlong disappeared. Only a single skeleton fell to the ground, and the wind could take away a trace of bone meal. Han Fengyuan looked at Yi Haochen and the others and said with a smile, "It's all ready. Do you want to watch? The time to witness the miracle is coming, huh?" He turned around and looked at the dragon. "Kid, open your mouth." The demon dragon opened its mouth, revealing its white fangs. Its vertical pupils flashed with excitement, and a low purr came from its throat. Han Fengyuan raised his hand and dropped the blood essence and energy core into the demon dragon's mouth at the same time. "Swallow it, digest it." The dragon closed his mouth and swallowed. Its body stiffened suddenly. Then, the changes began. Ice blue light burst out from the demon dragon's body, intertwined with the gray-black demonic energy around it. Two completely different forces collided fiercely on the surface of its body, making a hissing sound. The sound was like hot oil splashed on the snow, harsh and weird. Then, the demon dragon's body stiffened suddenly, and then began to twitch violently. The huge body rolled on the ground. Its claws carved deep ravines on the ground, and its tail swung wildly, smashing the surrounding rocks into pieces. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the demon dragon's throat. The sound was full of pain, full of madness, and full of struggle. Then a shocking scene happened. Its scales were cracking and pieces fell off its body, revealing the bright red flesh underneath. The flesh was squirming, first swelling, and then tearing. Blood spurted out from the cracks, dyeing the rocks beneath him red, and soon formed a pool of blood. Yi Haochen and the others saw with their own eyes how the magical beast evolved, and they were still shocked. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, hoping that the magical dragon would fail to evolve and die in pain. "Aren't you afraid that the dragon will die in such pain?" Yi Haochen mocked. Han Fengyuan stood there with his hands in his pockets and a faint smile on his lips. He glanced at Yi Haochen, and then his eyes fell on the demon dragon. There was no worry or nervousness in his eyes, only confidence. "I have conducted such experiments thousands of times. Everything is under my control, so you don't need to worry." Then, he seemed to be saying to the dragon, "Pain is the price of evolution. If you get through it, you will be a real dragon." The roar of the demon dragon became more and more intense, and a cold air began to appear around it. Its body began to expand, its muscles writhed crazily under its skin, and its bones creaked in its body, as if something broke out of its body. Its size soon exceeded 6 meters, covering the sky and the sun. Where the scales fell off, new scales began to grow. The new scales were no longer the rough black before, but showed a deep ice blue, and the edges of each scale were glowing with a dark golden luster. Its head was also changing. The 3 curved bone horns became more slender and turned into ice crystal dark blue. Its mouth grinned wider, and its fangs became sharper. Its vertical pupils were still golden, but there was an icy blue light deep in the pupils, and wherever it looked, even the air seemed to be frozen. The most striking change is its wings. On the pair of huge flesh and bone wings, the new wing membrane showed an icy blue luster, and the blood vessels on the wing membrane turned into icy blue, like flowing rivers. Every time it flaps, fine ice crystals fall from the wing membrane and condense into snowflakes in the air. The aura of the demon dragon was rising rapidly, and it soon reached the peak of the overlord level. Even as the aura continued to increase, the body of the demon dragon continued to overflow with ice energy, and the trees and rocks were covered with a layer of ice crystals, turning into a world of ice and snow. Still can't do it. Han Fengyuan could feel that the magic dragon had reached its limit, but it was still far from the king level. Han Fengyuan raised his right hand and spread his fingers. A strong gray-black, demonic energy surged out from his palm, and like a living creature, the demonic energy slowly floated towards the dragon and submerged into its body. "How about some more of this?" he said softly. The demon dragon's body stiffened suddenly, and then let out an even more shrill roar. The demonic energy and the power of frost collided wildly in its body. The two powers refused to give way to the other, treating its body as a battlefield. Its skin and flesh cracked again, and blood spurted out again. But this time, what gushes out from the crack is not pure red blood, but an icy blue and gray-black liquid, exuding a biting chill and a rotten atmosphere. Fusion. Han Fengyuan's voice was very soft, but every word hit the air like a heavy hammer. As the cult was severely damaged, the top leaders of the Shenglong dynasty also understood the real reason why Han Fengyuan was able to do all this. That's because of his talent, fusion. Originally, this talent could only combine the energy of different elements to produce unexpected effects. As the realm increased, this talent also made Han Fengyuan invulnerable. By contracting pet beasts with different attributes, he could combine more skills when facing enemies. Then, the natal beast Night King completed the qualitative transformation of the dual attributes of darkness and fire, easily breaking through to the overlord level. The erosion of dark energy coupled with the violent power of fire completely overwhelmed other beast masters of the same realm. It didn't take long to reach the king level. Han Fengyuan not only integrated more energy for the Night King, but also completed qualitative changes in attributes many times, finally forming the Dark Flame Night King. Of course, Han Fengyuan accidentally discovered that his talent could not only affect himself, but also transform other pet beasts. Since then, a crazy research experiment has begun. It is precisely because of this talent that he can create those synthetic beasts that go against common sense and those controllable monsters. Until now, he has set his sights on dragon pets, because dragons are the most suitable test subjects. The roar of the demon dragon gradually changed, the painful sound disappeared, and the body stopped struggling. It slowly stood upright, and its appearance changed again. The most obvious thing is its size, which is as high as 10 meters. Its wings are spread out, like the night falling, blocking the light in the sky. But in terms of size, it has reached the peak of the overlord level. Then the looming light of energy surrounded the surroundings, and the demonic energy eroded outwards along with the cold air. The aura of the demonic dragon has stabilized at the peak of the overlord level. Han Fengyuan looked at it. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, but then he frowned slightly. The pinnacle of overlord level. He murmured, with a hint of regret in his voice. It's still not enough. He shook his head and sighed. His eyes fell on Yi Haochen, his eyes hidden behind the lenses shining with a strange light. The dragon bloodline of your royal family is simply a natural test subject, and those geniuses are the most suitable and richest test subjects. Yi Haochen's pupils shrank suddenly. Han Fengyuan laughed loudly and opened his arms as if to hug something. I've been waiting for today, for the Imperial City Martial Arts Show, for the opening of the Holy Dragon Secret Realm, and for you geniuses to walk into my hunting ground one by one. His voice echoed by the empty pool, cold and crazy. Yi Xiaoming, Yi Xuanzi, Yi Dingyuan, Yi Chongyu, and Yi Haochen. Oh, by the way, none of the 10th princes, Yi Wuwei, can escape. But what I didn't expect was that he would be the first to run into the hunting ground I carefully prepared. But it's not bad. I just want to practice with you. Han Fengyuan's words deeply pierced Yi Haochen's chest. Now Yi Haochen's intestines were filled with regret. He shouldn't have been so aggressive. Maybe there was still a way to survive, or at least he could die later. Besides you, there are also those players who are pretty good, including children from aristocratic families, hidden sects, and academy elites. Su Jini, Cui Jingming, Qin Fenglei, Tai Gang, Wang Xuanzi, Lu Qingfeng, and Wang Chen. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. Han Fengyuan is really happy. With so many experimental products, he believes that his plan can be completed soon. By then, he may be able to mass-produce Warcraft legions. Han Fengyuan, who was laughing wildly, suddenly sensed something and stopped smiling. Roar! The Sky Frost demonic dragon roared, and then Jinny left. Go, go! Yi Haochen watched the demon dragon leave, curious about its whereabouts. Okay, your brothers have also entered the core area, and you will be reunited soon. Han Fengyuan said, while looking at Yi Haochen. Did they come in too? Yi Haochen smiled bitterly. Are all their brothers going to be hunted down one by one? This was an unprecedented blow to the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Han Fengyuan was gearing up, a little excited. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and took Yi Haochen, Lu Jun, and Zhou Jinshan flying towards the depths of the core area. After all, this is not a place suitable for research. He has already established a small research institute deep in the secret realm. There's something wrong with these demon wolves. Wang Chen had been away from Mu Feng and the others for several days. He was flying along the way, killing strange beasts and getting tokens at the same time, until he encountered a large number of demon wolves, and it took him a while to kill them all. At this moment, Wang Chen was sitting on a rock very close to the core area to rest. There were corpses of demon wolves everywhere around him, at least 8 or 9 of them. I haven't even entered the core area yet, but I've encountered so many overlord-level mutant demon wolves. What exactly is in the core area? Wang Chen was worried as he watched Caesar and Shura silently handling the demon wolf corpses. Master, don't worry, I will help you too. The Ice Princess, whose strength had successfully broken through to the primary level of Overlord at this time, comforted Wang Chen by flying around. Well, I believe you. Wang Chen smiled. But if you get injured, I will also be worried. Ouch! At this moment, Wang Chen's spiritual world stirred. A golden formation appeared and disappeared, and a golden unicorn jumped out and let out a crisp cry. Little Shenglin slept all the time after entering the secret realm, probably because he had just hatched and needed to sleep to replenish energy. But every time he encounters a delicious treasure, little Shenglin will wake up with his nose twitching, shouting that Wang Qinggang picked it, then swallowed it in one gulp, and then went to sleep. However, the speed of strength improvement is also extremely fast, without any bottleneck. Breakthrough is like drinking water, eating, and sleeping. As soon as you wake up, you will break through to the elite level, and the speed of realm improvement has not slowed down at all. You mean you want to cover me? Wang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since contracting this little holy unicorn, he has discovered that this little unicorn has a very arrogant tone and is not afraid of any monsters or guardians he encounters. Ouch! Little Shenglin nodded fiercely, raised his hoof, and pointed at the core area. Let me think about it again. Wang Chen looked at the core area. He had a hunch that it was very complicated inside. He was extremely sensitive to danger, and there was a life and death crisis inside. He really wanted to go to the core area to take a look. This was due to his desire to explore the unknown and his eagerness to improve his strength, but he also had concerns about facing danger. Well, now that we are here, we can't sit still and wait for death. We still need to take a look at the core area. Moreover, these demon wolves are very weird. Maybe there is a reason why they mutate in the core area. What about you? Take a vote. If everyone agrees, we will go in. Wang Chen felt that it was necessary to ask the pet beasts for their opinions. After all, they were all grown children. Oh, Caesar agreed. Wow. Shura also agreed. I agree to go. The Ice Princess was not worried at all, but was extremely excited and happy. Swiss, Ling Yuanmu shook his body, making a rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other. Ouch! Xiao Shenglin couldn't wait for a long time and was not worried at all. Then let's go. Wang Chen smiled, stood up, and headed towards the core area. At the same time, the team of the third Prince Yi Xuanca also encountered trouble. Enemy attack. There's a dragon. There's more than one. After Qin Fenglei and others entered the core area, they advanced in the dark and did not encounter any monsters until they passed through the jungle and entered a valley. As roars resounded throughout the valley, for demonic dragons were seen flying from 4 directions: east, west, north, and south. Their limbs clung tightly to the rocks, spread their wings, stretched out their ferocious heads, and surrounded everyone. The situation was urgent. Don't panic, everyone. Yi Xuanca appeased everyone, summoned his pet beast Miracle Flame King, and released his domain to cover everyone. The aura of the Overlord level pinnacle was released wantonly, frightening the demonic dragon flying in the air. Their strength is not very high. They are just high-level overlords, similar to the demon wolves they encountered before. Yi Xuanzi could tell at a glance. High-level overlord level. Qin Fenglei thought for a while. That's still the old rule. The 6 of us work together to deal with one. Yes, but my intuition tells me that these demon dragons are much more powerful than those demon wolves. I can feel the rich dragon blood on their bodies. Yi Xuanzi frowned, wondering where these demon dragons came from. Your Highness, no matter what, we have to give it a try. Otherwise, what's the point of entering the core area? Taigang waved his hand and looked at the magic dragon and said, well, I have a hunch that I'm about to break through. Qin Fenglei's body was filled with lightning and thunder, and he couldn't wait anymore. At our level, only by fighting life and death and stimulating potential can we break through quickly. Okay, I will use the domain to cover them and hold down 3 of them, and I will leave the remaining 1 to you. No problem. Open the Flame King's domain. Yi Xuanzi roared angrily, and the Miracle Flame King merged with him. The red-gold flames quickly spread out in all directions, covering the entire valley. Roar! The demon dragon roared in terror, but had no choice but to fall into the valley and confront Yi Xuanzi and others. Your opponent is me. Yi Xuanzi pointed at 3 of the dragons. The demon dragon also has a certain IQ and understands that the person in front of him is the strongest, so it automatically assigns the 3 strongest demon dragons to surround them, leaving the remaining 1 to face the 6 people alone. Since then, the battlefield has been divided into 2 parts. The 6 people quickly dispersed and formed a battle formation. Qin Fenglei and Quang Lei War General merged. Purple thunder light jumped around him and dispersed the surrounding gray fog. Taigang merged with the red Soul King Ape, and the red-gold flames condensed in his fists, exuding a scorching aura. Pei Qing's natal name is the water-type pet Huanyu Lu. He is good at water-type control and mental interference. His attack power is not strong, but he is very useful in team battles. Yangcheng stood at the back of the team. His injuries had not yet healed, and his chest and arms were still wrapped in bandages. His face was still pale, but he did not flinch because he was a speed and perception beastmaster. I will control the whole place for you. After Yangcheng transformed, his eyes glowed with light gold. His eyes swept across the demonic dragon in front of him, and he was bound to see through it. The distribution of scales and the composition of flesh and blood all have weaknesses. Every muscle movement can be predicted in advance and responded to in advance. Meng Hu and Shi Wuguang stood on both sides. Both of them were close combat beast masters. Meng Hu's natal pet beast is the earth-shattering tiger, which is good at breaking magic with force. Shi Wuguang's natal pet beast is the fighting beast spirit, which is good at close combat. The 2 completed the fusion, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, protecting the team's flanks. Yangcheng's eyes flashed with golden light, capturing every move of the demonic dragon clearly, and he quickly said, attack its head and wings. Only these 2 parts of its body are the weakest in defense. Be careful with its sharp claws on its limbs, which are highly likely to be highly poisonous. Got it. Get ready, I'll attack its wings. Taigang, you attack its head. Qin Fenglei shouted, and with a fist of his right hand, a ray of purple lightning turned into a spear, tearing the air and heading straight for the demon dragon in front of him. Taigang followed closely behind, and the red-gold flames condensed in his fists, turning into 2 flame tornadoes, and blasted towards the head of the demon dragon. Pei Qing formed a seal with his hands, and azure water gushed out from his palms, turning into several flexible water ropes that wrapped around the demon dragon's limbs from all directions. The 3 of them cooperated, and the energy attacks were basically in place at the same time. However, the dragon seemed to have no intention of hiding. It just shook its head, shook its wings, and stamped its feet, which shattered all 3 people's attacks. Sure enough, it's unusual. It's much more powerful than that demon wolf. Taigang looked a little heavy when he saw that his attack didn't even scratch his skin. That's natural. There is a huge gap between wolves and dragons. Even if they are at the same level, their defense and attack power are not on the same level at all. Qin Fenglei stared at the demon dragon intently and warned, by the way. Concentrate. Don't be distracted. Don't worry. The dragon is about to attack. Yangcheng shouted. The muscles of the hind limbs are exerting force. It is about to charge forward. Meng Hu, Shi Wuguang, prepare to step forward to block him. Taigang, the two of us are preparing to combine our attack skills to severely injure him. Qin Fenglei quickly issued an order. Earth-shattering claws. Meng Hu roared, and a huge tiger figure gathered behind him, and his hands turned into huge tiger palms. Fist of fighting. Shi Wuguang remained silent, but he struck quickly, condensing his fists into the shadow of a wild lion. The two looked at each other, the muscles in their legs tensed, and then they flew out like cannonballs, bound to stop the dragon. Boom! With a loud noise, the demon dragon's claws were blocked by two people at the same time, and then its body was knocked away. Keep going, don't give it a chance. Meng Hu's mouth was bleeding. He slapped the ground with his tiger paws and got up with a flick of his body. Okay. Shi Wuguang shook his fist, softened his fist that was numb from the shock, and continued to explode energy and push forward. Qin Fenglei, Taigang, hurry. They can't last long. Hui Yinchong shouted. Crazy thunder field, condense. Qin Fenglei's whole body shines with the power of thunder, condensing all the power of the field into one point, forming an extremely dazzling purple electric energy group. Thunder Finale. The power of thunder, which was 2 meters in diameter, tore through the space and hit the demon dragon's head. At the same time, Taigang also condensed the power of flames, clasped his hands together, and a huge flame formation appeared in the sky. The stars will burn to the ground. A huge fireball fell from the sky, with a diameter of 10 meters according to visual inspection, and it fell towards the demon dragon's head with an unstoppable force. The demon dragon also felt the threat, let out an angry roar, opened its mouth, and a strong gray-black demonic energy spurted out from the depths of its throat, turning into a thick demonic pillar and sweeping towards Qin Fenglei and Taigang. Quickly retreat. Don't get hit. Hui Yinchong shouted. The pollution of the demonic energy is extremely strong, and the surrounding earth, wood, grass, and rocks will be destroyed if touched. Only the thunder and flames remain. The three collide together and emit billowing black smoke, but they are quickly wiped out by the demonic energy. As for Qin Fenglei and Taigang, seeing that the situation was not good, they dodged to both sides at the same time and escaped the fan-shaped attack of the demon dragon. However, the range of the demonic energy was too large, and they could not be easily avoided. Pei Qing took action at this time. With a wave of his hands, the blue water light condensed into a huge water curtain in front of Qin Fenglei and Taigang. The power of waterbending. The demonic light beam hit the water curtain, making a hissing sound. The water curtain trembled violently, and ripples appeared on the surface. It absorbed all the remaining demonic energy and turned into black water dripping on the ground. Pei Qing's face turned pale for a moment. It was obvious that this blow consumed a lot of energy. What a terrifying amount of demonic energy. In order to block this blow, I basically consumed half of my energy. Don't forget, before this blow came, it had been weakened a lot by Qin Fenglei and Taigang. Hui Yuncheng's words were very shocking. Hey, the gap is too big. Don't be discouraged, it's normal. We are fighting at a higher level, and the opponent is blessed with demonic energy and dragon bloodline. It is normal that it will be difficult to fight. Qin Fenglei consoled him. Okay. A huge tiger shadow formed behind Meng Hu. The sharp claws in his hands glowed with cold light. As Meng Hu advanced, he roared forward and pounced on the demon dragon's hind legs from the side. His sharp claws slapped the demon dragon's knees hard. Shi Wuguang was also surrounded by lions and attacked from the right. Every time he punched, there was a shadow of a lion's head, accompanied by a lion's roar. The attacks of the two men interfered with the dragon's movements, but they were also unable to cause substantial damage and had little effect. But if you want to kill the magic dragon, it is not something that two people can do. Good job, Taigang shouted. Taking advantage of the stalemate between his teammates and the dragon, he rose up and punched the dragon's abdomen with both fists. The demon dragon had no time to dodge and was hit in the abdomen by Taigang's fists. Red gold flames exploded on the scales, and the dragon roared in pain, its huge body staggering back 2 steps. But that's about it. There were only 2 burnt black marks left on the scales on its abdomen, which had not been penetrated. What a hard shell. Taigang gritted his teeth. Qin Fenglei's attack followed closely. He did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he took advantage of his speed and moved around the demon dragon at high speed, thrusting out his thunder spear continuously, specifically targeting the weak points pointed out by Yangcheng. Every thrust was extremely precise. Those weak points were not covered by thick scales. The thunder spears were thrust out at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. Finally, black blood with golden light flowed out along the lines of the scales and dripped on the ground. Roar! The dragon finally let out an angry and painful roar, bursting out an energy field and sending several people flying. It's working. Let's continue and prepare for the third round of attacks. Qin Fenglei is worthy of being a general in the army. Every attack is very organized and everything is under control. The third round of attacks is mainly about delay. Hui Yuncheng and Pei Qing, you two need to hold on for a while to buy us some time. Be careful and make sure the pet beasts don't get hurt. Qin Fenglei kindly reminded him that facing an enemy several times stronger than himself and controlling 5 pet beasts at the same time, it would be easy to be severely injured. Don't worry, although I can't fight in person, my pet beast is not a vegetarian, so it's okay to delay. Hui Yuncheng gestured, and then a light flashed behind his back, and all 5 formations lit up. All 5 pet beasts, big and small, flying and flightless, all attacked, commanded by Hui Yuncheng's super strong mental control. Illusion Control Realm, open. At the same time, Pei Qing exploded with all his strength, and the dark blue water spurted out, covering the magic dragon. In my fantasy domain, it will not only slow down its speed, but also consume more energy and strength. Pei Qing said confidently.